Forward by John Nichol. The RAF Club, Piccadilly, London, 20th of February, 2016. The marbled halls of the Royal Air Force Club in London echoed with excited chatter. Old friends greeted each other with hugs, kisses, and the occasional tear. Some had not seen each other since they had fought together many years previously. Amid the grandeur of the Churchill bar, under the renowned wartime Prime Minister's gaze, drinks were flowing, as were stories of battle, brushes with death, and friends who had made the ultimate sacrifice, flying tornadoes. Upstairs, the staff prepared the grand dinner for 110 guests in the huge ballroom, with its mirrored panels and sky-painted ceiling. Polished silverware formed the centerpiece of each long table. Legendary RAF aircraft, Spitfire fighters, and Lancaster bombers jostled for space with modern tornado-fast jets. Yellow ribbons, symbolizing support of those MIA, missing in action, were tied around the vases. Off to one side, the salon orchestra of the Central Band of the RAF was rehearsing the theme tunes from suitably appropriate films, Those Magnificent Men in Their Flying Machines, and The Great Escape. A security team had already swept the building, and armed police bodyguards kept a watchful eye on proceedings, and their two VIPs. The first, the United Kingdom Secretary of State for Defence, was enjoying a pre-dinner glass of champagne with the aircrew and their families. At 7 p.m., a teenage air cadet sounded her bugle to bring the bar to order, and the second VIP, former British Prime Minister, the Right Honourable Sir John Major, stepped forward to speak. He was obviously in some pain, having undergone a hip replacement only a few weeks earlier, and was under doctor's orders to rest. But it was clear to all assembled that he felt it was his duty to attend the event, however briefly, and address those he had sent to war in the Gulf 25 years before. It is hard to believe that it is 25 years since the first Gulf War, which was, without doubt, a just war. 25 years ago, we celebrated a victory of freedom over oppression. Tonight's dinner is in honor of the airmen, soldiers, and special forces who were prisoners during that conflict, which must have been a terrifying experience, especially for those who were, at the time, so young. They must have wondered what the future held, or worse, given whose hands they were in, whether they had any future at all. Although the dinner was the 25th annual reunion of the Gulf War prisoners of war, Sir John's words rang true to every single member of the large gathering, especially those who had been at the heart of the 1991 battle to liberate Kuwait from Iraqi occupation. Some of us had indeed survived being blasted out of hostile skies, been captured, tortured, and endured endless brutality as POWs. But a greater portion of the audience were our friends and colleagues who had shown astonishing bravery and skill, flying countless missions, night after night, under truly deadly fire. They knew what fate awaited them if they too were shot down. They had seen their battered and bruised colleagues paraded as prisoners on Iraqi television. They also knew that a number of their friends had been killed. Carrying on in the face of such adversity had taken a special kind of courage. Collectively, our lives had hung by the narrowest of threads, a situation none of us had ever imagined or were really prepared for. Back in August 1990, when Iraqi forces had invaded neighboring Kuwait, none of us had any concept of what the future held. Few could have accurately pointed to either country on a map. More importantly, most of us who flew out to the Gulf that year had no real concept of armed conflict. We were Cold War warriors. Some at that dinner had joined the military in the 1960s, a few years after the Cuban Missile Crisis had brought the world to the brink of nuclear Armageddon. Our primary concern through the 1970s and 80s was with the threat to Europe and the West from communism and the Soviet Union. Our training was built around the threat of mass battles, mass casualties, and ultimately the use of the nuclear weapons. The notion of fighting a focused, regional war in a faraway desert was simply unimaginable. In 1982, as the first tornadoes were just entering service, a war had been fought to liberate the Falkland Islands after the Argentinian invasion, and many lives had been lost. But at the time it was regarded as perhaps an isolated incident. And while air power had been crucial, there had not been mass attacks with hundreds of aircraft in the skies at one time. As a young tornado navigator in the 1980s, I was part of a truly vast, 310,000-strong military machine. The RAF's tornado force alone, which would eventually spearhead the defense of Saudi Arabia and subsequent attacks on Iraq, numbered around 430 bomber and fighter aircraft. The total size of the RAF was astonishing. Nearly 94,000 personnel and 1,800 frontline and training aircraft. To give this some context, in 2020, the RAF had around 32,000 personnel and some 570 aircraft. Regardless of our incredible military might, I had never truly believed the tornado force would fight any war. We trained endlessly for it, but the reality was far from my mind. Our major focus was on the deployment of nuclear weapons, and if I had ever taken off on that mission, there would have been little to return to. We were like firefighters who had never fought a blaze, medics who had never attended to an injury. Then, in August 1990, the brutal Iraqi dictator Saddam Hussein invaded his Gulf neighbor, and everything changed. Hussein had thought the world would never intervene. His miscalculation would cost him and his nation dear, and the ramifications of the conflict he ignited still reverberate around the region and the world 30 years later. Within weeks of the invasion, United States President George H.W. Bush had built a near-total international coalition intent on evicting Iraq from Kuwait. Hundreds of thousands of troops deployed to the region. The American and British military would be in the eye of what would become Operation Desert Storm. There was another group at the dinner in the RAF club that night, the friends and relatives of those who had fought. Men and women who had sat at home waiting for news. In many ways, theirs was the most heart-wrenching and lonely task, watching events unfold on TV, waiting to see if their loved one would survive. And a few listening to Sir John had received the dreaded knock at the door. Military officers in uniform delivering the worst news possible as the war drew to its close. The former Prime Minister made it clear he had felt a deep responsibility to those who fought and those who died. I have many memories of the conflict. A few days before the war started, I visited Dhahran, And when I stood on a lorry to speak to the vast array of troops and airmen gathered around, I saw how truly young so many of you were. I knew, though you did not, that the war would begin 2 or 3 days later on January the 16th. As it happens, that day was my son's 16th birthday, and as I looked out at the sea of faces before me, I saw many who were barely older than him. As I spoke, my own son's face was transposed on each one. Nothing could have been a more powerful way of demonstrating, to me, the momentous task we were asking of you. Older men and women decide on war, but it is younger men and women who have to fight it, and risk their lives in doing so. And sadly, lives were lost. Mercifully few, but even one is too many. I remember staying up night after night to receive reports, and this was the hardest thing to bear, to learn which, if any, crews had been lost. Never imagine that ministers do not share the tension of families sitting at home. We felt every single moment, not least since we were responsible for it. His recent hip operation meant our principal guest speaker should only have stayed at the venue for around 20 minutes, but he spent considerable time chatting to the men and their families. He was particularly keen to seek out those who had lost a husband, brother, father, or son, and talk to them in private. Over an hour after his arrival, a bodyguard quietly reminded him he was not meant to be standing at all. After his departure, the drink flowed and reminiscences became increasingly noisier. Hands were waved like wings above the silver aircraft tableware, detailing aerial skirmishes and close calls with death in the Iraqi skies 25 years before. Those of us who had flown just a couple of missions before being shot down, in my own case a single op, were the target of light military ribbing by friends who had flown countless sorties in the face of deadly fire. Before things got too riotous, the Secretary of State for Defense, Michael Fallon, who had come straight from a 17-hour flight from the Falkland Islands, stood up to speak. Let me start by saying it's not simply an honor to meet you, but humbling, too. Being Defense Secretary means having to take hard decisions that can put our people in harm's way. That's never easy. But it's easier for me than it is for you and your families. You have to carry out those political choices on the front line, and you have to face the consequences. You had to cope with something entirely new for your generation. Since the first Gulf War, today's men and women have grown used to the idea of serving in a combat situation. But for you who took part in that seminal conflict, things were very different. We'd just emerged from the Cold War. You were trained to guard against the hordes who might suddenly emerge from behind the Iron Curtain. You were ever on the alert for nuclear escalation. Tense and terrible though it was predictable. And this shadow boxing had gone on for decades. No one really expected things to change. And then, seemingly out of nowhere, Saddam Hussein sent 100,000 troops crashing into Kuwait. And you found yourselves part of one of the biggest conflicts of our modern era. Well over 500,000 people assembled in the desert. It was not that you were unprepared, more that it was so unexpected, so unpredictable. That must have come as a huge shock to your system. The sudden knowledge that this wasn't a test, it was happening for real. Yet, despite all that, you remained undaunted, You adjusted. You adapted. You did us proud. And let me make particular mention of those sadly no longer among your number. Their families, some I'm honored to see here in the room tonight, need to know that we will never forget their sacrifice and service. Their names and their legacies will live on. A number of dinner guests were in tears as the Defense Secretary made his tribute to the fallen. That reunion of colleagues who had fought above the deserts of Iraq was a momentous occasion, not least because it prompted a number of surprising realizations. As individual memories of the war, sometimes painful, often long buried, began to surface, it became obvious to me that, even after all those years, most of us still knew little of our companions' true experiences during the conflict. Indeed, I had never spoken in any detail to my fellow prisoners of war, or even my own Tornado Squadron friends, about their experiences of captivity or battle, their emotions in the face of fear and possible death. And I had never spoken at all to the wives or children who had waited at home, praying for husbands and fathers to safely return. The seeds of this book were sown. Countless RAF, Army, and Navy units were involved in the liberation of Kuwait, and all served with courage and dedication. Nearly 50,000 British personnel deployed to the Gulf region. Of course, I can only tell the stories of a few, but I hope that their interwoven experiences will stand as a tribute to them all. Prologue. 7 seconds. Saturday, the 19th of January, 1991. The Gulf. Robbie Stewart stared into the hotel's polished bathroom mirror at the grey stubble that spread down his cheeks and across his jaw. He sprayed shaving foam into his hand and saw again the yellow-white explosion of flame with its vicious red heart. Robbie's friend and fellow Tornado navigator Max Collier and his pilot Nigel Elston, the squadron boss, had disappeared in an instant. Nigel had only been with them for a few weeks. Both had gone down on the first day of the war to liberate Kuwait from Iraqi occupation. Although they were presumed dead, there was no official confirmation. Robbie's own Tornado had been travelling at 600 miles per hour, trying to escape the storm of gunfire, when the radio call came to say an aircraft had gone in. At first, he had thought one of their JP-233 runway-busting munitions had exploded. Then came the sickening realization. I knew immediately that the huge orange fireball was an aircraft, but there was no time to reflect. We just needed to get out of the target area. Both men had gone, their Tornadoes strewn across southern Iraq's desert floor. Out of immediate danger, reality took hold. It was just a hollow feeling that we hadn't all made it, but there was nothing to be done or said. At first, the barrage of deadly AAA, anti-aircraft artillery, streaming skywards, had seemed almost like a novelty. Sparkling white and yellow lights cascading over the cockpit like a firework display. Robbie, the Tornado's navigator, had felt strangely cocooned under the thick Perspex canopy. You could see all this happening around you, but it's calm and settled inside a Tornado with your helmet on. So quiet, you feel isolated from the outside. I didn't feel any fear. I was concentrating on the job. I had one task: to release the weapon at the right point at the exact time. They were now 2 days into the air campaign that sounded the opening salvo to drive Saddam Hussein's forces out of Kuwait, a sovereign state the Iraqi Republican Guard had invaded 6 months earlier. They had lost Max and Nigel on their first mission. Days later, they were about to face it all over again, now knowing beyond any doubt that death in war was real. Neither Max nor Nigel would be present at the next briefing, nor would the grinning faces of other colleagues. The 2 Johns, Peters and Nichol, had also been shot down earlier that day, the 17th of January. All that had been heard of them was Nichol's last cry, "We're on fire! We might have to get out!" Then silence. 4 aircrew lost in the opening hours of the war. As Robbie stood in front of the mirror, the intense AAA barrage, the deadly, never-ending salvos of exploding shells, the smell of sweat, the grunts, the concentration and exertion from the tornado's high G-forces, all but swamped him. The enemy gunfire had been of unimaginable intensity and volume, and yet somehow they had sailed through it untouched as they attacked the airfield. They had gone to war for the first time ever, with an arsenal of real weapons under their tornado against a real enemy who wanted them dead. Robbie's feeling was now very different from the adrenaline charge and apprehension of the first night. England and my family seemed a long way away, and I was about to enter a hostile country where people would be trying to kill me again. Until the first jets had been lost, it had seemed they were untouchable. He sighed and slid the razor down his bronzed cheek. Thank God for Tange. Talking to his wife, her name was a shortened version of Tangerine, her childhood family nickname, the previous evening had released the pressure. The vision of her sitting on their sofa in the snug living room of their Victorian cottage in the quiet Lincolnshire village of Colby. The bench on the green opposite their front door, the magnificent tower and steeple of All Saints' Church. The low hum and familiar smell of the Tempest Arms. "I'm safe, Tange. I'm okay," Robbie had told her. He knew that there had been relentless television coverage of the first raids. Tange would have seen reports about tornadoes going down, but said nothing. The relief and delight in her voice had made his heart soar. Robbie had not been able to stop himself from telling her what he had seen, and her sympathy was overwhelming. He had felt tears brim. It was time to go. Neither said, but both knew in their hearts that this could be their last conversation. Some of his colleagues had already had their final words with loved ones. Her voice had carried in his ears as he had gone back to the bar to drink to Max and Nigel's memory. The beers had the desired effect. He'd slept soundly, only to wake up a few hours later knowing another mission loomed. Alcohol could not obliterate that. I can't call her after every raid. It was too much, knowing that every phone call might be their last. Robbie's young pilot, Dave Waddington, had also slept well, only to wake up with similar images of that first mission replaying endlessly in his head. Flying in total darkness, before the night had been lit up by the searing flames of the jet hitting the ground. Max and Nigel gone. I had looked out over my left shoulder to see a huge explosion, a fireball spreading across the desert floor. I knew it was a jet, but I couldn't quite rationalize what I was seeing. Their tornado cockpit had been largely silent on the flight out of the combat zone. There wasn't much chat, there was little to say. Just a horrible, sinking realization that we had lost our colleagues, and there was nothing we could do about it. The incredible elation of getting out of danger, having done the job for the first time, for real, was quickly consumed by loss. It was really hard to accept. But you knew it had happened because you had seen it with your own eyes. Dave listened to the sound of Robbie's ablutions from their hotel bathroom. He was thankful to have such an experienced operator at his back. Their bond had grown over the many months they had flown together. At 24, Dave Waddington was the youngest pilot on the squadron. His navigator was 44, a silver-haired old hand, devoted to his wife and 2 teenage kids. Robbie's quiet disposition complemented Dave's flying skills, centering his focus on all that mattered. Get in, release the bombs, get out. I was amazed how calm I had been as I gave a running commentary to Robbie in the back seat. All I could see was sparkling lights streaming into the sky towards us. I didn't think about there being 3 inches of explosive lead bullet behind it all. Their return to base presented them with a strange and disconcerting contrast. One moment they had been flying into furious gunfire. The next they were sitting in air-conditioned comfort amid the marbled columns of the Bahrain Sheraton Hotel, their designated quarters for the duration of the deployment in the absence of other military accommodation. They quietly drank cold beers, lancing the pain of their loss. When someone is killed in action, there are rituals to be observed by the survivors. It's a Royal Air Force tradition. Either fill up the guy's bar book or drink whatever he's got in his room. It was very hard. We were drinking their beer and they weren't coming home. We were toasting lost friends, but we all knew that we would soon have to do the same thing again. They were in a contest now, that was for sure, where you flew through a wall of bullets and a hail of missiles, where you either came home or you died. Despite the casualties from the first sorties, Dave pushed away such thoughts. I didn't allow myself to acknowledge that I might be killed. I didn't talk about it with my fiancée Claire. I didn't write a last letter. I knew death might happen, but I didn't want to acknowledge it was even a possibility for me. If his bond with Robbie was tight in the build-up to war, that first night had cast it in steel. The reality of what we had been through hit us. The loss of Max and Nige started to come to the fore, in a growing realization that in the not-too-distant future, together, we would be going again. Dave yawned as he dragged himself from the Sheraton's luxury bed. The frenzied conversations with other Tornado aircrew came back to him. Hearing their sortie descriptions, what their AAA was like, what they had seen. Everyone was thirsting for knowledge, searching for a vital clue on how to survive what was coming next. He sat on the edge of the bed. In just a few hours, he would be back up in the air. The memories of the cauldron of AAA, the tensions and loss, resurfaced. A nearby target had been hit by the Americans that turned night into day in a few seconds. I remember thinking, I can't believe we are going to get through that. We had lost the 2 Johns, Max and Nige, flown through a wall of lead and had a missile shot at us. There was no doubt in my mind the risks were very, very real, and it wasn't going to get any easier. "Morning." Dave looked up as his friend and navigator flicked on the television, already preset to CNN 24-hour news. The American channel was the only one with reporters in Baghdad, showing the world the devastating effect of previously unseen precision attacks. It was real-time intelligence for everyone. There was something unreal about watching the reports of raids from the comfort of a hotel bedroom, when they would be back over hostile territory in a matter of hours, bombing Iraq themselves. Clean-shaven, showered, and in crisply pressed flying suits, Dave and Robbie took the 10-minute bus ride to work in silence, via the causeway to the island of Muharraq and Bahrain's airfield. 48 hours after the first sortie, it was clear to Robbie that there had already been a tactical rethink. The Tornadoes were going in for yet another attack on the massive Talil air base in southern Iraq. But this time, they would be on their own, with just the shroud of darkness for protection. No prior softening up by American bombers. Instead, the thinking went, surprise would catch the Iraqis unprepared. Robbie was unconvinced. To gain surprise, we were not being supported by the usual myriad American aircraft suppressing surface-to-air missiles, SAMs, and radars. This way, it was hoped, we would avoid the wall-to-wall AAA which we'd encountered on our first sortie. But I would have preferred the Americans accompanying us. To me, while the AAA was a horrifying sight, the SAMs were the real threat. Instead, the 8th ship would provide their own airfield defense suppression. The first flight of 4, call sign Belfast formation, including Robbie and Dave, would go in and drop 20,000 pounds of high explosive on the gun and missile emplacements, demonstrating the immense skill that RAF crews had developed flying Tornadoes. A loft or toss attack at night from low level was as dangerous as it got. Pulling up steeply from low level, while the weapon's aiming system calculated the exact point of release, the jet would accurately throw its 5 1,000-pound bombs forward towards the target. They were set to detonate over the heads of the Iraqi gunners, blasting shards of shrapnel through weapons and flesh. The hard part was then turning away from the target and maneuvering the jet back down to low level in total darkness and under fire. Dave and Robbie had trained hard for this type of loft attack. Come in fast and ultra-low, pop up, lob the bombs, get back down to low level and bugger off. And thoroughly discourage the AAA gunners from firing at the 4-ship coming in behind with the vaunted JP-233 weapon system, which would deliver surface cratering munitions and scatter anti-personnel mines to shut down Talil's runways and deter any Iraqi repair teams. Dave and Robbie listened in the cool of the operations room as the briefing moved on to Talil's air defenses. We knew there'd be AAA, and we knew there was a Roland missile system on the airfield. We were very apprehensive. Dave and I looked at one another. We didn't need to say much. We just looked. There was good reason to fear the Roland SAM. Hurtling out at over 1,200 miles per hour, its 9-kilogram warhead threw out deadly fragmentation designed to gut aircraft and crew. One of the few foreign-made SAMs purchased by the U.S., the French-made missiles had taken down numerous Iranian jets during the earlier Iran-Iraq War. The operators in Talil were old hands. Robbie and the others well understood its significance. The Tornado at least had the radar, homing, and warning receiver. The RHWR was a key defense against any radar-guided missile attack. A small green screen on the right-hand side of both cockpits, it would give an indication, a trace, if a radar was looking at them, and from which direction. Cleverer still, It signaled the type of enemy missile system or aircraft. If a radar locked onto the Tornado, the RHWR flashed a line across the screen, a strobe, and delivered a high-pitched squawk into the crew's flying helmets to warn of an imminent engagement. An even more urgent siren would sound if a missile was launched, accompanied by MG flashing on the screen, indicating missile guidance. The RHWR was rightly considered a wartime no-go item if it was not functioning correctly. The intelligence briefing came to an end. Someone asked if there was any update on the two Johns. There wasn't. Just a reminder to check their own escape and evasion kits. Robbie felt for the tube of gold sovereigns, worth about £1,000, with which to bribe any locals, and the piece of paper, the so-called Ghoulie Chit, which announced in Arabic that the bearer would receive a further £5,000 if a flyer was returned to safety in one piece. In previous Middle East wars, air crew had been returned with testicles severed, and there was no indication that times had changed. Especially under the savage rule of Saddam Hussein, and more especially given the rumours Robbie had heard of torture in Kuwait. Our minds were even more focused now because of the losses. I was very aware of checking and rechecking everything. We made sure all the escape kit was correctly positioned to give us the best chance if we ejected into enemy territory. We were not just concentrating on the flying side of ops. We double-checked the search and rescue procedures, but still wondered if we were ready for the worst. Some aircrew believed it might be better to perish quickly in the cockpit rather than slowly at the hands of Saddam's henchmen. The loss of comrades had really pointed up the dangers for Dave, but he couldn't let it affect him. I compartmentalized it, put it out of my mind, and kept my focus on our own mission. There was nothing else you could do. You can't just walk away and say, "This is too dangerous." There was also the naivety of youth. Probably like our Second World War RAF forebears. You just tell yourself, "It will never happen to me." He filed out of the briefing with another crew in their formation, whose attack profile took them right over the SAM site. There was certainly some anxiety around. We were going very close to a Roland missile site, which was a very real threat. I remember that the last thing I said to the other crew before we headed to the aircraft was, "Don't worry about the Roland. It will probably get me before it gets you." They all grinned. But then Dave caught Robbie's eye and saw a look of apprehension. They both knew what lay ahead. The odds might improve with the planned element of surprise, but Tallil's air defences were still a very real threat. On the first night, the Iraqis seemed to just spray their AAA randomly into the sky. Intelligence suggested they had now lowered the elevation on their gun barrels to catch the tornadoes coming in at their approach height of around 200 feet. Under a mid-afternoon sun, the 8 pilots and 8 navigators drifted out of the briefing room and headed across the tarmac towards the mess tent for some dinner. On the first night, there had been a buzz of anticipation mixed with nervous laughter along the benches and tables. Not any more, reflected Robbie. The atmosphere was somber. We all knew what the reality of this war now meant. Flyers and ground crew were all in this together. The tornadoes belonged to everyone. The ground crew spent hours on them, carefully attending to every screw, bolt, cable, ramp, and nozzle that held the £20 million machine together. To lose an aircraft was to lose a part of themselves. To lose their air crew was unbearable, and it was a very real possibility. 2 sets had already been left forlornly gazing into the Arabian dawn, waiting for their jets to return, hearing only the sound of the muezzin's call to prayer. Among the engineers, the fitters, the admin staff, and the logistics teams, the atmosphere was muted. Minds were focused. Dusk was approaching, as last-minute adjustments were made. Robbie found himself repeatedly checking every item of kit. The water pouches, the gold, the maps. He pulled out his small Walter PP from the leather shoulder holster and ejected the magazine, checking the 8 rounds. He checked everything again, then spotted his precious Ray-Bans on a table and, despite the looming darkness, stuffed them into his G-suit pants. The glare of low-level flying over the desert made them a necessity. One last time he went over the search and rescue procedures with Dave. Everyone else in the 8 ship was doing the same. With the pockets bulging, G-suits tightly bound around their legs and thighs, the airmen picked up their helmets and ambled awkwardly to the waiting tornadoes. "Crew's walking," the message was sent out. They were ready to take over the aircraft from the engineers. Robbie was pleased they were back in F for Foxtrot, which had carried them through the first mission unscathed. We said farewell to the flying clothing boys, who wished us well with some concern showing. The jet was just 50 yards from the operations room, but we walked out like gladiators, our kit clanking and clanging. The 5 1,000-pounders already had some graffiti along the side, suggesting what Saddam should do with the bombs. White chalk messages from the ground crew were often scrawled across the long, dark cylinders, from "One in the eye for you, sad man Saddam," to the endearing "Hi, Sarah, love, Pete." The aircraft loomed menacingly in the shadowed lights of the shelter. The Tornado's black nose contrasted dramatically with the desert pink of its body. Inside the sharply pointed cone was the ground-mapping radar that helped the navigator update the navigation system and identify the targets. Behind it, the cockpit swept back over broad, muscular flanks. Intakes on either side of the fuselage fed air back to the powerful engine. The jet pipes would roar, emitting yellow-blue flame from the reheat. Every fibre of its being yelled power. When the underwing points were harnessed with missiles, defensive pods and fuel tanks, and the belly with neatly arrayed bombs, there was no doubt what the Tornado GR-1 was about. It exuded menace and meant business. The business of hitting the enemy hard. Fully armed, with its tail fin standing proud, it sent a message of dominance as it shuddered into the air. A warfighter capable of raining fury upon its enemies. But it was graceful, too. The Tornado was neat and compact, and for those like Robbie who had seen an aircraft or two in his 25 years' service, very, very effective. It had everything you could have dreamed of. Great navigation and targeting kit. It could fly at night in terrible weather, at low level and hands-off. It really was superb. Very modern. Laden with his helmet, escape equipment, and G-suit, Robbie had walked past the sandbagged airfield defenses, the tankers and other jets. Approaching the dark shape of the Tornado in the gloom, bristling with a full weapons load ready for war, made you contemplate what you were about to do. There was a palpable sense of apprehension, hoping to God we would survive what was to come, but ready for the fight. We knew the drills and were eager to get underway. This was our job. It needed to be done, We pushed all other thoughts aside. He mounted the steps, settled into the navigator's rear seat, which sat slightly higher than the pilot's, but with instruments in front obscuring some of his forward visibility. He went through the careful ritual of strapping himself into the ejection seat, then checked his watch. 40 minutes to take off. Dave completed his final checks on the 30-ton machine that he was about to launch airborne under the twin thrust of its Rolls-Royce RB199 engines. He pulled himself up on the jet pipes to check for any loose articles, then tapped the two underwing 2,250-litre fuel tanks. He gave the pair of Sidewinder air-to-air missiles a good shake to ensure they were properly locked on. They would be needed if Iraqi fighters showed up. He then made sure that the safety pins had been removed from each of the 1,000-pound bombs, knowing his touch would be the last before they became a screaming ball of shrapnel. Under the shadows cast by the glare of the airfield lighting, he reached up to the Boz self-defense pod under the right wing, checking the chaff and flare dispenser. When activated, chaffing would send thousands of tiny metallic fibers into the air, 60% glass, 40% aluminium, and the thickness of a human hair. They were designed to reflect and interfere with enemy radar signals, confusing both the systems and their operators. The flares would be pumped out if targeted by heat-seeking missiles. They burned off at an intense temperature, hopefully providing a more attractive target than their jet engines. Dave examined the Sky's Shadow pod on the other wing that was programmed to electronically jam enemy radar systems. They had every possible countermeasure the Tornado was designed to carry. It was reassuring for Dave to feel they were all held firmly in place if he had to throw F for Foxtrot about. In reality, the ground crew have already checked all this, then double-checked it, but we all did it again. Everyone had their own idiosyncrasies. I always gave the fuel tanks a tap to ensure they were full. They always were. Everything was in order outside the aircraft. It was time to board. Robbie fitted his oxygen pipe, intercom cable, and G-suit hose into the personal equipment connector, then clipped it onto the side of his seat, plugging himself into the machine's systems. He tightened the straps over his thighs and torso, connected to the fastener over his stomach, which held him firmly into the Martin Baker ejection seat. His hand brushed against the black and yellow-striped, D-shaped ejection handles between his legs as he switched on the inertial navigation system, allowing the gyroscopes and sensors to start up their alignment process. He turned on the main computer and its monitors, and then came the radios. Everything was working as advertised, and the cockpit came alive with the green and red glow of the equipment. He took out the navigation cassette, the same type used to play music in a Sony Walkman, and loaded it into the main computer. It had been fed with all the information needed to navigate the route to Talil and back, along with the precise coordinates of the target and aiming points. Dave stepped back from beneath the towering fin that gave the Tornado its nickname, climbed the 9-foot steps up to the cockpit, and levered himself into the front seat. With his green flying helmet in place, he had the sharp, focused look of a jet pilot. It was the job he had dreamed of since he was 7. The ground crew fussed over him, pulling tight the straps on his harness. "Give Saddam one from us, sir," one said, before climbing down and removing the steps. Dave began his well-rehearsed startup routine. There was a comfort in the well-trodden procedures. As I lowered the cockpit canopy, I felt isolated in the Tornado, despite the activity outside. We had left plenty of time in case we had any problems. As I went through the checks, my nerves started to dissipate, and I became part of the machinery of war. It was exactly like a training sortie, but I knew it was for real. Dave found the cockpit spacious compared to other jets, and the ejection seat quite comfortable. He used the electric motor to raise his seat an inch and briefly scanned the ground crew activity. He too attached his oxygen, comms, and G-suit into the personal equipment connector and snapped it in place. A glance at his watch told him it was 30 minutes to take off. Plenty of time to sort out any problems. He rattled through the checklist. His cockpit was dominated by the circular moving map display right in front of him. On his left were the flight instruments, the throttles, and lever to move the wings. Back for low, fast flight, forward for takeoff, medium altitude flying, and landing. His right hand gripped the control column, the stick as it was generally known, between his legs, while his left fell naturally on the throttles at mid-thigh level on the console. He paused, breathed in, then looked up. The HUD, head-up display, dominated the cockpit front and center, and rightly so. It was his primary flying instrument. When the Tornado was tearing along the desert floor at night, in thick fog or bright sunshine, the HUD projected speed, height, direction, weapon aiming, and much more in green symbols on a glass screen. To the left of the HUD was the terrain-following radar display. TFR was the heart of the Tornado's ability to fly at night, and in poor weather at very low level. A radar swept the ground ahead and gave instructions to the TFR computer system, which fed the aircraft's autopilot. Once activated, the pilot would remove his hands from the controls, and TFR would take over. The Tornado would fly itself at speeds of up to nearly 700 miles per hour, and just 200 feet above the ground. In total darkness or thick cloud, it was an astonishing piece of equipment. To the right was the RHWR screen, which would warn them of incoming missiles or radar detection. Dave rapidly ran through the checks, then muttered a curse. The flashing cockpit attention-getters were mounted left and right of the cockpit combing, just above the RHWR and TFR screens, and flashed red if there was a problem, attracting the pilot's attention to the central warning panel, the CWP, on his right. This, in turn, had more than 60 different captions, which illuminated red for primary and amber for secondary type warnings. A single illuminated word on the CWP indicated the problem, such as fuel, TFR, or oxy. It was a bit like the alerts on a car dashboard, bar the fact it contained two captions that read L fire and R fire, informing the crew their left or right-hand engine had become an inferno. In the event of multiple failures, the CWP might light up like a Christmas tree. A really serious problem would trigger an accompanying siren. They were an important part of the Tornado's safety systems. Unfortunately for Dave and the engineers, F for Foxtrot's attention-getters flashed for no reason and couldn't be cancelled. In peacetime, they would simply crew out, leave the aircraft, as it was impractical to fly with red warning lights flashing. But the spare Tornado had already been taken, and leaving F for Foxtrot meant not going on the mission. Dave was caught between a rock and a hard place. I knew I should really crew out of the jet. It was the correct thing to do, and I certainly wouldn't be facing the dangers ahead. But what would people think of me, say about me? What was the right thing to do? It was a choice, a tension between doing what was acceptable or doing what was right. I didn't want to let anyone down. The minutes to take off were counting down. Dave felt his heart start to thud. He looked out at the engineer. "Any suggestions?" he asked over the external intercom. "The only thing you can do, sir, is flip up the covers and take out the bulbs." A big, ballsy call. Flying fast and low at night into a sky full of gunfire was already risky as hell. To not be alerted to a problem which would normally be signaled by bright lights right in front of his eyes took them a whole lot further along the hazard spectrum. Dave spoke to Robbie over the intercom. "Shall we take the fault? The engineer said he can take out the bulbs." Robbie had his own attention-getters in the rear seat, so knew they had a safety net. "Yes," he said. "Take it." "Okay." Dave checked the various modes of the IFF. Crap. It wasn't loading up. Now this was critical. It would be suicidal flying without it. IFF, Identification Friend or Foe, was an electronic system used by the coalition fighters and ground radar to differentiate enemy and friendly aircraft. The ground crew loaded, reloaded, and loaded it again. Finally, they got it working. The engineer pocketed the bulbs from the attention-getters, gave the cockpit canopy a quick wipe, then closed it once again. With all the technical glitches cleared, or at least overcome, it was time to get airborne. "Clear for engine start," Dave said. The engineer gave a thumbs up, and Dave flicked a switch. He listened as a pleasurable low hum became a rumble. The temperature gauges rose steadily from 6 degrees Celsius to 420. Even with the canopy shut and his helmet on, he could hear the powering jet engines and feel the shuddering vibration as they built to a roar. The ground crew removed the chocks. Dave inched the throttles forward, rolled a few yards, then tested the brakes by dabbing them and stopping. He taxied to the runway, feeling the heavily laden aircraft bump over the seams in the concrete. Deep blue-yellow flames glared at them from the afterburners of the other jets as they took off ahead. The Rolls-Royce engines generated 30,000 pounds of thrust and burned around 600 kilos of fuel a minute at maximum power. Every last ounce of it would be needed to propel the lumbering tornado off the ground. Their aircraft shuddered again under the turbulence as jet after jet lifted off Bahrain's friendly tarmac strip into the night sky. Dave lined up and carried out their final checks. It was time to go. His left hand eased forward the throttle. There was a surge of power as he pushed the engines into reheat, fully opening the jet pipe nozzles and pumping fuel at incredible speed onto the engine's hot exhaust gas, where it ignited in a sheet of blue flame, doubling the power and making a sound like thunder. "Engine's good," Dave said, glancing at the gauges above his right knee. "Caption's clear." There was nothing on the central warning panel to prevent takeoff. They both felt the aircraft quiver as the engines went through maximum dry power into reheat. He released the brakes, and the tornado's acceleration pushed him firmly back into the seat, as if a giant hand was pressing onto his chest. 80 knots, 100 knots, Dave called as they blasted down the tarmac. The jet trembled, eager to fly, as the runway lights rushed by. 130 knots, Dave breathed. They were passing the last point at which their fully laden tornado would be able to use its own brakes to bring them safely to a halt. "Okay." The speed in the HUD rapidly increased. 180 knots. Engine's good. Caption's clear. Rotating. With the extra weight, he gave himself a bit more speed, then eased back the stick. F for Foxtrot, lifted off cleanly. Gear up. He flicked the undercarriage handle to raise the landing gear. 250 knots. Out of reheat. A moment later, they were climbing through 2,000 feet. The tornadoes of Belfast Formation sailed through the night sky above the silent waters of the Gulf, turning northwards. Dave focused on the task ahead, a mid-air rendezvous with their tankers at 15,000 feet. Air-to-air refueling at night, in total silence and near total darkness, was a challenge. Before Saddam invaded Kuwait back in August, barely anyone in the tornado bomber world had attempted to thread a probe into a swinging drogue basket in a blackout. In the hit parade of piloting skill sets, it was second only to ultra-low flying. The previous night, 7 out of 8 Italian Air Force tornadoes had been forced to turn back from a raid after failing to hook into the tanker drogue. The pilot who had refueled carried on alone, pelted by the flak surrounding an ammunition dump north of Kuwait City, and dropped his bombs 250 feet above the deck. He was hit by AAA gunfire 40 seconds later. The aircraft had gone down at 4:30 a.m. on the 18th of January, and the crew were MIA, missing in action. The third tornado to be lost in the first 24 hours. Dave's eyes scoured the darkness for the tanker. With a full war load, the tornado sucked up 60 kilograms of fuel a minute in normal conditions at low level, 10 times that in reheat. They carried enough fuel for perhaps 2 hours flying, for a mission that would last twice that. The plan was to refuel just before entering Iraqi airspace, then top up again on the way home. After 6 months of intense training, Dave was ready for the challenge. 8 miles, heading 270. Robbie was the one whose skills were needed at this point. He had identified the tanker aircraft on his radar and talked down the ranges and height on the approach, plotting a course to within a few feet of the hanging basket. It was not until Dave squinted through the darkness that he could finally make out the looming belly of the tanker. They ran through the pre-tanking checks, depressurizing the fuel system and extending their refueling probe. Dave slipped the tornado to the right, stabilizing a few feet behind their target. The red light under the tanker's wing flicked off, and he was cleared to join. His concentration was all-consuming as he lined up the symbol on the HUD with the pod under the tanker's wings. His grip on the stick tightened, and so did his chest with every bump as they edged forward, making tiny corrections to keep aligned. The tornado's refueling probe was extended to his right, but he wasn't looking at it. Diverting his focus from the looming tanker could be catastrophic. Instead, he was concentrating on flying his aircraft towards a precise point on the tanker itself, knowing that as long as he was accurate, the probe, almost unseen on his right, would slip effortlessly into the basket. Robbie had a far better view of the probe and basket. With the occasional word of guidance from the back seat, Dave's concentration was only broken by the clunk of the probe engaging with the dangling fuel pipe. The feeling of satisfaction as he finally glanced to his right was strong. But he couldn't relax. Both aircraft were traveling at nearly 350 miles per hour, with the nearest tornado just yards away. From now on, Dave had to fly in precise formation, anticipating any jolts that might rip their connection apart. He edged the nose forward, bending the hose back to trigger the flow of high-octane fuel. The traffic light on the tanker's wing turned green, and Dave glanced down at the fuel gauge above his right knee. After a few minutes, it showed they were once again ready for combat. He reduced power, backed away from the basket, maneuvered to the left, and joined formation with the other tornadoes that had completed their own delicate nighttime ballet. For a brief moment, he allowed himself to relax. He flexed his right hand, tingling and numb after gripping the stick so tightly, and fleetingly scanned the dark void below them. Get down, get it done, go home. They slipped away from the tanker, well short of the Iraqi border, swept the wings back, and accelerated down to low level in radio silence. As they sped through the moonless sky, they completed the checks on their self-defense and attack systems. The Sky Shadow and BOS pods and RHWR were all active. Dave set his armament safety switches to the live position, ensuring their Sidewinder missiles, the 27mm Mauser cannons, and the bombs were all armed and ready for instant use. The fuel tanks under each wing were pre-selected for jettison, just in case an emergency release was needed to evade enemy SAMs or fighters. They checked all external lights were extinguished and did a quick review of the escape and evasion, just in case. The pilots in the 8 Tornadoes had engaged their TFR systems and removed their hands from the controls. The jets now flew themselves on autopilot through the darkness. They were on parallel track, a strategy developed when flying hands-off on TFR and autopilot, in poor weather or at night. The lead Tornado and his wingman followed 2 separate but parallel flight paths, around 2.5 miles line abreast, as if on rail tracks, with the second 2 also line abreast, around 5 miles behind them, creating a box-shaped formation, all proceeding just 200 feet above the desert floor at 7 miles per minute. The crews relied on radar fixes along the route to keep the navigation systems accurate and to ensure the box remained separated. Robbie had no way of seeing their comrades, but knew they were out there on the same heading, bonded by the shared objectives and shared dangers. We descended, lights out, into the dark unknown, heading across the Saudi border. We were totally alone. He watched the moving map display tick off the distance as they flew in, increasing speed to over 480 miles per hour. Then they were sausage-side. They had borrowed the nickname for enemy territory from the avidly watched BBC classic Blackadder Goes Forth. The insanity of the First World War trenches was beginning to echo uncomfortably in the current conflict. The readouts confirmed to Robbie that they were racing along at just 200 feet, the Tornado's TFR automatically adjusting their flight path to account for every contour and obstacle. But their sensory isolation seemed to insulate them momentarily from the hostile world outside the warm glow of the cockpit. The night was pitch black, so the only indication of our height were the numbers on the TV monitor. There was still no sign of any Iraqi resistance as we approached the target. I was relatively calm, bearing in mind what we were doing. Everything seemed to be going to plan. I had all the weapon systems checked. Up front, Dave had a strong sense of the aircraft powering through the night. His right hand rested on his lap, away from the control column. His left hovered near the throttle. Although he was poised to instantly take control if any problems arose, right now he was simply monitoring the systems. Everyone was in the right place at the right time. We were moving towards the target, and everything was calm. Our flight time over Iraq was about 30 minutes until we hit the target. I was relying solely on TFR, the aircraft flying itself. There were 8 aircraft in the formation, but it felt like it was just us out there. Everything was running on rails. No AAA. All was well. Robbie checked their time on target. They were a few seconds behind schedule. Dave inched the throttles forward to increase the speed to 630 miles per hour to pick up a little time. The HUD now told them they'd hit Talil precisely as planned. In southern Iraq, it was just before 8 p.m. on Saturday, the 19th of January, 1991. Back home in England it was 5 p.m, and Robbie's wife, Tange Stewart, was immersed in the final scenes of the seasonal pantomime, alongside some of the children from the local Sunday school where she taught. This Saturday in mid-January offered them one last post-Christmas treat. It had become something of a tradition. Fortunately, her teenage daughter Kirsty had been on hand to help shepherd the chirruping youngsters onto the coach for the journey to the theatre in Newark. The dame's buffoonery had the children in stitches, and their enjoyment of his saucy jokes was a welcome distraction from the terrible events unfolding some 3,500 miles to their southeast. Earlier that day, she had penned another letter to her beloved husband after they had discussed the fateful mission where his squadron boss and their friend Max Collier had gone down. To my dearest darling, it is the early hours of Saturday morning. Sleep seems to elude me yet again. I am afraid last night's news of Max and the boss was rather a shock. I will buy a card for Max's wife today and drop her a line on our behalf. It is going to be a sunny day here, and Kirsty and I are going to Newark for the pantomime. She's playing in the East of England netball tournament next Saturday. Tonight I'm going to the Heavers for dinner. I don't know that I'm very good company at present. Well, darling, all our thoughts and emotions are with you. You are never out of our mind. The kids are coping well, but obviously it's difficult for them now. Keep us in your heart, but do not worry about us. We have the Stewart grit. Love you loads. Tange, kiss, kiss, kiss. Her thoughts drifted away from Iraq and back to the entertainment on stage. Suddenly, Tange stopped laughing, overwhelmed by a dreadful premonition that Robbie was in terrible danger. She glanced at her watch. Nearly 5 p.m. She sat back and closed her eyes, trying to let it pass. "Are you okay?" The woman in the neighboring seat couldn't keep the anxiety out of her voice. "Just a little tired," Tange replied. The woman smiled and patted her on the arm, doing her best to hide her puzzlement, and failing. Tange was in turmoil. When they finally managed to escape the theatre, every traffic light and junction on the winding road home seemed to hold them up. She dialed the Bahrain Sheraton before removing her coat. The receptionist answered politely and put her through to Robbie's room. No response. Tange tried again and again, 7 or 8 times, with the same result. "I'm sorry, madam," the receptionist kept repeating. "There's no answer." Tange glanced at her watch. She had a dinner date with friends across the green. On the way out, she told her older son, Scott, to keep trying to call his father. "Dad would love to hear from you," were her parting words. She hid her worries from the children, but could not ignore the dark fear inside. My stomach was knotting up. I knew something wasn't right. 10 miles. The jet was still comfortably flying itself as Robbie monitored the distance to the moment when Dave would take their tornado into the loft attack profile to toss the bombs onto the target. I was relatively calm, bearing in mind what we were doing. I had all the weapon systems checked, and we started the attack run as planned. Our 4-ship formation would complete the night attack from parallel track, lofting the 1,000-pound bombs onto the AAA sites from about 3 miles out. This should discourage the gunners from firing at the aircraft carrying the JP-233 airfield denial weapons following behind us. In the front seat, Dave was concentrating hard, his right hand ready to disengage the autopilot and take control of the jet, his left resting on the throttles, waiting to ram them forward and send the aircraft into a steep climb in order to throw the bombs towards the airfield. 5 miles, Robbie called out over the intercom. 540 knots. They were travelling at 10.35 miles a minute, 200 feet above the desert. Robbie made a rapid calculation. Just another 30 seconds. They were on time and on target. He checked the weapons systems again. No flak ahead, no hint of danger on the warning systems. All quiet. Surprise was on their side. The tornadoes of Belfast Formation started their final attack procedures. Using the radar, I found and marked the first offset which updated the attack system. Suddenly, the RHWR indicated an unknown radar looking at us. Dave felt his chest tighten. The RHWR showed a powerful radar system searching from dead ahead, trying to acquire a lock. We were just coming to the pull-up point and starting our weapons release procedure. Almost immediately we had a missile launch indication and a siren warning screaming in our ears. A missile was in the air. The RHWR continued its wail. 12 o'clock. Dave knew it was the worst possible direction that a missile could come from. Roland flashed up on the RHWR. It couldn't be anything else. The best missile the Iraqis had was around 3 miles out, travelling towards them at 1/3 of a mile every second. They had just 7 seconds to save their lives. 7 seconds. "Missile launch," Dave said clearly and calmly. In an instant, he disconnected the autopilot from TFR and took over manual control. The green strobe on the RHWR was still pointing straight at them. Their headsets throbbed with the two-tone scream of the siren, confirming a missile was inbound. 6 seconds. Now flying manually at over 600 miles per hour and just 200 feet in total darkness, Dave snapped into a hard left turn, shouting "Chaff!" at his navigator. All I could see was a flame like a very large firework coming towards me, but once I banked the aircraft left, I lost sight of it. The Iraqi missile operators had them locked, and the 9-kilogram hollow charge warhead was being guided onto them with pinpoint accuracy. The warning, like a police siren, continued relentlessly, filling their helmets. Dave's voice still sounded matter-of-fact and calm to Robbie. Their endless training had been there for a reason. It was now his pilot's job to maneuver them out of trouble. 5 seconds. "Chaffing!" Robbie's right hand had moved a split second before he spoke. As we turned, I hit the chaff button and the BOS-pod blasted out clumps of metallic strands, trying to shroud our presence from the radar-guided missile. There was no time for any fear or panic. Our reactions were hardwired. 4 seconds. Dave fought to turn the aircraft, hauling on the control column in the darkness, eyes fixed firmly on the HUD. His only means of knowing what height they were at, what attitude the jet was flying in, if it was climbing or descending towards the ground. We had a full weapons load and lots of fuel on board, so the tornado didn't turn very quickly. It was pitch black. We were very heavy, and I was totally alert to the fact we were very, very close to the desert floor. It was all happening in seconds. It was a trade-off between being hit by a missile and hitting the ground, and the latter was 100% fatal. 3 seconds. Dave was making the hardest possible turn, pulling the stick as tightly as he could into his stomach. The violent maneuver, coupled with more chaff, gave them the best chance of breaking the radar lock, causing the missile to lose guidance and fly blind. He just needed a bit more time, a second, maybe 2. "Chaff," Dave said again, as if toasting his companion outside a country pub. "Okay, chaffing." There was a hint of urgency in Robbie's reply, as he coaxed the BOS-pod to pour more metallic fibers into the sky. 2 seconds. "Okay," Dave responded, still trying to bury the stick in his gut. Apart from their deep breathing, all was now silent in the cockpit. The missile was out there somewhere, but the hard turn had left them blind to its position. 1 second. Time crept by. The turn was nearly complete. Perhaps they had broken the lock. 0. Robbie felt an enormous blast rock the Tornado. There was a blinding orange flash as the missile exploded near the front cockpit. All Dave saw was searing light. The cockpit was consumed by an enormous flash. Everything happened in just fractions of a second. I knew I was losing consciousness, and I was trying to get my hands towards the ejection handle, but I just couldn't move them. A secondary warning siren now kicked in. This time, a more urgent tone, like a submarine's crash dive blast, signaling multiple aircraft systems failures. Shrapnel shattered the canopy and enveloped the underside of the Tornado, shredding hydraulic and fuel lines, causing electrical failure and a massive fireball. The sirens then ceased as the Tornado started to disintegrate. Dave felt a hurricane-force wind buffeting his body. He had one final thought. It's game over. I'm going to die. Chapter 1. The Birth of the Fin. 1960 to 1990. Wreckage from Waddington and Stewart's Tornado jutted out of the desert sand. F for Foxtrot's death plunge had created a crater the size of a diving pool. The chaff and flare bospod lay at its edge, live flares still clearly visible, chaff dispensing port still open. It had somehow survived the crash intact, but the inferno had stripped away some of the sand-coloured paint, leaving a faint hint of green. Its colour a few months earlier, when the camouflaged jets had blasted across northern Europe's forests and valleys. It had now come to rest 200 miles south of Baghdad, and more than 3,000 from its natural habitat. The Tornado had for almost a decade streaked through dark, wet nights and thick cloud, just a few hundred feet above treetops and valleys. A brainchild of the Cold War, it was able to slip below the radar, avoiding Soviet surface-to-air missiles, then suddenly materialize above an enemy airfield, ready to rain down destruction. But then, in 1989, the Berlin Wall had crumbled, and with it the great Communist alliance. The brilliance of the tactical nuclear bomber was about to be lost. The battle winner had run out of enemies. Robbie Stewart had joined the Royal Air Force in October 1965, 6 months before the birth of Dave Waddington, the pilot he would go to war with in a Tornado 25 years later. All it had taken for the teenage Robbie to decide where his future lay was a couple of flying lessons during the summer holidays. I got hooked, and that was it. My career path was set. 3 years before Robbie joined up, the Cuban Missile Crisis of 1962 had brought the world to the brink of destruction. The U.S. defense condition had been raised to its highest ever level, DEFCON 2. Strategic Air Command bombers were readied with nuclear weapons to deploy and engage in less than 6 hours. Britain had also stood to its nuclear forces, including the iconic Vulcan bomber that Robbie would soon serve on, at 15 minutes readiness. In the midst of the confrontation, an American aircraft, flying over Havana at what intelligence briefs had previously suggested should be above the range of any surface-to-air missile, had been shot down by a Soviet SA-2 missile, and the pilot killed. The same system had also brought down another American reconnaissance pilot, Gary Powers, 2 years earlier, under similar circumstances. Disaster was averted when the Russians backed down and agreed to remove their nuclear missiles from communist Cuba in return for America's pledge never to attempt an invasion of the island. The Western Allies breathed again, and lessons were learned. A hotline was established between the White House and the Kremlin for direct communication in extremis. And it was now clear that flying incredibly high no longer guaranteed immunity from surface-to-air missile attacks. To stand a chance of survival, the Vulcan and its V-Force cousins had been developed to fly fast and high in order to deliver their nuclear payload uncontested. The SA-2 now clearly undermined that tactic, and the delta-winged bomber was subsequently ordered to fly in beneath the detection capabilities of Soviet radar. It wasn't ideal. The 77-ton, fully laden Vulcan was challenged by low-level flying. The forces this subjected it to induced metal fatigue, weakening its distinctive wing structure. The RAF decided that something fast, low, and capable of operating in Northern Europe's grim climatic conditions was required. The search for a new breed of fighter-bomber had begun. But in the meantime, the V-Force had to continue its role of policing the Warsaw Pact airspace. The close proximity of atomic Armageddon hadn't really featured in Robbie's youthful fantasies. But that soon changed. I had no notion of ever going to war when I joined up. But the reality of the Cold War became clear once I became a navigator on Vulcans. All the exercises we did, preparing for a global nuclear war, you really began to comprehend what it all meant. We all knew that if we ever took off in anger, it would probably be the end of me, my family, and the world as we knew it. The potentially catastrophic consequences of such a conflict made Robbie and his companions hope and pray that no one would sink to such madness. But hope and prayer are rarely enough to create a place of safety in the international political cauldron. To replace the Vulcans, the RAF needed a fresh, new aircraft. An order for 50 F-111s, the latest low-level American nuclear bomber, was made, then axed. Other initiatives came and went. Something custom-built was needed, and it wasn't going to be cheap. Late 1960s Britain was being pummeled by strikes, debt, loss of empire, and emasculated productivity. Hobbled by its aging bomber fleet, the RAF wanted a top-performing, cutting-edge jet that could keep the Soviet threat at bay. If Britain's moribund aircraft industry was to survive, it had to break away from the American monopoly and seek like-minded allies with whom to meet the challenges of the new era. European ones were the obvious, indeed only, option. In March 1969, Britain entered with gusto into a partnership with Germany and Italy, who also wanted to move away from American dependency and enhance their own industrial base. The concept of the Tri-Nation Multi-Role Combat Aircraft, or MRCA, was born. Britain envisaged a twin-engine, two-man machine that would cost around £1.6 million per airframe. She would build the rear, the Germans the middle, and the Italians the wings. The RAF and the Luftwaffe would take 420 each, the Italians 100. The spirit of optimism surrounding the 1969 Memorandum of Understanding, its detractors said, could not possibly last. How could you build 3 different components in 3 different countries in which no one spoke the same language, and where one was still using measurements in inches and feet? Then there was the far-fetched idea of assembling all the bits and pieces like a child's Meccano set. How were the Italians going to get their wings to Germany when neutral Austria and Switzerland had barred all overland transportation of military equipment. Then the Italians insisted on the aircraft being a single-seater. They didn't have any trained backseat navigators in the entire Regia Aeronautica. The Germans were reluctant too, but the argument that 2 pairs of eyes and hands were better than 1, with the solo pilot's workload being partly blamed for the high loss rate of the Luftwaffe's single-seat F-104 Starfighter, won the day. By 1970, all were on board with the idea of 2 engines and 2 seats. A highly complex and innovative design began to take shape. It would have variable geometry swing wings. Swept fully forward, the wings were optimized for low-speed flight and maneuverability. Swept fully back, the Tornado resembled a dart and was capable of high-speed, low-level flight carrying a heavy weapons load. It would be truly fly-by-wire. The pilot's physical inputs into his controls would actually be sent to a computerized flying system and then digitally onto the aircraft control surfaces. The computer systems ensured that the Tornado's handling characteristics remained almost constant, regardless of speed and wing sweep position. By the standards of the day, it was straightforward to fly, and a smooth, stable weapons platform. In the era before the existence of composite metals, the MRCA was to be constructed from 71% light alloy, 18% titanium, and 6% steel. The clear underside could carry a substantial arsenal. Its cockpit was laid out with plenty of room for the aircrew. With success vital for all 3 governments, the pressure was mounting. The MRCA label also had to be dealt with. No one falls in love with an acronym. Being fast, low to the ground, nocturnal and stealth-like, Panther seemed a credible choice. But that was also the name given to the legendary Second World War German Panzer, and a household lavatory cleaner of the time. Tornado, on the other hand, was the same word in all 3 languages, and created the evocative image of a force of nature that could strike with immense power and devastation. It was an era before any form of night vision goggles, or NVGs, so it would be impossible to fly the aircraft manually, visually, at low level, in darkness. The key to the aircraft's success was the installation of the highly sophisticated terrain-following radar system, or TFR, for low-level penetration. Originally developed by the British company Ferranti in the early 1960s, it swept the flight path ahead of a fast jet, registering the landscape and even obstacles like power lines, allowing it to fly at a near-constant altitude above whatever man or nature could throw its way. The radar returns were processed to calculate the changes in the terrain, then fed into its flight computers and harnessed to the autopilot, allowing the jet to fly itself, with almost no input from the crew, and maintain ground clearance at a constant height of 200 feet, soaring over any terrain at high speed in pitch darkness or thick cloud. Blending into the landscape, or terrain hugging, meant the Tornado could hide from enemy radar, reducing its vulnerability. But the Tornado would be nothing without the power capable of complementing these other advances. On the face of it, building a jet engine was now relatively straightforward. Just get it to suck in the ambient outside air, squeeze it, heat it with ignited fuel, and chuck it out of the rear pipe a great deal faster than it came in, and you could achieve remarkable thrust. The Americans were currently dominating the market. But this was a European project. It was time for the boffins at Rolls-Royce to show that Britain could still produce the innovative and the incredible. It was also a moment for the three nations to unite at the frontier of risk. In 1970, everything depended upon Rolls-Royce's concept for the Tornado's engine. But it only existed thus far on paper. Each power plant had to produce 16,000 pounds of thrust when reheat was engaged for takeoff. It had to swallow the huge influx of fuel necessary to produce the energy it took to lift a fully laden bomber. If they failed to conjure up the RB-199 from scratch, the whole project would fail. Smaller than existing engines, yet with more strength, it made the complex journey from the drawing board into action in 4 years, and the RB-199 demonstrated it possessed the heart of an elephant and the speed of a gazelle. Tange Webster had been warned to stay away from RAF officers. The older girls at the teach training college in Lincoln had told her the flyboys might appear a dashing bunch in their smart uniforms and fancy jets, and yes, they had a bit of spare cash and the whiff of heroism that came with being the vanguard against the Soviet threat, but they rarely hung about. At the Student Union dance in 1967, however, she actually found trainee officer Robbie Stewart pretty down to earth, and in his quiet way, really rather charming. 4 years later, when Tange turned 24, they married and moved into the village of Colby, with its primary school, 2 pubs, and a church whose foundations went back to Saxon times. Robbie was flying out of RAF Scampton, a half-hour's drive away, with 2-7 Squadron, the unit with which he would later go to war. As the pleasantly warm summer of 1974 stretched ahead of them, Tange's walks around the village began to shorten with the breathlessness of 3rd trimester pregnancy. 700 miles away, it was a humid afternoon on the 14th of August at Manching Military Air Base in West Germany, not far from where Messerschmitt 109s had been assembled in their thousands 4 decades before. Designers, engineers, mechanics, and military observers now gathered to witness what they hoped would be a step change in aircraft dynamics. The massive fin of the Tornado, in its smart red and white livery, immediately caught everyone's eye. Vital to stabilize and steer the bomber through waves of turbulent low-level air, it was as distinctive in its way as the Spitfire's elliptical wings or the Lancaster's proud nose. For many, it would give the shiny new aircraft its nickname, the Fin. German, Italian, British, and the odd American eye looked on with interest, as did the binoculars and the camera lenses of the Soviet enemy the Tornado was designed to defeat, from somewhere beyond the surrounding pine forests. The aircraft's components had been concealed beneath tarpaulin and transported 55 miles by road from Munich. Its designers had managed to keep the prototype, P-01, hidden from scrutiny, and they were determined to do so until the last moment. Given that its maiden flight was to be here, in Germany, it was agreed the pilot would be British. It fell to Paul Millett, formerly of the RAF and the Fleet Air Arm, to take the controls. After climbing the ladder to P-01 and strapping himself in, Millett patiently waited as the 2 chase jets took off, ready to examine the newcomer at close quarters in case any issues arose mid-flight. Under clear but muggy skies, Millett taxied P-01 to the runway. The sound of air molecules being ripped apart filled the deep green forests as he ignited the RB-199s. The roar increased to a crescendo as fuel was poured onto the Rolls-Royce engines, throbbing with anticipation at getting airborne for the first time. The livery became a red and white blur as he powered down the runway. Millett found the aircraft's nose eager to lift at 120 knots. Too eager. He held P-01 down, forcing it to gather more speed. The needle passed 160 knots. He eased back the stick and lifted smoothly into the air. He left the landing gear down as they climbed in case an emergency landing was called for, but all was well. Then it was time for the Tornado to look like a real combat jet. The undercarriage tucked neatly up into the broad fuselage as it powered effortlessly through the South German skies. Millett leveled off at 10,000 feet, then settled down to 300 knots, or 345 miles per hour. He was impressed. It flew as though this was the environment it had been built for. There were gasps and one or two tears as the Tornado, with a chase jet at each wingtip, flew low past the spectators waiting on Manching's airstrip. The wheels liberated themselves once again from the fuselage. The handling on the approach to landing proved to be precisely as the designers had told Millett it would be. This machine flew beautifully at low level. He took it for a low-altitude pass, then came back round. It feels as though it's on rails. You just sit with your hands and feet off and let the aircraft fly itself. 33 minutes after taking off, its wheels kissed the tarmac once more. It really felt like an aircraft that had been flying for many years. For a first flight, it was something tremendous. The handling was perfect, Millett said. It cannot be improved upon. He might have heard himself echoing the first pilot to fly the Spitfire prototype in 1936, when he said on landing, "I don't want anything touched." There was relief all round. The British aerospace and defence industry was rescued. The Germans had set the seal on their engineering prowess, and the Italians had secured a host of proper manufacturing jobs. Robbie Stewart, like many others in the RAF, had a vague notion of the Tornado's maiden flight, but he wasn't counting his chickens. Many such projects had got this far before now and failed. Just days before the Tornado's first flight, Robbie was back in his Vulcan, 50,000 feet above the North Sea, monitoring Russian maritime activity. The world felt like an unsettled place. Richard Nixon had recently resigned as U.S. President. Willy Brandt, the West German Chancellor, had also quit over the revelation that his personal assistant had been spying for the Stasi, East Germany's intelligence service. Then the Turks invaded northern Cyprus. Spiraling oil prices were crippling the West's economy, and the Soviet Union seemed to be seizing the ascendancy in the competition for global supremacy. Robbie still got back in time for the birth of his son in late August, and had a few weeks with Scott before he was back on duty with 27 Squadron, flying halfway round the world to Midway Island in the South Pacific, downwind of China, following a recent nuclear test by the People's Republic. The Vulcan also undertook the nuclear fallout detection role, otherwise known as sniffing, collecting air samples for analysis. There were upsides. The return leg home took in a refueling stop in Hawaii. We had a chance to swim at Waikiki Beach. Life wasn't all bad. His wife Tange understood the realities of service life. Robbie would be there 1 minute and gone the next. I would get the odd phone call in the middle of the night, and Robbie would disappear off on exercise for days, sometimes weeks on end. It was the middle of the Cold War, and the world sometimes seemed a dangerous place. But that was all part of our lives. Robbie's training roster also seemed to demand an unusual number of cold weather survival courses. "I hope you never find yourself in the desert," she once joked. "You've not done the course." As the 1970s progressed, the tornado began to take shape. With all three nations in harmony, the development site outside Munich grew to a workforce of almost 200 people. 3 decades on from the Second World War, there had been a few stony silences in the office shared by a veteran German Luftwaffe colonel and a similarly aged RAF squadron leader. Into this somewhat frosty atmosphere was thrown the snippet of information that both had been fighter pilots, one in Messerschmitts, the other Spitfires. Conversation became a touch more animated when it was discovered that each had fought in the same campaign over Northern Europe in the latter stages of the conflict. Logbooks were produced, dates aligned, and in no time at all, the whirling, twisting, and twirling hand gestures favored by fighter pilots revealed that they had indeed shared the same airspace, though fortunately neither had been on the receiving end of the other's bullets. As one onlooker dryly observed, they were clearly both lousy shots. No matter. A lifelong friendship had begun, with the tornado at its heart. Their business now was to help develop a jet that could fly very low and very fast, because it had to. The Soviet defenses arrayed against it were numerous and formidable. The most advanced surface-to-air missiles, anti-aircraft guns, radar, and fighters. But the tornado could dip out of sight while traveling at 600 miles per hour, 10 miles a minute, armed with the deadliest explosive device mankind had ever invented. The Tornado project was no longer on the Cold War sidelines. The Russian spy masters in the KGB reportedly viewed it as a very serious threat. One of their top agents in West Germany, Manfred Roch, was also head of planning for Messerschmitt Böllkau Blum, the German company building Tornado, and was ordered to pass on everything he could get his hands on. The Soviets pretty much got the lot, and it didn't improve their humor. The West, the KGB discovered, was building a weapon of unsurpassed excellence. The decaying British Empire, the recently defeated Germans, and even the haphazardly communist government of Italy, had formed an industrial union. It was all unfathomable to the Soviet mind. But Tornado, the Moscow comrades were told, was a problem. Even the Russian word for it, smirch, suggested something subversive. The bristling defenses of Eastern Europe was said to be vulnerable, and this was very serious. They had to know more. Manfred Roch was put on notice. Find out everything you possibly can about smirch. In 1975, a year after the Tornado prototype took to the air, Dave Waddington also flew for the first time. His uncle owned a sharp-looking twin-engine Piper Aztec, and Dave was asked if he wanted to fly. Yes, was the immediate answer. His excitement grew as he was allowed to sit in the co-pilot's seat. He strapped himself in, trembling with anticipation. The feisty, Lycoming piston engines roared as the Aztec sped down the runway. Dave watched the grass rush past as the wheels bounced beneath him. Then the vibrations disappeared, and they rose into the sky. After they had climbed to a few thousand feet, his uncle asked Dave if he wanted to take over. The 9-year-old's reply was unequivocal. Yes, please. He reached for the control column, listening intently to the instructions. I was smitten. I wanted to fly. That was my dream. Dave set his heart on becoming a pilot, a fast jet pilot. It would be many years before he would get his hands anywhere near the Tornado, which, in the words of British Prime Minister Harold Wilson, was one of the wonder birds of aviation. But his words were barely out of his mouth when the nascent bomber faced the kind of cross-examination that could cast it into the oblivion suffered by many other promising British projects. It was 1975, and the first solely British Tornado prototype was about to take wing. The gunmetal grey skies of Lancashire had cleared by the time test pilot Paul Millett eased back the control stick and felt P-02, the second Tornado to be built, launch itself into the blue with familiar ease. They passed over the green fields and marshland that spread to the sandy banks of the River Ribble below. The picturesque cottages of the nearby village of Fylde shrank as they climbed. Perfect flying weather. A blaring alarm interrupted Millett's momentary reverie. Flashing attention-getters and an illuminated caption on the central warning panel suggested a serious fault. Low oil pressure, high temperature. A jet of flame surged out of the right-hand engine. There was a lengthy silence in the cockpit. "Okay, Dave, what do you reckon?" Millett's fellow test pilot was in the back seat. "Can't see anything wrong from here," came the reply. Millett waited a few seconds. The temperature continued to build. He throttled the right-hand engine all the way back to idle. The Tornado had more than enough power to fly on one, easily enough to switch to Plan B and ask the tower to check for any visual damage before making a precautionary landing. P-02 slowly descended. Then there was another thump, followed by a big bang. Both sets of eyes swiveled left. Flame now blazed out of the remaining engine, which had just ingested a large seagull. More flames danced along the fuselage. Millett immediately shut down the left engine and slammed the right from idle straight into reheat to gain maximum power. There was an uncomfortable silence as it failed to respond, and the altimeter continued to unwind. The Tornado was sinking fast towards the marshland surrounding Wharton. The Ribble was no longer a ribbon. The buildings below them were rapidly increasing in size. The altimeter passed through 500 feet. The only engine functioning was still refusing to deliver any power. Millett scanned the gauges. What could he do? Both pilots knew that their options were limited. Prepare to eject? And leave the second Tornado ever built, the British Tornado, to bury itself in the Lancastrian marshland? 300 feet. At least the altimeter was functioning flawlessly. Fingers brushed the yellow and black ejection handle between their legs. P-02 was doomed. Time to bail out. The aircraft rocked and shuddered. Then the right-hand engine burst back into life, and P-02 soared skywards. It had been a very close call. The incident did much to inflame the inevitable detractors around any new aviation project. But P-02, despite a few hair-raising moments which included a partial snapping of the tail fin during spin trials, soon began reaching notable landmarks, including a top speed of 809 knots, or 930 miles per hour. By July 1979, the first dual-control RAF Tornadoes rolled out of Wharton, ready for instructing new pilots, though the fanfare was muted. During treacherous weather conditions a few weeks earlier, P-08 had plunged into the sea 44 miles off Blackpool during a test flight involving the hazardous loft attack profile. It could be dangerous work at the best of times, and was made worse in this instance by the mist and drizzle over the Irish Sea. There were no survivors. Despite this fatal accident, the first of many, the Tornado was accepted into service 3 years later. And while it would certainly suffer a number of ongoing technical issues due to its cutting-edge technology, the air crew and ground crew worked together to ensure that most tasks were completed as planned. The RAF finally had a fighter-bomber that could hit a target accurately, night or day, no matter the weather. Robbie Stewart noticed a bit of a difference going from the nuclear-armed Vulcan to the Tornado GR-1. The Tornado had everything you could have dreamed of for the time. Computerized flying systems, navigation and targeting kit. It could fly at night in terrible weather, at low level, hands off. It really was superb. One of its primary roles was as part of the nation's nuclear deterrent. For Robbie, as a navigator checking his target maps to be used if the Cold War ever turned hot, the idea was deeply unpleasant. You checked to see where the target was, what built-up areas it was near. That was quite a curious feeling, knowing if you ever launched, you'd be destroying a huge area, and that the world would be changing beyond recognition. If the target was more distant, such as in western Poland, the aircraft might carry a single WE-177 nuclear bomb under the left shoulder pylon and an extra third fuel tank on the right. At shorter range, the Tornado could carry 2 WE-177s, bringing the explosive power of many Hiroshimas. Along with its TFR, only used at night or in bad weather, the GR-1's other key attribute was the crew's skill, flying manually and visually, fast, and at 100 feet far below enemy radar, or in a combat situation even lower. No autopilot had this function, so they had to become highly drilled at skimming above rugged terrain, trusting their expertise to the maximum. Fast jet flying at 100 feet and at high speed, anywhere near built-up areas, was forbidden across most of the UK and all of Germany. So there was no better place to practice this crucial skill than the wilds of Canada, with its deep canyons and jagged peaks. It was a real challenge, and the cost in aircraft and aircrew lost bore testimony to the dangers. But those dangers had to be faced and overcome if the pilots were to fly the Tornado through the layers of Soviet air defense, beneath the searching radars, to ensure no missiles or anti-aircraft artillery could be guided onto them. The practice presented a real and deadly challenge, and the crews loved it. John Peters had also had a childhood love of flying, and was now a pilot who delighted in nothing more than to be behind the controls of his Tornado, especially when the RAF was really putting the jet through its paces, practicing ultra-low-level flying, or operational low-level flying, OLF, across the lakes and canyons of Goose Bay in northeast Canada. Usually, the only low-flying aircraft found there were the Beaver seaplanes that took sports anglers for a fortnight's holiday, with some outstanding fishing in remote log cabins surrounded by millions of acres of forest and the occasional bear. With not many souls about, it was also a fine place for some of the most breathtaking and challenging aviation. Unrestricted by the low-level flying limits of Europe, the Tornadoes could tear along at ultra-low level and around 700 miles per hour in very testing conditions. A key piece of advice was not to go too low. Since a lake's surface mirrored the sky, more than one pilot had become disoriented and dived straight in. For pilots blessed with great vision, Goose Bay provided the clearest atmosphere they'd set eyes on. No pollution or heat haze, just 50 miles of crystalline visibility, unheard of in the old world. But for pilots new to Canada like John Peters, when flying over the rock, lichen, and smaller trees of the northern tundra, it could be lethal. As the trees begin to imperceptibly decrease in height, there is a real danger of believing that you are flying too high. So you adjust the position of the aircraft lower in the sky to restore that familiar picture. If you are not careful, you can find yourself being drawn closer and closer to the ground as the trees, which are normally around 50 feet high, shrink to as little as 10. It is a well-known optical illusion of low flying, and everyone is made aware of the potentially fatal dangers. The Tornado crews enjoyed some of the most exhilarating flying they ever encountered. John Peters soon discovered that one particular 15-mile-long canyon rapidly narrowed as they sped between the sheer cliff walls. It had been named Star Wars Valley, after Luke Skywalker's unforgettable route to the heart of the Death Star. For John, it was the ultimate challenge. You have to roll the Tornado onto its side and pull hard, sweeping the wings forward to increase maneuverability, and squeeze the aircraft around the sheer walls of rock. Finally, you have to say, no further. Yank the stick back and pull out. It's a sheer seat-of-the-pants flying. The concentration needed was so demanding that pilots could barely look anywhere else but straight ahead, and the navigator had to do the rest. It took a lot of practice to have the confidence to push the aircraft down to 100 feet, the height of 2 rugby posts. But if it came to war, to survive the Soviets' highly capable air defenses in daylight, they were going to have to fly even lower. It was exciting and exhausting work, which increased in intensity when done on the autopilot coupled to the TFR, which for those in the front seat provided the strange sensation of being on an out-of-control roller coaster. TFR meant that nighttime or low clouds no longer limited RAF attack aircraft. Britain now had the capability to attack at any time of day on any day of the year. With the computer autopilot flying the jet, I would sit with my left hand resting on the throttle and my right lying uselessly in my lap, twitching towards the stick every time I saw a rock looming up from the ground below. Peters glanced intently at the tiny display screen of the TFR's E-scope, which showed an image of the ground in front as the radar in the Tornado's nose swept the terrain of the flight path ahead. As the jet soars over a ridge, prompted by the TFR, then plunges down into an unseen valley, our anti-collision lights reflect back from a solid wall of thick, grey cloud. The navigator hunches in the back, with only my running commentary to brace himself for the next lurch, as the jet twists, soars, and swoops, following the terrain as if glued to it. The jet could continue on TFR for as long as it liked, until the pilot moved the paddle bar on the stick that cuts out autopilot to get back onto manual control. If the Tornado could fly through thick fog, over mountains and at night, it needed to have something special to deliver, other than a nuclear bomb, if it was truly going to make an impact. The new aircraft had been designed to be multi-role, from nuclear and conventional bombing to reconnaissance, and even, in the guise of the F-3 variant, interception. In the first few hours of any Cold War conflict, the Tornado's role would be to prevent the enemy from using their airfields, and the unique JP-233 runway denial munition was specifically designed to meet its profile for fast, below-the-radar attack. Developed during the 1970s, the JP-233 was designed to render the Soviet runways built in East Germany or Poland unusable for critical operations, with a barrage of cratering weapons and anti-personnel devices. Each JP-233 contained 30 runway cratering munitions weighing 57 pounds, designed to penetrate the surface of a runway before then exploding and causing massive heave distortion to the surface area. The blast would force the tarmac upwards in a great spew of broken rubble. To discourage anyone seeking to make repairs, a further 215 anti-personnel bomblets followed on small parachutes designed to pop up on 3 legs and arm themselves, detonating if disturbed. A final kicker was that a number of the munitions would continue to detonate randomly for some hours after lying dormant. It was a vicious weapon. A Tornado could carry 2 of the 2.5-ton JP-233s, so a single raid by 8 jets brought the potent mix of 480 cratering bombs and 3,440 anti-personnel bomblets. It was a brutal and effective method of airfield operating surface denial, with one slight drawback. The scientists who developed it required the Tornado to fly straight and level down the runway at around 200 feet and 520 miles per hour, which, the air crews observed stoically, greatly increased the possibility of being shot down. And the Tornado demonstrated its versatility with other crucial tasks. The GR-1A reconnaissance version could sneak behind enemy lines and record images of troop movements, defensive positions, or bomb damage. It utilized a revolutionary infrared video system, which allowed image collection by both day and night. It was able to see the heat signature of aircraft on a runway or the heat trace of recently departed jets. This also meant that it was much harder for troops to conceal weapons that required engines, such as giant rocket launchers. Then there was the adapted Tornado F-3, the air defense variant, designed to track, intercept, and, if necessary, shoot down hostile intruders. If lacking in the maneuverability of other purpose-built fighters, it could still occupy a significant role as an interceptor. Dave Waddington's passion had remained undiminished throughout his school years. He joined the RAF straight after his A-levels, and by 1988 had fulfilled his dream of flying fast jets. He knew that they were Cold War warriors, but felt any major conflict unlikely. The idea of global thermonuclear war didn't really enter your mind. We were certainly a deterrent, but the feeling was that if the Cold War ever turned hot, it would be so catastrophic as to be unimaginable. Anyway, there was too much fun to be had flying, alongside a packed social life, to think about Armageddon. The Tornado was cutting-edge technology. I was just 22 and flying the RAF's most modern, capable, fast-jet aircraft. Being on a front-line squadron was simply amazing. The ethos, the camaraderie, the training, the lifestyle was everything I had hoped it would be. I was living the dream. Part of that dream was finding himself on the front line, even with only the most distant prospect of conflict. Nuclear war moved several steps further away one Thursday in November 1989, when the collapse of the Berlin Wall heralded the beginning of the end of the Soviet Empire. There was a question mark over whether the RAF would ever be needed for combat now that its chief adversary was gone. What was the point now of the Tornado, primed to break through enemy defenses that no longer existed? No one knew what the future held, except the near certainty that the peace dividend would mean the military establishment faced huge cutbacks. Several years earlier, in 1982, Dave Bellamy had joined up after reading about the RAF's new generation of fast jets. At the age of 18, he went straight onto the Tornado as a navigator. I loved the aircraft and really enjoyed flying it, even if the prospect of any real conflict was remote. With the Cold War over, Bellamy could read the tea leaves. A devastating blow to the Tornado force was announced to Parliament just a week before Iraq invaded Kuwait in summer 1990. The RAF was to reduce from 90,000 personnel to 75,000, with the closure of 4 bases in Germany and the loss of 6 squadrons. For Dave, it was a depressing possibility, so I had decided to leave the RAF early and handed in my notice. Costs for training a navigator ran into the millions, so his contract meant he would still have to serve another 2 years. And take a pay cut. That was fine by him. He wanted a new challenge. Under the government's options for change proposals, the British Armed Forces were to be cut by almost a fifth. Gordon Buckley, one of the RAF's top 5 Tornado pilots in terms of hours flown, was among those who faced an uncertain future. He was based at RAF Laarbruch in northern Germany, and his squadron was in line for the chop. When the Iron Curtain slowly crumbled away, I really wondered what our role in the RAF might be. I certainly didn't imagine we might soon be fighting a major war. Despite the looming cuts to RAF strength, and perhaps because of them, families like Robbie Stewart's felt that by the summer 1990, they deserved a really good holiday. Scott was now 16, and their aircraft-mad daughter Kirsty was about to reach her teenage years. The Bavarian foothills of Germany's highest mountain, the Zugspitze, and its forest of conifers offered the adventure-loving Stewarts the ideal location. The Stewarts packed the car and drove from Lincoln, across Europe, then down into southern Germany to camp at Garmisch. The host town of the 1936 Winter Olympics sat in a breathtaking bowl of snow-capped mountains. It was early August. The sky was deep blue and the air fresh. They took the train to the high station. Robbie was in good spirits as they clambered out of their compartment and prepared to embark on the hike to the Zugspitze's 10,000-foot peak. Then something caught his eye at the station gift shop. In large black letters, an English newspaper headline declared, "Saddam invades Kuwait." Chapter 2. The Gathering Storm. August to November 1990. The former British Protectorate of Kuwait was a tiny oil-rich state at the head of the Gulf, sharing just 2 borders, one with Saudi Arabia to the south, and the other with its dominant neighbor Iraq in the north. Shortly after 2 a.m. on the 2nd of August 1990, as much of the RAF Tornado force enjoyed their summer holidays, 100,000 of Saddam Hussein's elite troops, the Republican Guard, swept south with 2,000 tanks. Iraqi commandos landed by helicopter and seaborne assault. The 16,000-strong Kuwaiti army and air force put up a stiff resistance. For 2 days they held firm, until they ran out of ammunition. The bulk of their leadership, including their emir, fled into the Saudi desert. The last pockets of resistance were overrun, raising their death toll to 420, while their invaders lost 300 men and 39 aircraft. On the 4th of August, Kuwait ceased to exist as a state and became instead the 19th governorate of Iraq. Events had been set in train which would eventually cost tens of thousands of lives and reverberate across the region and the world for many years to come. A decade earlier, Saddam Hussein had made another decision with global consequences when he invaded neighboring Iran. That war had been about border disputes, religion, and Arab-Persian hegemony, and been pursued at great cost. More than 500,000 soldiers perished in battles frighteningly similar to the trench warfare of the First World War. Iran used human wave attacks, sending massed infantry against barbed wire and machine gun nests. Saddam maximized his use of chemical weapons, sending mustard gas clouds that condemned Iranian soldiers hiding in their trenches to an agonizing death. By the end, not a jot of land advantage had been gained by either side. But Iran's Ayatollah Khomeini strengthened his religious revolution, and the once prosperous Iraq was $100 billion in debt. Saddam's financial weakness was compounded in 1990 after a global glut of oil led to prices plummeting. Iraq's main income was under threat because of overproduction, and Kuwait was among those overproducing. The dire economic situation was a threat to the Iraqi president and his power base. There had been 4 assassination attempts in the previous 2 years. Saddam's reputation, hitherto sustained by a combination of brutality and low cunning, was tumbling as quickly as the price of oil. Tensions rose when he accused Kuwait of stealing $2 billion by cross-drilling into Iraqi oil fields. Iraqi divisions were ordered to assemble at the border. As last-minute compromise talks were held, Iraq demanded Kuwait pay $10 billion in compensation. The Kuwaitis offered $9 billion, but that just insulted Saddam's personal honor. The Kuwaitis would pay in blood and treasure. Saddam invaded, and a geopolitical earthquake with countless aftershocks was triggered. Margaret Thatcher was giving her full attention to President George Bush's opening address at a conference at the Aspen Institute in Colorado when news of Saddam's invasion broke. She steadied nerves by ordering the nearest Royal Navy warships to sail to the region. The British Prime Minister showed her experience as a military campaign veteran, for whom the lessons of the 20th century were clear. The next morning, President Bush asked her, "Margaret, what do we do?" Mrs. Thatcher, who famously ordered the retaking of the Falkland Islands by military force after the Argentine invasion in 1982, replied, "Aggression must be stopped. If an aggressor gets away with it, others will want to get away with it too. You cannot gain from your aggression." Saddam, occupying the country with the 6th largest oil reserves on the planet, was already highly troubling, and Mrs. Thatcher was in no doubt about what could happen next. An immediate question now was whether Saddam Hussein would go over the border and seize Saudi Arabia's oil fields. If he were to cross the border into Saudi Arabia, he could go right down the Gulf in a matter of days. He would then control 65% of the world's oil reserves and could blackmail us all. Not only did we have to move to stop the aggression, therefore, we had to stop it quickly. The prospect of Saddam's battle-hardened Republican Guard rampaging through Saudi Arabia's neatly assembled oil production facilities with its unlimited supply of black gold was deeply unsettling. The land of the holiest Islamic sites of Mecca and Medina had not been invaded for more than 12 centuries. Hysteria grew among the Saudi royal court and their people. King Fahd readily agreed to an audience with senior American officers who came to ask permission to allow their troops into the kingdom for its defense. The Vietnam veteran, General Norman Schwarzkopf, who had a reputation for a short temper and great leadership, was a member of the group. "Would strictly Islamic Saudi allow Christian soldiers onto their holy soil?" the American asked. "Yes," came the immediate response. Saudi's air bases and ports were immediately opened up to the military might of the world's dominant superpower. There had been little choice. Victorious Iraqi divisions were assembling on the border. The capital, Riyadh, was 6 hours' drive away. Saudi lay at Saddam's mercy. Despite the arduous walks that seemed to typify their family holidays, Robbie Stewart's 12-year-old daughter Kirsty had been really enjoying the 2-week break from school studies. Her dad was relaxed. There was lots of fun and laughter. There was one particularly memorable moment with him, lying in the sun by a stream before building a rock dam. But her idyll had been shattered when, ready to conquer the Zugspitze, they had seen the newspaper announcement of Saddam's invasion. Robbie Stewart had stopped, turned, and reread the first paragraph. His wife Tange glanced over his shoulder. Then their eyes met. Robbie looked like he'd been punched in the stomach. "It hit me like a sledgehammer. I just knew how it would unfold. And I knew the tornadoes I flew would be involved." They had both been aware of the increased tensions in the Gulf, but thought there had been a last-minute compromise. Both immediately understood the implications. The highway from Kuwait led straight down to Saudi Arabia and its great swathe of oil fields. One of the world's most ruthless dictators, controlling half of the world's oil, was a direct threat to global stability. After decades of atrocities, gassing Kurds and torturing his own, Saddam had finally crossed a line that could not be ignored. "You know what's going to happen, don't you?" Robbie's voice was tight. "Yes," Tange replied quietly. She had always known war was a possibility. But this seemed a world away from everything we knew. "I have to call the squadron," Robbie said. They took the train back to the campsite to get a stash of coins to call RAF Marham from the public phone box. There was relief on Robbie's face after the call. He had been told to check in regularly, but they did not need to rush home early. No immediate plans had been made to deploy tornadoes. The Zugspitze still loomed over them, but the joy had gone out of their adventure. Every night, Robbie tuned into the news. A confrontation was looming, and he was certain tornadoes would be in the gathering storm. I wasn't really enjoying the holiday as much. Each night I read about rising tensions in the region. Both Tange and I were very aware that I might be heading that way. We had a very real sense that our lives were going to change. Tange had the same nagging feeling. We continued with our hikes around the mountains during the day, maintaining the air of a normal family holiday. But at night, when the kids had gone to sleep in their own little tent beside ours, Robbie and I would discuss the situation in whispers. The possibility Robbie might be going out there and what that might mean. There was a real sense that war was imminent. Their quiet chatter did not go unnoticed by Kirsty. There were whispered conversations between Mum and Dad, staying up late at night. I had never heard of Saddam Hussein or even Kuwait, but very soon those words were part of my regular vocabulary. The holiday suddenly turned serious. It was really odd, because Dad was never like that. He was normally so laid back. Because his service life had begun in the 60s, Robbie and Tanj had always known war with the Soviets was a possibility. But this was something entirely different. Fighting, flying, and dealing with danger was what RAF flyers were trained to do. It was just that for Robbie, the Cold War had ended. Yet the prospect of dying in a real war was again staring him in the face. I had no doubt in my mind I would deploy, and it was certainly worrying. But it was my job, what I had trained to do. A week after the invasion, 130,000 Iraqi troops were massed on the Saudi border itself. To the military analyst's eye, it appeared to be a strategic pause, a moment to rest, re-equip, and rearm prior to offensive operations. It wasn't just the 1,200 tanks and regiments of heavy artillery that were unnerving the generals. The Iraq Air Force, comprising many veterans of the Iran War, was probing Saudi airspace, looking for weaknesses and recording response times. The strongest and quickest response the Americans had was air power. Within days of the invasion, 48 heavily armed F-15C Eagle fighters sounded the opening notes of the campaign to protect Saudi Arabia. The F-15s flew straight from the United States, over 14 hours non-stop, with multiple air-to-air refueling slots. Each fighter carried 8 air-to-air missiles and were ready to fight their way in, if necessary. But the Americans needed more help. One Tornado Squadron commander, on leave from Germany, was pruning the roses in his garden when the house phone rang at his cottage in the east of England. "How long will it take you to get to RAF Cottesmore?" he was asked. "Half an hour," he replied. When the officer pulled up at the airbase, a Tornado from his squadron was already waiting. He took the back seat spot from the navigator and flew straight back to Germany, then on to Saudi Arabia. Royal Air Force mobilization was taking place on a scale unparalleled since the summer of 1939. The RAF's nearest jets were in Cyprus in the eastern Mediterranean, a detachment of Tornado F-3s, the interceptor or air defense variant of the GR-1 bomber. They were there for the good training weather, as well as the odd summer beach barbecue, but were wholly unprepared for war. A few days after the invasion, the aircrew were sipping cold beers in the mess, when an eyes-only message arrived for the squadron boss. The 12 jets that had deployed to the British sovereign base to practice air-to-air combat were now heading to Saudi to stop, or at least slow, the impending Iraqi invasion. "It felt as though we were going to last 2 or 3 days out there and then would be overrun," one pilot said. A fellow navigator described it as a nightmare, mainly because the Tornado F-3s were only halfway through a major capability enhancement program. We were deploying out to the Gulf with jets that hadn't been modernized for war. We had no chaff, no flares. We didn't have the good missiles on. We didn't have the good radars. And a lot of us didn't feel we were going to come back. Saddam's reputation for murderous chemical warfare meant preparations for nuclear biological chemical, or NBC, attack were also taken very seriously. The thing that was really worrying us was the NBC, because the next time you put your respirator on, it could be for nerve gas, and that was you gone. Last letters were written, to be delivered to loved ones if the worst happened, and wills hurriedly filled in. Then it was time to leave, just as visiting military families were arriving at the other end of the Cyprus airfield for their summer holidays on the beach. Only a week after Saddam invaded Kuwait, the 12 Tornado F-3s landed at the vast modern Dhahran Air Base on Saudi's Gulf Coast. Within hours, they were back in the skies again, flying 4-hour combat patrols along the Iraq border, swapping shifts with their US and Saudi counterparts. RAF Jaguars also arrived, along with shuttle loads of C-130 Hercules transporters, ferrying in ground crew, support staff, and batteries of Rapier surface-to-air missiles. When the Hercules landed in the heat of Dhahran, 30 degrees Celsius at 2 in the morning, the load masters went into overdrive. They kicked us out of the back like there was no tomorrow, and the Herc was off taxiing before we'd even put our kit down, recalled one airman. At that point, I suddenly thought, my God, this is all getting a little bit tense. Very quickly, the RAF had 1,000 personnel on the ground, but it wasn't enough. They were joined by 4,000 lightly armed American paratroopers rushed in from the 82nd Airborne Division as part of Operation Desert Shield, the rapid deployment of troops to protect Saudi Arabia. In response, more Iraqi divisions poured into Kuwait. At this point, the horrific possibility of Saddam grabbing half the world's oil appeared to become a certainty. A few days earlier, an Iraqi officer had defected to Egypt with their invasion plans for Saudi Arabia. An expression took hold in Saudi that seemed to capture the Allies' precarious predicament. They would be mere speed bumps in an invasion, just a few battalions of lightly armed infantry who would be mercilessly rolled over by the heavy armor of the Republican Guard. The Desert Shield was in place, but reinforcements were rapidly required if it was to hold. Feeling the Florida sunshine dry off the last droplets of pool water, Dave Waddington couldn't have been happier. He was 24 and a recently qualified pilot on the RAF's most advanced fast jet. The job came with a certain lifestyle that befitted his role on a frontline squadron. Camaraderie, intense training, and, of course, some thoroughly top-notch parties. He shifted on the sunbed and glanced at his partner, Claire. After a hectic day in the Florida theme parks, where the G-forces were not to be sneered at, but some distance from those of a tornado, they were taking it easy at his sister's West Palm Beach home. It was early August, and even after a cooling dip, the heat was beginning to become uncomfortable. Somewhere in the distance, beyond the patio doors, he heard the distant ring of a telephone. He closed his eyes, shutting out the world. "It's for you, David. Someone called Bambi Thwaites." He instantly sat up. Thwaites was an executive on 2-7 Squadron, and not one to call West Palm Beach without good reason. Dave picked up the phone in his sister's dining room, and Bambi got straight to the point. He could finish his holiday, but he would be deploying to the Middle East at the end of August in support of Operation Desert Shield. He felt a rush of nervous excitement. "I was just a flying officer, very young, recently qualified, and I had been picked for the first team. There were older, more experienced hands on the squadron, but they had chosen me." The squadron executives clearly had a lot of faith in Dave Waddington. By 1990, the Tornado Force had reached its peak of 11 frontline squadrons, including 8 in Germany and 2 training units, totaling nearly 230 combat jets. There were scores of other aircrew who would have readily taken his place on operations. Dave knew he was lucky. He tried to contain his exhilaration as he headed back to the pool to tell Claire he was going to war. Life in the RAF had treated Tornado navigator Bob Ankerson well. By 1990, he had been promoted to squadron leader. And even though he had just turned 40, he was doing something that very few other 40-somethings did: flying the most amazing and sophisticated aircraft in the RAF. Bob trained for war, but never imagined it would happen. Service life was pleasant, and he had become happily accustomed to peace. He had joined the RAF almost by accident, in 1973, a year before the Tornado took flight. He had been in Nottingham with his new wife, Chris, and some friends, when they saw an RAF recruiting stand. Bob had recently been working in the aero-engine division of Rolls-Royce, but was now between jobs. "You could always join this lot," one of his friends joked, pointing at the display stand. Bob had laughed, but by the Monday morning had begun seriously considering the idea. 3 months later, he was in uniform, aged 23, and heading for a career as a navigator. Like Robbie Stewart, he first flew on Vulcans equipped with nuclear weapons that he hoped they would never use. "I didn't really think much about conflict. The RAF was more of a challenging lifestyle, exciting flying, something few people did." Bob's life might not have been quite so contented if Chris had listened to her father. The couple were childhood sweethearts. They met when they were 16. She was educated at a convent, and he at a boys' Catholic school. Chris's dad approved. As an aeronautical engineer, the clean-cut, likeable young man clearly had solid prospects. Then, 5 months after they were married, he was in the uniform of the RAF. His father-in-law, a Second World War veteran, made it clear to Chris that he did not approve. "He had seen it all as a teenager and didn't want me married to anyone who might have to go to war." "If I had known he was going to join the RAF, he certainly would not have married you," he admonished. But at least while the Cold War was center stage, conflict felt unlikely. Chris found the RAF provided a marvelous life for a young couple. The glamour of fast jets came with a social circuit of house parties and formal functions. War was so far from our minds. Even when Bob was on Vulcans, on 24-hour nuclear quick-reaction alert duty, I didn't associate any of this with going to war. And Bob was a calm, easy-going man, not a gung-ho fighter. I always thought of him as a peacekeeper rather than anything else. In early August 1990, the Ankersons were caravanning in the forests of Eifel in Belgium when they heard about Kuwait. "Enjoy your holiday," Bob was told when he called his base to check if he might be needed. There was no chance of the squadron being called up. And anyway, 17 Squadron had a key role to play in the Battle of Britain 50th anniversary celebrations and flypast later that year. He could relax. "This is Northern Fixer on guard." The air traffic controller using the guard international distress frequency was rare. Gordon Buckley, instantly alert, relaxed his grip on the Tornado's control column, climbed the jet from low level, and instinctively scoured the deep blue of the summer sky above him. "Repeat, this is Northern Fixer. Leader of kayak formation, return to base immediately." More messages followed. "Bobcat and Mallet formation, you are to RTB immediately." The list of all RAF units flying training sorties over northern Germany went on. Everyone was being recalled. Gordon had a strong idea what the recall was about. It was Wednesday, the 8th of August. Just 4 days earlier, Saddam had completed his conquest of Kuwait. In the modern age, Gordon Buckley would never have been a jet pilot in the RAF. As a teenager, he had made a schoolboy pact with his best friend that as grown-ups they would become airline pilots. But Gordon's grades put paid to that. He left school with just 3 O-levels, but what he lacked in exam results, he made up for in ambition. Aged 22, Gordon was on the road to qualifying as a post office engineer, but his desire to fly remained. He followed his instincts and joined the RAF. Those instincts were justified. The RAF identified a naturally skilled pilot, and within 3 years he was flying Jaguars, a fast single-seat strike-attack aircraft. He didn't want to be anywhere else, until Tornado came along. The air traffic controller told Gordon to divert to RAF Bruggen, home to 4 squadrons of Tornadoes and close to the West German city of Düsseldorf. His instinct about the guard call was confirmed. It wasn't going to be his last flying for that day. Air-to-air refueling, or AAR, would be imperative in any attack plan on Iraq. With the East German border just over 200 miles away, the German-based Tornado GR-1 bombers could make it to their Warsaw Pact targets and back without having to replenish their tanks. Almost none of the Germany-based crews had ever carried out AAR sorties. But if they were going deep into Iraq, that changed things. They might require at least 2 air-to-air refueling slots. The idea of approaching an airborne tanker, trailing a long pipe with a small drogue basket at high speed and at night, had little appeal. AAR was a chore for the UK-based Tornado squadrons, who would have far further to fly if the Cold War had ever turned hot. For that unimaginable conflict, the 8 Tornado squadrons spread evenly between the RAF bases of Laarbruch and Bruggen, near the Dutch border, were as combat-ready as they could be. But anyone getting out to the Gulf would rapidly require air refueling qualification. Planners scoured the records. Squadron leader Gordon Buckley, one of the force's most experienced Tornado pilots, was among the tiny handful of RAF aircrew in Germany qualified as an AAR instructor. Hence the call for him on the emergency frequency. My jet had barely come to a halt when I was ordered straight onto a Tornado with dual controls and back into the air to train another pilot. Fortunately, that pilot was a quick learner, mastering the technique that required a slow, careful approach and a dose of confidence. 1 trip, and he was qualified as an instructor. They each then took another pair up, taught them the art of AAR, and by the end of the day, RAF Germany had 5 new instructors. Gordon Buckley got back to his home at RAF Laarbruch, utterly shattered, but also somewhat elated. I really wanted to be part of it all. This was what we had trained to do. I didn't want to kill people or to die, but our job on the Tornado was war, and I had never thought I might do that job for real. We were not warmongers, but here was the possibility of being ordered to put all that training and all those skills to the test. At Laarbruch's War Operations Center, an urgent briefing had already been given by the station commander. You need to pack your bags tonight. We're going to war. Iraq? Kuwait? The pilots and navigators looked puzzled. Few of the aircrew could easily point to them on a map. Not that they had any maps of the region to examine. The answer was provided by the Tornado Squadron's ground liaison officers, who had photocopied pages out of the Times World Atlas, then taped together a mosaic of Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, and Iraq. It was the only map they had for the entire summer. What the intelligence officers lacked in cartography, they had made up for in reams of information on Iraqi Air Force capabilities. Saddam had procured a broad range of Soviet jets. He also had complex and integrated surface-to-air missile systems, or SAM, French and Russian, plus 10,000 anti-aircraft artillery guns. And in a somewhat surreal turnaround of events, some of the RAF air crews preparing for war already had experience of combat with Iraqi pilots, albeit during practice sorties while training them. When Iraq had been viewed as a friend in the region in the 1970s and 80s, some of its Air Force pilots had been trained at RAF flying schools, as well as at other prestigious establishments like the British Army's Royal Military Academy, Sandhurst. Those who had worked with the Iraqis in peace knew that if a conflict ensued, it would not be a walkover. For Gordon, there was also the moral issue of going to war in a far-off country. Kuwait had been brutally invaded, and we were hearing of some pretty horrific things going on over there. There was a moral question to all this. Surely it was right to help liberate an occupied country? Yet again the Tornado proved itself one of the airshow's top attractions. It was the 8th of August, and the bellow and power of the Rolls-Royce RB199 engines, the muscular airframe, the reheat flames shooting out, thrilled the crowds at RAF St. Morgan in North Cornwall. Hundreds of RAF aircrew stood around their aircraft, chatting to the public, posing for pictures, keeping an eye out for girls to invite to the after-show party in the officers' mess. Navigator John Nichol, a relatively new member of Gordon Buckley's 15 Squadron, had flown in from RAF Larbruch, one of the perks of the job. It was a typical air show. All your aircrew mates get together the night before. You go to the bar and have a few drinks. The form is fairly easy. All you need is a hard head and a good line in banter. The banter took a different turn later in the day. I was enjoying the sunshine next to my jet, soaking up endless questions, youthful admiration, and the Cornish sun, when the station tannoy system barked into life. The captain of the Victor tanker is to report to station operations immediately. Moments later, the entire tanker crew was scrambling towards their aircraft. "We're off to the Gulf," they shouted as they passed us. We just stared in disbelief, wondering what was happening. Then the call went for another squadron's Tornado crew, and 30 minutes later the tannoy sounded again. 1-5 Squadron Tornado crew is to report to station operations immediately. After a few minutes, Nichol's pilot came back from the operations room. "We're also on 30 minutes' notice to move," he gasped. "To the Gulf." "Nah, never. Don't be daft." Nichol didn't believe a word of it. "Yes, we've got to get this aircraft ready to go, now." Order followed counter-order as rumours flew around the base. But a few hours later they were all stood down, which after the initial tensions of the call-out was taken as a good excuse to have a stiff drink. After a few more of those, Nichol was tearing around the bar with a tea towel on his head, pretending to be Lawrence of Arabia. The standing down was going very well, and there was much laughter from the assembled aircrew. Simon Burgess, a Tornado pilot and mate of mine, called to me across the bar, "Nichol, you might regret doing that one day." When we met again a few months later, in less salubrious circumstances, Simon reminded me of that night. To get on a war footing, tornado training reached new heights of intensity, with the emphasis on low-level flying. It came with great risks. The weather was fine off Spurn Head on the Yorkshire coast on the 14th of August. No cloud below 5,000 feet, and visibility in excess of 6 miles. There was just a hint of summer haze, making it a bit more difficult than usual to see other aircraft in the area. The skies were busy with training sorties. One tornado had taken off from RAF Huntington in Suffolk and was making a practice bombing run on an East Coast weapons range. Another pair of tornadoes, including navigator Gordon Graham, had flown across the North Sea from RAF Laarbruch and were also practicing on a nearby weapons range. Not far off Spurn Head, Graham's tornado had just levelled off at 320 feet after detecting a minor systems fault. A few seconds later, he spotted a rapidly approaching aircraft dead ahead and shouted, "Brake!" the command to instantly turn away. It was too late. Both aircraft were flying at the exact same height in the same place. 2 seconds later, they collided and broke apart. Graham and his pilot ejected into the sea, but the navigator's wounds were fatal, as were the injuries to the crew of the aircraft they collided with. Graham's badly injured pilot was the only one of the 4 aircrew to survive the collision. "Fuck me, Belly, I thought you were dead," John Nichol declared as he walked into the flat he shared with Dave Bellamy near RAF Laarbruch. Bellamy looked up from his ironing and registered his fellow tornado navigator's startled expression. They were barely a week into the intensive war training. Like Gordon Buckley, Bellamy was one of the few air-to-air refueling instructors in Germany. "I had withdrawn my resignation, so I could be part of any deployment, and was then flying 3 or 4 times a day to get the rest of the squadron AAR qualified. By mid-August, I was absolutely knackered." That 14th of August, Bellamy was meant to be flying the fateful training sortie near Spurn Head. But as 2 of the 4 tornadoes programmed to fly from Laarbruch had technical problems, Gordon Graham, one of the squadron's senior officers, told him to go home. I was so tired, Gordon said he would lead the sortie with the boss, while I had some downtime. I was really grateful for the rest. I went back to the flat I shared with John Nichol to catch up on some chores. That afternoon, news of the crash and deaths of 3 aircrew had reverberated around the tornado force. There had been confusion on some of the other squadrons, Bellamy remembered. The word had gone around that I had been killed in the crash. However, I knew who had been flying in my place, and realized it was Gordon who'd died. It was awful. "You didn't serve long as fast jet aircrew before a mate was killed," Nichol said. "But this crash really hit home. Gordon Graham had previously served on my squadron, and he was universally regarded as a really decent bloke and a great operator. One of life's good guys. His loss was a massive shock for my squadron and Dave Bellamy's." Across the tornado force, from RAF Marham to Laarbruch and Bruggen, people were rushing to prepare for a war no one ever expected. It came at a cost. It was a real blow for 20 Squadron, Bellamy remembered. We had lost the boss, now seriously injured in hospital, and Gordon, one of our flight commanders, was dead. We then had Gordon's military funeral to deal with, where a number of our guys acted as pallbearers. It was an awful time. The short tribute, later placed in the RAF Laarbruch magazine, said it all. As a true officer and gentleman, squadron leader Gordon Graham will be greatly missed by the members of 20 Squadron. all of whom held a deep respect for him both as a navigator and flight commander. Our sympathies and hopes for the future go to his widow Gail and son Jamie. The ongoing deaths didn't make Bellamy, 27, reconsider his decision to withdraw his resignation, made in the light of the looming post-Cold War cuts to the RAF. He would not duck the coming combat. Bellamy was also fast becoming the 20 Squadron expert on a brand-new missile that the RAF was rushing into service. The Alarm, air-launched anti-radiation missile, was a clever munition. Its primary purpose was to seek out and destroy radar systems. Without them, the enemy could not see incoming jets or guide its surface-to-air missiles onto them. The Alarm was a standoff fire-and-forget missile that could be launched from considerable ranges, giving aircrew greater protection from ground fire. Bellamy was more than happy with that. 20 Squadron crews came to realize that they could fire a smart missile while avoiding the worst of any hostile defenses. Alarm offered the RAF and the Tornado a radical new capability. Bill Green was not going to miss leading his own squadron to war. As the boss of 27 Squadron at RAF Marham, he had thoroughly enjoyed his time bringing the flyers and ground crew up to exceptional standards. And he was popular with aircrew and ground crew alike, a frequent visitor to the business end of the squadron engineering facilities, as well as an astute planner in the operations room. There was something else that seemed to set him apart from the average officer. He was genuinely in love with flying. "I would pay the Queen to let me fly her aircraft," he would often quip. He'd met his wife Jenny when they were both studying at Oxford University. They had married in Christchurch Cathedral soon after finals in 1969. In the following years they had 2 children and settled into RAF life. Bill and Jenny Green had dealt first-hand with death in the fast jet community on many occasions. Early on in their married life, a close RAF friend was killed in a training aircraft. The previous Sunday, they had christened his 3-month-old son. Jenny was babysitting him at their friend's home when an officer arrived to relay the terrible news. As the deceased pilot's wife was not at home, Jenny later had the crushing duty to inform the young mother that she was now a widow. "We all understood that the possibility of our husbands dying in a flying accident was always there. You know it can happen, but you never get used to it." That aside, RAF routine was fairly predictable. Their children grew into teenagers, and squadron life was comfortable. Jenny knew her husband thoroughly enjoyed it. Being a squadron commander was a wonderful experience for Bill. He was dedicated to his men, and especially to the young ground crew, who he felt always gave their very best, but were not always properly recognized for their incredible efforts. Bill Green was regarded as a thoroughly decent and honourable man, the type whose troops would follow into battle. He also played the piano, church organ, guitar, and, if the squadron band's drummer failed to turn up for rehearsal, percussion too. Many of Bill's contemporaries thought he was destined for high command. He himself realized that the Cold War's conclusion would have significant ramifications. When the Berlin Wall came down in 1989, the countries behind the Iron Curtain experienced the first taste of freedom since communism had been imposed on them from 1945. Bill understood that great upheaval led to turmoil. "This is just the beginning, not the end," he told Jenny. "The world will now change in a very different way." Then Saddam decided to invade Kuwait, and his squadron was one of the first to be ordered to the Gulf. Bill was told he was going to be the detachment commander for the Tornado Bomber Force. They would be deploying at the end of August. They had to prepare for war fast. Bill's 17-year-old son Jeremy and 15-year-old daughter Philippa were home from boarding school as preparations ramped up. Living on a tornado base meant that RAF life almost became part of family life, said Jeremy. You were immersed in the day-to-day realities. Dad had known a couple of the guys killed in the crash just a few days before, and we had spoken about what it all meant. We then had a conversation about what would happen if he died in any coming war. We had known some of Dad's friends killed in flying accidents over the years, so this was now a greater possibility if he was going to war. I understood those risks. For much of my life, I said a nightly prayer, asking God to keep him safe when he was flying. Jenny saw Bill take the prospect of action extremely seriously. On previous major detachments, there would always be a happy whistling going on as Bill put new strings on his guitar and checked the piano accordion. None of that happened this time. This one was for real. And the training had to be very real. As the boss, Bill was at the forefront of the action, which included continual preparation for nighttime, high-speed attack missions. As a pilot, he was determined to be at the very top of his game. In the early days of August, while ensuring his squadron was ready to deploy, he flew hour after hour, honing his flying skills to the highest level. A sortie was set for the 16th of August as part of the intensive pre-deployment training package. The next day, the whole family would head from Norfolk to visit Bill's relatives in Northumberland to say goodbye. We were looking forward to spending a few days together as a family and enjoying some long walks on the beach before Bill's departure. That morning, Jenny had listened as he played the piano, accompanying their daughter Philippa on the violin. Jenny had made lunch and called them to the table. I had to chivvy them along to eat together so we could get away in time to visit my mother over in Stamford, who was going into hospital for an operation. Bill went off to work and expected to be back around 11 p.m. She spent the rest of the day with her mother and the children. Returning to their quarters exhausted, she went to bed, smiling ruefully to herself at the thought of the long johns Bill would currently be wearing under his flying suit. They had been dyed pale pink after a red T-shirt had got mixed up in the wash. At least they would go with the desert pink color scheme of the newly painted tornadoes they would be flying in the Gulf. It was dark when Bill took off with his navigator, Neil Anderson, from the long tarmac strip of RAF Marham. After nighttime air-to-air refueling, they flew over the flat Norfolk landscape for TFR practice, followed by a bombing run over a range near Hull. Before returning to base, they headed out to sea, paralleling the coast. Bill decided to practice the challenging low-level loft or toss bombing maneuver that they would inevitably have to use against Iraqi airfields. They picked up a ship on the radar and chose it as the target. He flicked the control to take them out of automatic terrain following, and entered a steep climb from 250 feet above the wave tops, going through a practice bomb release at around 1,200 feet, before commencing a recovery back to low level. The ringing echoed inside Jenny Green's head. It was far too early for her alarm. And there it was again, more persistent now. She opened her eyes. It was still dark. The bedside clock told her it was 1 a.m. The doorbell was ringing like mad. My first thought was that Bill had forgotten his key. I got out of bed and got halfway downstairs, then wondered if it was actually him, so turned back to put my dressing gown on. Jenny headed back downstairs. I got to the bottom step and paused. If it was Bill, would he not be calling through the door to reassure me? Another ring. She could now sense someone standing outside. She flipped open the spy-hole cover and caught her breath. RAF Marham Station Commander Jock Stirrup was standing outside in full dress uniform. The gold braid of his service cap glinted in the porch light. Jenny took a step back, forcing the bad news that lay on the far side of the door to remain where it was. If she did not answer, everything would still be okay. My life changed forever in a split second. I instantly knew what had happened. I couldn't open the door. I just sat at the bottom of the stairs. Poor Jock had to stand outside while I composed myself. It had happened to others, and now it had happened to her. No more would the house be filled with Bill's laughter, his music, his presence. She heard movement above. The children were at the top of the stairs. She couldn't delay any more. She saw her hand reach for the latch. Group Captain Stirrup spoke gently. Bill's aircraft is missing. Over the wash. There's no hope of them being alive. I'm so sorry, Jenny. The rest was a blur, but the next 24 hours are still crystal clear, indelibly imprinted on my brain, even though it was over 30 years ago. However much you think you might know what it might be like, because you have seen others go through it, it is very different when it happens to you, when it is your life. Those first moments were also imprinted on Jeremy Green's teenage mind. I still remember it all as clear as day, he said. I loved photography, and Dad had arranged for me to visit his squadron that night to take some pictures. But because of my grandmother's illness, I put it off until another day. There was always going to be another day. If I had been there, waiting on the squadron, as the news of the crash came in, it doesn't bear thinking about. Mum looked broken. We had endless visitors. We drank endless tea. At some point later, the TV news showed wreckage of his aircraft being lifted from the sea. Your mind knows the worst, but you don't want to accept it. A military accident report subsequently showed that at the peak of his weapons release maneuver, Bill Green had rolled the aircraft into a hard bank while entering the challenging recovery phase from the loft attack, aiming to get the Tornado wings level, descending back to low level, and heading away from the target. But something had gone terribly wrong, and the Tornado hit the sea at 500 knots, or 575 miles per hour, while still in an 18-degree dive. No attempt had been made to eject, and both Bill Green and Neil Anderson were killed instantly. The report concluded that for some reason during the recovery from the loft maneuver, the aircraft had entered a steeper-than-normal dive. The crew might have been somehow distracted, but in many ways it didn't matter. Another Tornado was down after just a few weeks of training for a war in the Gulf, and 5 aircrew were now dead. Bill Green's body was never recovered from the North Sea, and his passing was a bitter blow. He was the type of leader who cared for and loved his men, and that was reciprocated. 2-7 Squadron was in mourning. It would be difficult to replace the boss. Robbie Stewart's family got back to their home in Lincolnshire on the 20th of August in reasonable spirits, despite the interrupted Bavarian holiday. Robbie phoned his operations room to be told he would be deploying with his squadron. He already knew about the horrific collision off Spurn Head, which killed 3 crewmen on the 14th of August, but he hadn't heard any names. It was then that he was also given the news about his boss, Bill Green, and friend Neil Anderson, who had died 2 days later. I just couldn't comprehend what they were saying. Bill was such a wonderful guy. I was totally floored to hear he'd died. Tange was in the house when Robbie made the call. As the phone hung limply in his hand, she could see his face crumple. Robbie looked at me, but couldn't speak. He eventually managed to get out that Bill and Neil had been killed. It was such a terrible shock for all of us. Kirsty Stewart saw the hurt on both her parents' faces. She had turned 13 a few days earlier, and her father treated her like a grown-up. I still remember both Mum and Dad's reaction and how upset they were. But Dad explained about what it was like to fly at night, and how difficult it could be, how you could get disorientated. The death of close friends brought a grim focus to her father's imminent departure for war. Kirsty was growing up fast. There was a creeping realization that Dad was going away, and it was really serious. In between sorties, Robbie had a long list of tasks, from inoculations against Saddam's biological weapons to practicing pistol drills. We had to start preparing straight away, jabs, medicals, checking our personal weapons. I had a very real sense of what was to come, that we were heading to war. Talking to Tange and the kids was both emotional and hard. Lots of the younger guys were excited, but those of us who were older, with families, were a little more realistic about what we faced. After long days, he would get back late to their 4-bedroom cottage in Colby. Tange managed to sit him down for a few important conversations. We tried to sort out what we all wanted if the worst was to happen. We didn't really have much time at all, as he was so busy down at Marham, and we were up in Colby. We talked about finances, the children, their education, what Robbie hoped for us all if he didn't come home. But there really wasn't much time to plan anything. Despite the intense preparations, Robbie's pilot, Dave Waddington, found the time to visit Jenny Green and offer his condolences. Bill Green was a great boss, very experienced, an old-fashioned type of officer, and a lovely guy. I said goodbye to Jenny early because we were deploying and I would miss the boss's funeral. As the youngest guy on the squadron, there was little I could say to her. It was a very difficult moment. Training for war had claimed 3 tornadoes and 5 lives in just a handful of summer days. The other navigator killed in the Spurn Head collision had been a close friend of Bob Ankerson, as had Neil Anderson. Neil was a good operator, great company, and passionate about the RAF. His passing was a reminder to Bob that war or no war, death was the 3rd passenger every time you flew the Tornado. That was the way things happened back then. There was just an acceptance. You got used to deaths in the RAF, but these were the first real friends I had lost to accidents. It highlighted the risks, but you quickly shoved any notion of death into the background, telling yourself, it'll never happen to me. 2 weeks after Gordon Graham's death, his squadron celebrated the unit's 75th anniversary. The guest of honor was 20 Squadron veteran Air Marshal Sir Victor Groom, 92 and a First World War ace, who had flown the 120-mile-per-hour Bristol F-2B fighters in 1918, just 15 years after the Wright brothers' first ever powered flight. Miraculously, Groom survived the final year of the war, while claiming 8 kills. David Bellamy was among those watching, and he could not help but wonder if his own generation of Tornado aircrew might soon share the same fate as the majority of First World War pilots on the Western Front. As the dog days of August 1990 approached, there was a last chance for a bit of family time over the bank holiday weekend. On the Friday before Robbie's departure, Tange Stewart booked a table at the local Beefeater pub in Cannock Hill for a farewell meal. Around them, others enjoyed the summer sunshine. It was a lovely family pub and a beautiful sunny day, but the 4 of us were subdued and contemplating the future. I remember just thinking, these people have no idea what is happening. The next day, my husband and my children's father was heading to war. As Kirsty watched the other children play, she could not stop feeling uneasy. It was a horrible time. There was a sense that my dad was heading off on a very uncertain journey. After saying goodbye to them, Robbie left Marham by bus on Sunday the 26th of August, heading to one of the RAF's transport bases to begin a series of long flights to the Gulf. As we drove off base, lots of the wives and families were standing near the exit, waving. It was sobering to see them, wondering when or if we would ever see them again. But there was also a real sense of excitement and anticipation on the bus. This is what we had trained to do. Then I looked out of the window to see the Norfolk countryside flashing by, and realized we were heading to a war zone. After a 2-day journey, the aircrew landed at Muharraq Air Base on the island of Bahrain, linked to Saudi Arabia by a causeway. In between the build-up for war, Gulf Air passenger jets were still taking off with businessmen and holidaymakers, escaping the intense August heat. Even at 5 a.m. it was over 30 degrees Celsius. A dry heat with no hint of any breeze. On the shimmering tarmac, Robbie could see the machinery of war was in full swing. RAF C-130 Hercules transporters fought for space with civilian airliners. RAF Regiment Rapier air defense missile batteries bristled along the perimeter as countless transport aircraft flew in endless supplies, and RAF tankers took off for vital air-to-air refueling sorties. Everyone was on their toes, waiting for the enemy attack. The build-up at Muharraq as the machinery of war moved in was astonishing. The military had really swung into action. Back in Germany, the army was also gearing for war. In September, it was announced that the British 7th Armoured Brigade, the Desert Rats, were deploying. The Challenger tanks and Warrior armoured fighting vehicles had turned their turrets away from the Soviet threat in the east and shipped south to the desert. Reservists were called up. Trombones and flutes of the RAF musicians were exchanged for stretchers and bandages as they adopted their wartime role as medics. In the Gulf, the smell of war fighting was in the air. The metallic odor of munitions mingled with the stench of aviation fuel as sweating ground crew serviced the aircraft. It was a demanding task, preparing not only for war, but for a conflict in which it was clear that Tornado would play a lead role. It was challenging, too. The desert flying, Robbie and Dave agreed, was exceptional. No longer did they have to abide by the strict, lowest-level limit of 100 feet, operational low-level flying, or OLF. They flew as close to the ground as their skills and safety allowed, regularly below 100 feet, ultra-low level, something that was not strictly authorized. Looking on from the rear seat, Robbie found it thrilling. The desert flying was fantastic, a chance to hone our skills and practice everything at a really operational level, down at 50 feet and 540 knots. or 600 miles per hour. You'd be flying across the desert at ultra-low level in gin-clear skies. Then suddenly a herd of camels would loom up in front of you. It was the most advanced flying we had ever done. Very soon they were carrying full warloads, testing the Tornado to its maximum, practicing air-to-air refueling and low-level attacks. But for Robbie, the excitement could not hide what they were there for. There was an inevitability about it all, the sense of a relentless march to war. Enhancements were rapidly being made to the Tornadoes to bring them fully onto a war footing. Radar-absorbent paint was applied to try to hide them from Iraqi air defense systems. Have-quick radios, resistant to electronic jamming, were fitted, along with secure IFF systems that would easily distinguish between friendly and potentially hostile aircraft across any future battle space. Given the long combat sorties from the Gulf into Iraq, it was decided that for many missions, the two 1,500-litre drop tanks under the wings should be replaced by the larger 2,250-litre tanks, increasing fuel load and range. The additional kit created different aerodynamics with extra drag on the aircraft, especially when carrying a full warload. The American build-up was relentless too, and accompanied by the most sophisticated aerial weapon systems in history. Western allies and Arabs were also joining the growing force. French troops and aircraft arrived, along with 8 Italian Tornadoes, plus Egyptians, Pakistanis, and Moroccans. There was even a contingent of 500 Niger soldiers to protect the holy sites of Mecca and Medina. The build-up was a success, and the immediate threat of an Iraqi invasion of Saudi Arabia subsided. The U.S. influx had been truly astonishing. Within 6 weeks they had brought in the 24th Marine Expeditionary Force and the 101st Airborne Division, along with scores of Apache attack helicopters and the A-10 tank-buster aircraft. The Desert Shield was firmly in place. The Iraqis knew it too. Satellite photographs had shown that rather than being poised on the border, they were now digging in and waiting. In November 1990, after 3 months of non-stop preparation, 2-7 Squadron was ordered home. It was time for others to come in and share the load. Waiting to take the flight out, Dave Waddington did not particularly mind the prospect of missing any future war. Yes, it would have been exciting, but he had been selected for the choice posting of the Qualified Weapons Instructor course, and the honor to become a Top Gun pilot. If he passed, he was going to be the youngest Tornado QWI pilot, a big professional fillip, and a career marker for greater things to come. After the emotion of their rapid departure, Robbie Stewart was also only too happy to be home for Christmas. He was not one of the young guns, eager to be part of any upcoming war. He would do it if necessary, but Colby, Lincolnshire, with Tange and his children, was the place he loved. Chapter 3. Everything's Changed. November 1990 to the 15th of January 1991. The intensity of training for war had drawn the individual Tornado squadrons closer together. Comprising around 130 engineers and support personnel, with some 12 jets and 18 crews, each squadron was tight-knit, with its own traditions and proud past. As they practiced for war, the bonds grew deeper with the prospect that they too might make their own bit of history. The likelihood of battle was becoming an unnerving reality. They had trained hard since early August. They had taken casualties, but they were ready to face whatever lay ahead. At RAF Laarbruch in Germany, after 4 months of relentless training, a good party was in order. Usually it would be the annual lunch of the year around Christmas time. But because of the urgent deployments, this had to be brought forward. It fell to 1-5 Squadron's more junior crew, pilot John Peters, 29, and navigator John Nichol, 27, to organize what would be their final social event before heading to the Gulf. The two Johns had a few experienced hands to fall back on for advice. Among them was navigator Mike Toft, who with a wife and young family was feeling the tension grow as the days to deployment counted down. The in-depth briefing on the Iraqi air defenses, similar to the Soviet ones they knew only too well, had taken on a grave tone. We had really feared going up against them in the Cold War. The prospect now was formidable and worrying. That worry turned to anger in a pub one night back in England, when a couple of bikers sat down at the next table. Mike could not help but overhear the loud complaints about how tensions in the Gulf had dramatically increased petrol prices. He could barely control his anger. I thought, you bastards! Are you putting your balls on the line to bring the prices down? It was almost surreal. We were heading to war, and those outside our bubble had not a jot of understanding about what we were going to do. There was at least comfort in flying the Tornado. Mike had originally been a navigator on the Canberra, the RAF's first jet bomber. It was a step change crossing over to the Tornado with its new technology and capability. The radar was bloody awesome at low level, really easy to use and fantastic for identifying everything from large radio masts right down to turns in fence lines. And while there were occasional issues with bits of kit not working as advertised, we all completely trusted the jet. If Mike was going to go to war, then Tornado was the best option. After months of hard work, he was ready for a good party. There was another wise old hand that the two Johns could turn to for advice, and not just on hosting parties. Since joining the RAF a decade earlier, Nige Risdale had absorbed all he could about the RAF's brand-new Tornado electric jet while going through training, and his heart had been set on flying the aircraft. With scores of Tornadoes coming into service, he had been rewarded with a boy-in-a-sweet-shop moment after landing at RAF Marham in late 1982, aged 23. We were shown into one of the giant hangars, and it was chock full of brand-new, shiny Tornadoes. They looked amazing. A complete flying machine, which really looked as though it meant business. Nige was hooked and did not want to fly anything else. He was not one of the hotshot pilots who favored the single-seat Harriers and Jaguars. He preferred the comfort of another set of hands and eyes in the back seat, especially the older, experienced navigators who could offer advice and airmanship. It was a mature quality in a young flyer, and one that over the years marked Nige Risdale out to be one of the most trusted pilots on the squadron. After completing the tough QWI Top Gun course, he also had real experience and knowledge. Quiet and reserved, Risdale was a hugely talented officer, particularly respected by the younger crew. It was why, at just 31 years old, he was the designated pilot for the squadron boss, John Broadbent. Together, they would lead the squadron's initial combat missions. It was a job that needed a clear head and exceptional flying ability. The squadron's more experienced officers were an important source of knowledge, social and professional, to newcomers like John Nichol. He had joined the RAF aged 17 in 1981 as a communications technician, and after 4 years had worked his way up to the rank of corporal. An ambition took hold that perhaps he could advance further up the RAF's command ladder, so he applied for a commission as an officer, then trained as a tornado navigator. The organizational skills he had learned in the ranks were now put to good use. The 1-5 Squadron Lunch of the Year 1990 felt more than usually significant. Even then, with war mentioned daily in the headlines, I was still convinced it was not going to involve me, Nichol recalled. I just couldn't comprehend how it would all end in battle. Surely Saddam would see the madness of trying to take on the world's most modern armies and air forces, and I certainly wasn't one of those hungry for combat. All the same, the TV reports were full of images of the build-up in the Gulf. We were heading in that direction, so John Peters and I decided to lay on a daytime version of The Last Supper. They decked out the crew room in black sheets, played mournful church recordings, had Bible readings, then got everyone to dress in their flying suits with sandals instead of boots. Each officer entered the crew room solemnly carrying a lit candle, and walked to chairs at the end of the room, where the boss, John Broadbent, and Flight Commander Gordon Buckley ritually scrubbed their feet in a bowl of soapy water with the biggest, filthiest brushes the two Johns could find. There was a fair bit of drink taken and much laughter. Mike Toft demonstrated his legendary talents as a Cossack dancer. The occasional bread roll was launched, like a surface-to-air missile, across the crew room. The senior aircrew, like Nige Risdale and Gordon Buckley, looked on as though indulging recalcitrant children. It was a moment to forget both what lay ahead and those they were leaving behind. For Nichol, in among the fun, was a more sobering thought that there was a chance, no matter how remote, that some of them might not be present at next year's lunch. People were letting off steam, and most of us got a little the worse for wear. But there was a breath of something in the air, of people coming to terms with events. It was as if the religious ritual provided some sort of answer to a question we had not yet even asked ourselves. Across the airfield, final gatherings were also taking place for Larbruch's other squadrons selected to deploy. Nichol's flatmate and fellow tornado navigator, Dave Bellamy, had finally cancelled the 5-week Chilean travel adventure he had booked with his girlfriend. Instead of trekking the Atacama, he would be flying over another desert. Before deploying to the Gulf, Bellamy made one last trip home. His mother's parting words were that she had been praying hard, and, "God has promised you will be safe." Bellamy told his pilot, Trevor Roach, that this divine intervention would happily extend to him, as they were in the same aircraft. Then the rest of the formation heard about Dave's heavenly safety. Superstitions grew. Perhaps if they flew close to Dave and Trevor's aircraft, they too would fall under the good Lord's umbrella. Word spread, and other members of 20 Squadron asked if they could join the formation that was clearly going to be watched over. While it became a bit of a standing joke, there was just a hint of seriousness behind the smiles. How would they survive what was coming? It was now late November, and 20 Squadron was deploying 2 weeks earlier than Nichol's 1-5 Squadron. Bellamy was chuffed they had beaten them to the punch, but there was a downside: last-minute packing. He had put on a clothes wash, and with no time to dry his long johns and T-shirts, he reached for Nichol's prized microwave, trusted purveyor of so many gourmet baked bean dinners. He placed his flying long johns and T-shirts reverently inside and turned up the dial. A few minutes later there was a satisfying ping, but his delight was short-lived. Unfortunately, my plan hadn't worked, so I stuffed the laundry, warm but still wet, in a plastic bag. The funny thing was that the process sterilized my clothes, so 2 weeks later, when my kit arrived, I had fresh but damp clothes and no mildew. John, on the other hand, had baked beans tasting of Purcell Automatic. As Bellamy threw his clothes into his kit bag, he spotted handwritten notes among the unwashed crockery on the kitchen table. His flatmates had decided to write a couple of encouraging goodbye messages. "Bidesy-bye, Dave," Nichol had scrawled on the back of an envelope. "Look after yourself and check 6. See you when we collect our medals. I'll drop you a line. All the best, John." Their fellow flat-sharing navigator, who would also soon deploy to the war zone, cheerfully wrote, "Dave, I love you dearly. Please don't leave me. Take care, you twat. Love, Glyn." When Bellamy rose before dawn, he tucked the notes into his trousers, then proceeded to pick up his pilot from the married quarters. As Trevor Roach got into the car, his wife Katie rushed out to say a final goodbye. "Belly, promise me you will look after him. Promise me you will bring him back to me." "I promise," Bellamy replied, with no idea if he could honor the pledge, merely hoping against hope that his mum's conversation with God really was going to come up trumps. Arriving at Tabuk in Saudi Arabia, Bellamy found there were washing lines for his damp kit, but little else by way of comfort, especially not microwaves. In the far northwest of the country, they were closer to the splendid reefs of the Red Sea than the arid deserts of Iraq. The enemy border lay 300 miles to the east, and Baghdad another 200 miles beyond. Tabuk was a military air base. Functional and Spartan, it had a sense of purpose. There was no swimming pool or bar, nothing to distract them from the job in hand. There was little to choose from in the way of accommodation, although, as usual, the officers seemed to fare better than the airmen. It was something that was, generally, taken with good grace by the RAF rankers. The officers, after all, were the ones who went into battle. But the air crew also understood that without the ground crew, there would be no flying. They kept the jets airworthy. Their shared mission was a mutual bond. The officers took over the little wooden villas belonging to British Aerospace, the major defence contractor, BAE, with 6 to a room, whereas the airmen's quarters were more basic and twice as crowded. Dave Bellamy's formation was even luckier. There were no villas left when they arrived, so they were given rooms in a single men's block still used by BAE personnel. There was a feeling that the Saudis on the base, while generally friendly, were not overly enamored with having a bunch of foreigners on their land. Initial cooperation had been difficult at best. The Tabuk detachment was substantial, with aircrew from a number of the RAF's UK and Germany Tornado squadrons. The base was surrounded by hundreds of miles of desert, which for the aircrew was perfect. The flying out there was absolutely fantastic, the best I've ever done in the Air Force. Most of the Saudi desert is absolutely flat, but here there were fantastic valleys, mountains, volcanoes, and standing stones, and we were told we could fly as low and as fast as we needed to go. They shared the base with the resident members of the Royal Saudi and U.S. Air Forces, which allowed the Tornadoes to fly mock combat sorties against the highly capable Saudi F-15s, whose pilots proved to be very, very good, which prompted a mildly disturbing thought. Maybe the Iraqis are just as good. That worry was compounded by the Iraqis having the sixth largest air force in the world, with 900 jet aircraft. They would present a formidable foe. While the earlier Last Supper party had parked his troubles for one afternoon, Navigator Mike Toft, still waiting at RAF Laarbruch to deploy, could not shake off the concern of leaving behind his toddler daughter and a wife who was 6 months pregnant. Mike was returning from his sorties to a worried partner and playful 2-year-old. "How the hell are we going to get through this?" he thought. While many of the young, single aircrew brimmed with excitement, married men like Mike were more introspective. "It was a sense of duty that carried me through. I did not particularly want to go, but that's what I'd signed up to do. Was I excited? I don't think so. Was I worried? Hell, yes. Especially for Sue and our 1.6 kids. Leaving them behind for the unknown was damned hard." Mike Toft and the other 50,000 British soldiers, sailors, and airmen sent to the region were under military orders, even if it meant leaving a young family behind. The crosses being marked on the family calendar leading up to the 2nd of December 1990 seemed to speed up as his departure date drew closer. The last 48 hours were the worst. We both knew what was going to happen and just wanted to get it over with. To pass the time, they took their daughter to a local petting zoo. It didn't help. It was really striking, the normality of wandering around this little park, feeding the goats and the sheep, a seemingly happy family. But amid the crowds, only Sue and I knew that I'd soon be putting my life on the line, 3,000 miles away. Toft was flying out to replace the likes of Robbie Stewart and Dave Waddington, hurriedly spirited to the Gulf in August. He would be joining Gordon Buckley on 1-5 Squadron. While the prospect of war was daunting, some weight was taken off their minds when they were told their destination was Bahrain, and that they would be billeted in the 5-star Sheraton in the middle of town. It had excellent rooms, air conditioning, swimming pools, and, unlike Saudi Arabia, alcohol. The air crews were told to pack their dinner jackets. When they arrived at the hotel, each pilot and navigator pair was given a room to share for the duration. The genial expat community were eager to befriend the glamorous new arrivals and proved themselves generous hosts. During the day there was rigorous planning and preparation for war, but then along came the party invitations. Gordon Buckley found it curiously unsettling. There was a lot of socializing, with the locals joining us in the hotel bar for a drink and inviting us to their homes. It was really strange to be living the life of a businessman in a 5-star hotel while preparing for war. And he was not alone in still questioning whether there would actually be open hostilities, especially now the coalition force had grown to 800,000. I presumed we would threaten, have a bit of saber-rattling, and then Saddam would back down. With the distractions of a full social life, including horse riding and windsurfing in the Gulf, interspersed with flying demanding training sorties, their surreal existence continued. Sometimes it was only the dawn chant of the muezzin calling the faithful to prayer that reminded them where they were and why. Nige Risdale definitely wanted to ensure that the Tornado's leading role would achieve maximum impact with the minimum risk. Only he and 1-5 Squadron's boss, Wing Commander John Broadbent, who would be leading any initial attack, were given access to the US-controlled, top-secret planning. The missions for the first 72 hours of offensive operations were all to be pre-planned. The Americans controlled the show and decided that in order to keep the security lid tight, access to the raids would be limited to 1 crew per detachment. Leaving behind clear-headed veterans like Gordon Buckley and Mike Toft, Nige found planning for missions that presented grave dangers a taxing and lonely affair. The Tornado was clearly among the best qualified coalition bombers to do the low-level missions, and the attack plan was to use the unique runway-busting JP-233 to knock the Iraqi air bases out of action. And that came with considerable risk. In any all-out war of national survival against the Soviets, high casualties had been expected and accepted. But this was a relatively parochial battle for someone else's country. Did they have to put so many lives on the line? As one of the most qualified pilots, Nige Risdale knew better than most about the Tornado's potential. He had previously served on 20 Squadron, which had trained in dropping laser-guided bombs, or LGBs, onto their targets via the pave spike designating pod on another very capable aircraft, the Buccaneer. Using these assets, Nige had initially thought, the Tornadoes could drop their 1,000-pound bombs with clinical accuracy. I thought, we should be using LGBs. I've dropped many live LGBs, so I knew exactly what they were capable of. I thought we should get the Buccaneers out, so we'd have precision weapons to attack the airfields. The response to Risdale's suggestion was unambiguous. I was told that this was not going to happen. The sense I had got in the initial stages of deployment was that the RAF's Tornado had been sold to the Americans by High Command as an airfield-busting force using JP-233s to put airfields out of action, which of course was exactly the role we had trained for, so it made sense. In fact, while it was undoubtedly true that the RAF had been earmarked for its airfield attack capability, the idea of bringing in Buccaneers to provide precision targeting was also being discussed and dismissed. As Air Vice Marshal Bill Ratton, the British Air Commander, later recalled, most airfields were very overcrowded, with some such as Bahrain particularly so. But we wanted to introduce the Buccaneer into theatre to provide ourselves with a laser target-marking capability. This led to a spirited debate in which Horner, General Chuck Horner, the overall air commander, made his position quite clear. The Brits simply did not need to import any more aeroplanes because the USAF could provide all the designation that might be needed. It was decided the JP-233 would be the RAF's main contribution. It had been developed specifically for Tornadoes to sneak through Soviet defenses, then deliver their devastating ordnance via a high-speed, low-level overflight. The Iraqi Air Force was able to operate from a number of very large and well-prepared bases, and the USAF lacked dedicated airfield denial munitions. So the Americans warmly embraced the British offer of employing Tornado GR-1s to complete the job. But Nige knew that the JP-233 was going to present a challenge, particularly to get enough aircraft over the target to achieve the requisite damage. The weapon had been designed to decimate Warsaw-packed runways, punching through their thick layers built on dense northern European clay subsoil. The cratering munitions would bury themselves, then explode, heaving the runway surface upwards and causing massive damage. The tactics we had always used dictated that knocking out an 8,000 feet Soviet runway on day one of the Cold War going hot would require one Tornado, 8-ship formation, each carrying 2 JP-233s, attacking that single airfield. Those of us who survived that initial assault would return to base, reload, refuel, and then repeat the attack about 4 hours later with another 8 aircraft loaded with JP-233s. We would have deployed 32 JP-233s, nearly 1,000 cratering munitions, and 7,000 anti-personnel bomblets for one single 8,000-foot runway. Nige was told their first target in Iraq would be the giant military airbase of Talil, near Nasiriyah, about 150 miles northwest of Iraq's second city, Basra. It was a tough proposition. Talil had 2 parallel 12,000-feet runways, about the same length as Heathrow airports, and 2 taxiways, which could also be used for takeoff and landing if required. Talil effectively had 4 12,000-foot runways. There were also HAS, hardened aircraft shelter sites, in each corner of the airfield, with individual access direct to the runways. During all those Cold War exercises, we never imagined we would truly have to do it for real. So the numbers game hadn't really mattered. That had all now changed. It was going to be a big ask. The old Cold War missions had also been planned over familiar and accurately mapped terrain. Iraq was an entirely different proposition. Unlike Europe, the vast deserts were bereft of landmarks for the navigation system which fed the Tornado's main computer. The Tornado was not equipped with a global positioning system, similar to a car's sat-nav. It used an inertial navigation device, which was programmed with an exact start point when on the ground. It then used a complex system of sensors to continuously monitor the speed, height, orientation, and direction of movement of the aircraft to keep its position updated and fed into the main computer. But inertial systems lose accuracy over time, so the navigator needed to regularly update the main computer with a precise location. For the most part, they would use the ground mapping radar to identify a prominent feature such as a radio mast, bridge, or coastal outline whose exact coordinates had been previously fed into the system. With the point carefully identified by radar, the navigator would mark its location relative to the aircraft by clicking his hand controller. In simple terms, the Tornado main computer knew exactly where the known feature was, so could precisely calculate its own position in relation to it. And the main computer would be updated with incredible accuracy. Now, with few reliable fixing points in the Iraqi desert, and before any night vision devices were widely available or in operational use on the Tornado, Nige Rizdale was struggling to find a way of getting the aircraft safely and accurately on target in total darkness. He sought permission to bring 1-5 Squadron's most experienced navigator and his fellow qualified weapons instructor into the confidential process. In Paddy Nichol, 1-5 Squadron had a highly talented and accomplished mission planner. A big, universally respected character, he had flown Victor tankers on the famous Black Buck bombing raids during the Falklands War 8 years earlier. While Paddy was not easily fazed, he quickly recognized the complexity of Nige's challenges and their need to change their Iron Curtain-centric thinking. The task of planning every sortie for my own squadron would have been enough, but to plan for all of the other Muharraq-based Tornado units as well was a different challenge altogether. What exactly was our credibility with the other units? Would they understand our thought processes and the tactics we would employ? Had they undertaken the same extensive work-up training? What were their strengths and weaknesses? Unfortunately, due to the highly confidential nature of our work, these were questions that remained largely unanswered. Yet they niggled away at me constantly. I tried to make the plans as simple as possible, minimize the threat, maintain accuracy, and provide an element of surprise. Together they began to work on how they were going to take out Talil. In theory, they might need hundreds of JP-233 attacks to put this single airfield out of action. Iraq then had countless more of these massive air bases, said Rizdale. We were also really concerned about our ability to produce the accuracy that we would need for these missions to be anything close to successful. They re-examined the best maps they had of southern Iraq and saw an oil pipeline that ran along Saudi's northern border, along with a series of telecommunication masts. That was enough to give the attackers an accurate navigational fix as they crossed into enemy territory. But once inside Iraq, the systems would need further radar-identifiable landmarks to feed the computer. Going back to the maps under the strip lights of the planning room at Muharraq Air Base, while the rest of the squadron enjoyed nights out, Nige and Paddy saw that the Iraqis surrounded their bases with a massive metal fence whose corners provided a really useful aiming feature, easily identifiable on radar. It was a great find, but only if the 20-year-old maps were still accurate and the Iraqis had not moved any fences. The JP-233 was not only unproven in battle, there was barely a Tornado pilot who had flown with one. A live drop had been undertaken during its early testing, and in 1988, 2 crews had flown with a fully armed and JP-233-loaded aircraft to test the handling capabilities at the aircraft's maximum permissible weight. But this very expensive and highly secret weapon was not authorized to be deployed for normal peacetime training. The restrictions were quickly lifted. Nige flew his first ever sortie with 2 live JP-233s on the 17th of December to check how the war-laden Tornado coped with the weapons. A total of almost 5 tons under its belly at low level before people began shooting at them for real. In some ways, the Tornado was a fish out of water in the desert. It had been designed for the European theater of operations, to fly at low level and in a cool climate. Now we were flying it in incredible heat, which meant the engines were less efficient. But the Tornado still performed well, even if it was thirsty work for its engines. As Nige and Paddy prepared the first missions of any imminent engagement, the rest of the Muharraq detachment, excluded from the secret planning, continued its training and socializing, oblivious to what their colleagues were doing. I had absolutely no idea whatsoever that planning was at such an advanced stage, remembered John Nichol. It was never mentioned or discussed. We simply carried on training for an event I personally thought would never take place. And in our downtime, we continued to enjoy the nightlife of Bahrain. In the lead-up to war, a curious cultural contrast became apparent between the British and their closest ally. American audiences exceeding 14 million, including President George Bush, and the overall Allied military commander General Norman Schwarzkopf, had been gripped by The Civil War, a documentary series that captured the nation's imagination with brutal imagery of that elemental 1860s conflict. The filmmakers had employed the novel technique of using the camera to slowly pan over graphic contemporary photos. Accompanied by the mournful tune of the Ashokan Farewell, and with a voiceover by Morgan Freeman and others, it was an instant hit when first shown on the public broadcasting service that September. A Vietnam veteran, Schwarzkopf ensured his officers watched it to better understand the nature of war. But the show was also having a negative effect on morale back home. With the prospect of mass casualties, public support for an invasion began to diminish. The Civil War series on TV has had a sobering effect on many, Schwarzkopf noted. Gordon Buckley and the rest of 1-5 Squadron were among those from the British military who were engrossed in something entirely different. The videos of the iconic series Blackadder Goes Forth had just been released. The two Johns, Mike Toft, and on the occasional night off from planning, Nige Risdale, and Buckley's veteran navigator, Paddy Nichol, gathered in a room at the Sheraton for some light relief. Laughter echoed down the corridor during the moments of blackest humour, when the insanity and carnage of First World War trench warfare contrasted with trenchant comedy. But the show also had poignancy and resonance for those about to go into action. Particularly the last installment, when Captain Blackadder, played by Rowan Atkinson, was ordered to lead his men over the top, or sausage side, in a doomed assault. Captain Blackadder knows Operation Certain Death can only end one way. He attempts to feign madness, placing a pair of underpants on his head and pencils up his nose, telling his sidekick Baldrick to ask him questions. "Whibble," responds Blackadder to each in turn. The ruse doesn't work, and in the final moments before leaving the trench, he reflects on the insanity of war. Who would have noticed another madman around here? The whistles sound, the men go over the top, the outcome is inevitable. The final scene, shot in slow motion, is as stark and sobering as they come, as the main characters are mown down by machine gun fire. It had a profound effect on Buckley and the watching aircrew. The room just fell silent at the end. It was really quite moving. It became an unwritten rule that this last episode should not be played again. The rest of them, however, were played relentlessly, and most of us could recite the lines by heart. Wibble and sausage side became well-worn phrases heard while we were flying. It seemed to reflect the reality of our own approaching war. Not long after Gordon and his flight had arrived in the Gulf, a seismic event occurred back home that shook both the British military and their allies. During more than a decade in power, Mrs. Thatcher had made many enemies, not least within her own Conservative Party. Her fading political instincts failed to detect the knives now being unsheathed by her own tribe, determined to oust her at any cost. On the 22nd of November she resigned, and was replaced by John Major. The establishment was rocked, and Saddam delighted. George Bush was not. The U.S. president was handed a note during a visit to a warship in the Gulf. General Schwarzkopf noticed an instant change. He was stunned. Thatcher was his closest friend and staunchest ally, and had helped him the most in the early days of the Gulf crisis. Back in Britain, things weren't pretty for John Major either. Loyal to the end, he had seen his mentor brutally dispatched. But that was politics, a brutal business. The reality for Major was a tricky inheritance. Inflation was in double figures, interest rates at 14%, unemployment rising by 50,000 a month, and house prices falling. Recession loomed as he now led Britain towards its most formidable military operation since the Second World War. While war, diplomacy, and high politics had people glued to their televisions and newspapers, at home at RAF Bruggen that November, Navigator Bob Ankerson got on with day-to-day tasks as a flight commander on 1-7 Squadron. Soft-spoken and avuncular, Bob was a well-liked and trusted navigator with 3 decades of service. So he had felt a touch put out that after so long on the Cold War front line, he was going to miss out on the real thing. He had been selected to remain on base and look after affairs while the majority of the squadron deployed. If battle casualties started to occur as expected, a steady hand would be needed to steer the squadron through trying times. His wife Chris could sense his disappointment. He had trained all his career for this moment and didn't want to be left behind. I thought it would be tough for him, but I also felt a sense of guilt that all my friends' husbands were deploying and mine would be safe at home. At least they could spend more time with their 12-year-old son Gareth, who would soon be back from boarding school in England. In early December, Bob was back on a training course at RAF Cranwell in Lincolnshire. He was passing the delightful neoclassical main building on his way from a good lunch in the officers' mess, when he was called to the telephone. There was little small talk. His squadron boss, Wing Commander Dusty Miller, got straight to the point. Another navigator had been pulled from the deployment. Family circumstances. "You've had your last beer for a while, Bob. You're booked on a flight back to Germany first thing tomorrow. You're going out to the Gulf at the end of the month." "Okay, boss." Bob Ankerson put down the phone, told his instructors he was leaving the course immediately, went back to his room, and packed his bags for war. In their married quarters, Chris was contemplating their Christmas plans when she got the call. "Everything's changed," Bob told her. "I'm deploying to the war zone with the rest of the squadron in a few weeks." For a moment she found it difficult to speak. Everything really had changed. "But your mum and dad are coming over in a few weeks for New Year," she said, knowing full well that family plans made no difference to war orders. Bob arrived back in Germany the next day. With so much to do, there was no time to discuss what it all meant and the implications for their future. They managed a few snatched conversations about life insurance and bank accounts, but Bob's view was everything was in order. You'll be fine. Chris understood. He was on a war footing, preparing to fly out to the Gulf. My naive thought was, the worst won't happen to Robert. Things like that don't happen to us. He'll be quite safe, do his bit, come home, and we'll carry on as normal. Bob's new pilot was the young but extremely likable Simon Burgess. In between vaccination jabs, small arms training, and gathering personal kit, they managed a few sorties together. Bob quickly understood why Simon was popular. His charm on the ground was matched by smoothness in the air. Whereas most of the squadron had had a good few months to prepare, Bob and Simon had just a few days to build their partnership. Flying low, fast, at night, into enemy fire, required extraordinary cooperation between pilot and navigator. Any of the usual aircrew jibes of talking ballast and stick monkey, navigator and pilot, were quickly parked. The pressure of flying, navigating, and getting bombs on target was immense. Cooperation was everything. Monitoring actions and correcting each other's mistakes. Anticipate, communicate. They learned to work the Tornado together. We were flying intensively, building trust, preparing for war together. The personal relationship was going to be crucial. Although I was a flight commander and senior officer, once in the air, all of that was forgotten. We became a finely honed team. Developing that relationship was crucial, so that when the chips were down, we each had total trust in the other's decisions. Bob and Simon were training for the war. while Nige Risdale and Paddy Nichol were in the midst of planning it, 3,000 miles away. Standing in the operations room at Muharraq, arms folded, they looked over their mission planning notes, the top-secret U.S. Air tasking order, and countless charts spread across the table before them. On the area map it looked easy. Head roughly northwest, and their first target, Talil Air Base, was around 500 miles from Bahrain. Perhaps 60 minutes flight time. But you'd arrive with little fuel left in the tanks. There was no way the Tornadoes were going to fly from Bahrain or Dhahran directly into Iraq or over Kuwait and its complex SAM defenses. They traced a more westerly route over Saudi Arabia, along what would become known as the Tanker Trail, paralleling the border. Here, scores of jets would meet up to refuel before heading into Iraqi airspace. To attack Talil, Nige decided on a route that began with them heading 500 miles west. We would have around an hour's transit from Bahrain, paralleling the Saudi border, taking on fuel, until we dropped to low level to penetrate Iraq where it was least defended. We then might have around an hour at low level to and from the target, so we also needed to refuel on the way home. With 700 combat aircraft assembling to go into Iraq on night one, at intervals timed to the nearest 5 seconds, the tanker rendezvous timings had to be precise. It was all very different from what now seemed like the fairly straightforward Soviet strategy. Even the jets had changed color from the shiny new green, gray, and black Nige had seen at RAF Marham 8 years earlier to their current desert sand. The new kit inside the Tornado, the massive new fuel tanks, the live JP-233s, it had all happened very quickly. He sighed. It seemed that changes were happening so fast, there was no time to absorb the impact or implications. Paddy and I realized we just had to ditch our Cold War mentality and reevaluate all the tactics and procedures we had ever used in Germany. We had never really trained or prepared for the coming scenario, and I had a sense of somewhat hoping for the best. We had major fuel considerations and the real possibility of less than accurate navigation and weapons aiming systems. The best they could do, Nige and Paddy concluded, was to employ the JP-233 to harass the Iraqi air base's operations. We came up with a plan to use the JP-233 to cut across the runways, access points, and taxiways. Hopefully, the anti-personnel mines would then hamper any repairs. These bomblets were both vicious and cunningly designed. They would shred anyone who disturbed them. And if a bulldozer attempted their clearance, they would tip over and fire a shaped charge slug of metal through the blade and into the driver's cab. 8 aircraft, each carrying 2 of the 2.5-ton devices, would bring a deadly mix of cratering munitions and anti-personnel bomblets to Talil. Knowing that American bombers were also going to bomb the crap out of the airfield before we arrived, Paddy agreed that it wasn't going to be necessary to cover the entire area with JP-233 munitions. We chose points where we could have maximum impact, taxiway and runway intersections. Break up the runway there, and you could theoretically stop aircraft entering the runway and taking off. After several submissions, the plan was given the go-ahead. While the pair spent long nights planning in secrecy, the younger officers were also hard at work ensuring the squadron's social reputation remained intact. Indeed, on his second night in Bahrain, with senior officers missing at a meeting, John Nichol and others were ordered to take up their formal invitations to a cocktail party at the British Club. The club was packed out with expats eager to greet us and thank the RAF for what they were doing. From that moment on, our social engagements blossomed. For Paddy and Nige, the long nights in front of maps meant they often missed out. We did lots of the planning in the evenings when most of our formations were relaxing at our favourite restaurants, Senor Paco's Mexican or the Upper Tree Cup of Tea Thai. I knew Buckers was confused that I wasn't around in the evenings to socialize. The level of secrecy imposed by the Americans had meant that even Gordon Buckley, who would actually lead a formation of tornadoes with Paddy, could not be told what his navigator was doing. I knew Paddy was up to something, but he never told me what. He would just get up out of his bed in the morning on a day off and say he was going to work. The parties and socializing were a diversion from the realities that lay ahead. If it was war, then young aircrew like Peters and Nichol wanted to sharpen their skills to have a chance of surviving. That meant some of the best and most challenging training of their lives. Peter's mentor was a squadron leader who had been in the Gulf for some months. He briefed us on the hazards of desert flying. He made sure we took on board the ways in which the sun can deceive and disorientate, and gave us tips on how to fly low, safely, in a flat and featureless environment. It was really tricky, gauging height under certain combinations of terrain and light. So we kept it careful to begin with, nothing too gung-ho. But as the days went past and we got used to the conditions, we began winding the aircraft gradually downwards towards the deck, foot by foot, inch by inch, until we were all hammering along just above the sand, right down at 40 feet. On a visit to Tabuk Air Base in the west of Saudi Arabia, Nichol experienced something not unlike Peters had during his Star Wars moments in Canada. We went through narrow gorges, so narrow that it seemed John Peters was continually having to roll the tornado onto its side to squeeze through the sheer sandstone cliffs soaring high above us. We flew through the most fantastic rock formations, sculpted by sandstorms. To look at it, it was stunning. To fly through, a joy. And flying low over Saudi Arabia, John Peters got a true sense of the scale of the assembling invasion force. Below us in the desert were scores of Allied tanks parked in the sand, along with huge piles of equipment, ammunition dumps, supply dumps, and fuel bowsers. On the road there was convoy after convoy of armor and supply trucks, the traffic almost continuous, with vehicles chucking up huge dust plumes. The build-up was continuing apace. War was far from Tange Stewart's mind. She could not hide her joy at the promise of a family festive season with her tornado navigator husband Robbie now back home. The long, painful days and clammy August nights, listening to the BBC World Service reports on the panicked reaction to Kuwait's invasion, had become a memory. She was pleased, really pleased, that Robbie had returned home after 3 months in the Gulf. He had been away many times before on exercises around the world, but this time it had been different. Now he was back for good. Robbie was also delighted to fit back into family life with the prospect of battle banished. I wasn't one of those desperate to go to war. I was ready to do it if necessary, but was not hugely disappointed if not. I quickly went back to normality, enjoying family life with no thoughts of war. In mid-December, Robbie even had time to visit Tange's village primary school to chat about the Gulf region. Dressed in his flying suit, he had chatted to the wide-eyed children about the desert geography and rock formations. although it was his videos of ultra-low flying that attracted the most attention. Delighted with the children's reaction, he arrived back home in Colby in good spirits. He gave his teenage daughter Kirsty a kiss and was about to get changed when the phone rang. Standing beside him as he picked up the receiver, Kirsty couldn't really hear what was said, but she didn't need to. Lowering the phone, her beloved father simply said, "I'm going back out to the Gulf." Dad's face was ashen. We knew that our lives had changed at that moment. I could see him trying to hold back tears, not wanting to show too much emotion. It was horrible. Her dad was her idol, a constant figure of love and support. Now Kirsty only saw worry and fear. Instinctively, she knew the bedrock foundation of him always being there was gone. Tange had barely got through the front door when Kirsty and her older brother Scott fell on her. "Dad's going back out to the Gulf." The looks on their young faces confirmed her fears. "It felt like a fist to my stomach," Tange remembered. "I know it was his job and his duty, but it was a real shock that, after just coming home from the war zone for Christmas, he was going to have to return. As an RAF wife, I knew that in reality, if anyone should be going back out, it should be him. But as a civilian wife and mother, it was hard. I had to hand over my husband to the RAF again, and it felt as though things were getting very, very serious." She paced the house as Robbie talked through the implications. "I was really upset discussing it with Tange. We both had no doubt that war was just weeks away, and I was going to be part of it. It was a huge thing for the family to come to terms with. The kids were upset because they could see we were upset. The whole family knew the reality. The tornadoes would be at the forefront of the action. A small number of men would be taking immeasurable risks, going into battle against a foe who would do everything they could to kill them. The children were old enough to be told the harsh realities. Kirsty appreciated their honesty. "It was horrible to see my parents affected like this. The people you look up to for stability, who you trust to be there for you. I could see Dad was truly concerned. There were tough conversations about what we would do if Dad was killed, how we should stay at our schools, how Mum would ensure everything would continue as normal." Her father also explained the exact nature of a tornado strike mission, and when the war might start, that the 16th of January was a new moon, and total darkness would cloak any potential attack. He spoke of the danger, but also of the tornado's brute strength and resilience. He explained why the RAF's job was so important: to protect, as far as possible, the lives of the young soldiers fighting on the ground. Robbie also arranged to meet his insurance broker friend to discuss changes to his life insurance policy, just in case. The seeds of danger and reality, which had been sown back in August, were now fully grown. But 13-year-old Kirsty was grateful for being treated as an adult. "I'm pleased we discussed it all. We could see it happening on the news, and it was important we knew the reality. There was a sense we were all in this together, and I would probably need to grow up a bit." For the Stewart family, Christmas 1990 would not be the joyous occasion they had hoped for. David Bellamy wanted to do his best to conjure the warm feeling of Christmas back home in the flat, featureless terrain surrounding Tabuk Air Base in Saudi Arabia. Of lights, decorated trees, and cozy carol services in village churches. The base lay 900 miles due west of Bahrain, and was a similar distance in terms of comfort. It had become the RAF's biggest tornado deployment, with 19 jets and personnel from a number of squadrons. Bellamy and some of his colleagues sought solace and a moment of serenity amid the austerity. On Christmas Eve, a small room converted into a chapel, filled with those keen for a reminder of home and oneness with God. To the accompaniment of a piano, they sang Once in Royal David City, and a sense of Christmas enveloped the small community. The emotion of Silent Night, with its link to the trenches of the First World War, was followed by the uplifting Hark the Herald Angels Sing, with pertinent references to death, salvation, and resurrection. O Little Town of Bethlehem brought the service to a close, and those with families could not help thinking about children opening presents with fathers absent. Warm handshakes were exchanged as the service sheets were handed back in, most obeying the instruction typed in bold at the top and bottom of the paper, not to be taken away. Holding a non-Islamic religious service in Saudi Arabia was against the law. It was now after midnight, so with formalities out of the way, the pilots and navigators retired to Bellamy's room and settled down to an alcohol-free beer. After a show of hands, it was agreed to open one of the 10 rial presents they had bought one another from the local market. It was a curious collection: a toy Uzi machine gun, a non-leather wallet, and a bottle of sexy musk oil. Bellamy's gift at least provided some practical use: a tape of Saudi music. Despite its austerity, Tabuk had its own oasis. British Aerospace had built accommodation around a quadrangle with a lawn that the previous occupants had kept in good order. When the boom of Rolls-Royce Tornado engines was silent, it became a small corner of calm and relaxation. You could tread on soft green grass, listen to the fountain, and contemplate fish in the pond. A serene spot for the flyers to open their family presents on Christmas morning, before heading off to the compound to serve the airman Christmas dinner. An old hand at the tradition of officers serving the junior ranks, Bellamy wore an unwashed flying suit for the inevitable food fight that broke out, deploying Brussels sprout missiles tipped with deadly brandy sauce. After watching a football match between the RAF and a Saudi 11, the officers assembled at 7 p.m. for their own dinner. It was a smart affair. Most had packed their cummerbunds and black bow ties. The menu showed they were also in for a treat. The starter was a shrimp cocktail or French onion soup, followed by roast turkey or beef Wellington, served with the usual trimmings of baked, roast or croquette potatoes, broccoli, and, of course, Brussels sprouts. For the flyers, there was an extra treat. The BAE contractors had produced some altered grape juice, homemade wine, which disappeared at an alarming rate as soon as the Amen had followed the Padre's grace. The room filled with banter and goodwill, a near equal to the merriest of Christmas tables. After dessert of cake and ice cream, and with the memories of the carol service still fresh, Bellamy felt the vocal cords stir, recording in his diary, "I had a need to sing. Quite soon it is a riotous and joyful 2-0 squadron yelling at our rivals from RAF Laarbruch 1-6 squadron." Everyone felt quite merry, so we headed off to the BAE Lightning Club to make a night of it. Several jugs of home-brewed later, our voices had turned hoarse from singing Christmas pop songs. It was like a scene from another war, when the drink flowed and officers gathered around the mess piano, as a fire blazed during a bleak winter's day on the Western Front. Dave Bellamy got away from the party in good order at 11 p.m., only to be woken up hours later by his pilot, Trevor Roach, crashing into their room, a good few sheets to the wind. "This will be a short night, and I bet I will be crabby tomorrow," Bellamy noted in his diary. For Norman Schwarzkopf, the man in charge of the effort to eject Saddam Hussein's Iraqi invaders from Kuwait, Christmas 1990 was a solitary time, contemplating the possibility that for perhaps many hundreds of young men under his command, it could be their last. The latest intelligence showed the Iraqis had built up a defensive force of 545,000 troops in and around Kuwait. In response, the coalition of the Arab world and the West had grown to 800,000 troops, one of the most powerful ground forces in history, with the very latest tanks, armored vehicles, and artillery designed to defeat the once mighty Soviet Union. General Schwarzkopf also had 2,000 combat aircraft at his disposal, which would be the tip of his spear when the fighting began. As the lights on his plastic Christmas tree twinkled and carols played from his tape machine, he drifted off to sleep. Suddenly, the red telephone next to his bed gave a shrill ring. The warm voice was instantly recognizable. "I couldn't let this day go by without calling to wish you and all the men and women under your command a Merry Christmas," President Bush said. "I know that you are far away from your loved ones, but I want you to know that our thoughts and prayers are with you. You now know the course we are on. Our prayers will stay with you during the coming days." Schwarzkopf now knew that war, and all that came with it, was imminent. The next day he sat alone opening presents from his wife and 3 children. His 20-year-old daughter Cindy had written him a poem titled, "You Are My Hero." It brought home his loneliness. It was the most desolate hour I had spent in Saudi Arabia. At other times I'd felt harassed, exhausted, browbeaten, burdened. Now I simply missed my family. John Major, who had only been Prime Minister for 5 weeks, spent the weekend before Christmas with President Bush and his wife Barbara at Camp David, discussing options for the coming battle. The President disclosed his preferred start date, the moonless night of the 16th of January. He did not glory in war or in the military might of the United States. He was a reluctant but convinced warrior. Camp David, deep in the wooded hills of Maryland, was a long way from the deserts of Iraq, and for a moment Major managed to escape his troubling thoughts. Work over, George and Barbara Bush gave us a delightful weekend, full of log fires, good food, Christmas songs from a small male-voice army choir, and the occasional film. After receiving the unwelcome news of Robbie Stewart's deployment, his wife Tange had tried to keep everything as normal as possible over Christmas, visiting friends and family and outwardly maintaining the British stoicism and reserve that everything would be fine. But not so far beneath the surface, she was worried. Rob was leaving us again, and that sense of the unknown hung over us all. Only once did Robbie's mask of calm slip. Just after Christmas, the Sunday Times ran a huge feature on the tornado's capabilities, weapons, and potential targets the air crews would be attacking. It included a map with all the bases in the Gulf and the type of aircraft and tactics used. He was livid. "This is just the bloody sort of information an enemy interrogator will use against a captured airman." There was anger, too, at the petty military officialdom facing those about to go into combat. With a wife who was 7 months pregnant and toddler back home, Mike Toft couldn't help dwelling on the what-ifs. Before leaving home, he'd had the conversation with Sue. The conversation that had happened over the centuries, when a husband going to war made provision for failing to return, usually caveated with, "should the worst happen." there was one small hitch that Mike wanted to resolve before it was too late. As he was an officer on a short-service commission contract, Sue would only be entitled to a widow's pension and a lump sum payment of around twice his salary if he was killed. But Mike discovered if he was on a permanent commission when killed, she would receive nearly 4 times his salary. It was money for nothing. Mike had always intended to stay in the RAF for life anyway, but had not yet got around to changing his short-term commission status. He quickly filled out the necessary paperwork, but heard nothing in the weeks leading up to Christmas out in the Gulf. Now the deadline for war was just weeks away, and still the paperwork had not been processed. Before the ultra-low-level training sorties over the pancake-flat deserts of Saudi, Mike used his spare time to chase up the clerks. Their answer was always the same. "It's being processed, sir." His concern grew, and he decided extreme measures were required. The issue had to be resolved before he went to war. Mike stormed into the admin porter-cabin, and with the merest hint of a smile, carefully removed his pistol from its shoulder holster and placed it on the clerk's desk. "Is the paperwork for my permanent commission sorted out yet?" The clerk glanced from pistol to officer. "But, sir—" "No more buts," Mike firmly interjected. "I need this to be sorted, now." "But, sir, it's Boxing Day in the UK. No one is working." For a moment there was silence. Then they both laughed. Mike holstered his pistol, his concerns somewhat dissipated. A week later, the clerk called with news. "Congratulations, sir. You now have a permanent commission." It was just 2 weeks to Saddam's deadline to withdraw. Should the worst happen, Sue Toft would now receive some reasonable compensation. Mike Toft was not the only one considering the looming realities of war. His pilot, Mark Paisley, had already taken into account what was a late addition to the deployment from another squadron, but he and Mike had bonded well. "I think it was probably much more difficult for the married guys with kids. I was quite relaxed about deploying to the Gulf. I'd had a bit of a rough time in the previous months with the end of a relationship, so this new phase, while it might present dangers, was something I was quite calm about. I had no real concerns. I had ensured all my affairs were in order, and had written a last letter to my mum and dad to be delivered if I was killed, setting out my final thoughts and feelings so that they had something from me. I sealed it in an envelope and propped it on the desk in my room back at Larbrook. Knowing everything was as settled as possible, Mike and Mark slept a little easier, as the Christmas memories, good or ill, were already fading, and 1991 began. As the fireworks detonated over the married quarters at RAF Bruggen that New Year's Eve, Chris Ankerson stared up at the bursting stars. I was standing outside the front door, watching the fireworks, thinking, I wonder what 1991 is going to hold in store for us all. Another wife and I exchanged a look. We didn't say anything, but we each understood. Her neighbour's husband had already deployed. Her own husband, Bob, would soon follow. Events were now beyond their control. They had entrusted their husbands to the RAF. Bob's parents had flown to Germany to celebrate New Year, but were not told about his impending deployment. Throughout the holiday period, Bob and Chris could barely conceal the strain while pretending everything was normal. Just before they left for the airport, Bob informed his parents that he was going to war. His father's eyes welled up. He too had served in combat during the Second World War, and knew that the difference between death and life was measured by a hair's breadth. Bob had rarely seen his father cry. As they stood amid the civilians heading to less challenging destinations at Dusseldorf Airport, tears slipped down his father's cheeks. "Please, be careful, son," he whispered. A few hours later, at 2 a.m. on the 2nd of January, 1991, there was another emotional farewell. This time, Bob Ankerson was on the doorstep of his home, hugging and kissing Chris and his young son one last time before bidding them farewell. Her arms wrapped around his chest, the grip made awkward by the pistol carried in her husband's shoulder holster, an intrusion on the life they had built together, where war was something that had previously existed in another world. In early January, Robbie Stewart and Dave Waddington trickled back to Bahrain with other new arrivals to bolster the tornado force, pinching themselves again at the sight of the Sheraton's marble floors, crystal chandeliers, and polite receptionists. The warm welcome from both locals and expats was complemented by the temperate climate of the Gulf. Blue skies and low humidity, ideal for shorts, sandals, and the pool, the equivalent of a perfect English summer's day. Even when they left the hotel's comforts, the facilities at Muharraq Air Base were, in military terms, 5-star. The crew room was a fully air-conditioned porter cabin with armchairs and a fridge crammed with cold drinks and chocolate. Across the causeway in Saudi Arabia, the hum of aircraft engines, the assembly of military vehicles, and shouted commands to newcomers fresh into theatre told Bob Ankerson and his pilot Simon Burgess that they were very much in a new world. It was last light on the 4th of January when they stepped onto the tarmac of Dhahran Air Base, and the RAF personnel had never seen anything quite like it. It was well ahead of anything we had in Europe. 7 runways, the most modern, hardened shelters, underground bunkers, all mod-cons, a very impressive setup, an engineer recalled. Others were also stunned by what they were witnessing. The first day we saw 550 helicopters all lined up. All the U.S. Marines, the Army, the 82nd Airborne were coming through. Norman Schwarzkopf's mighty army was poised to implement the United Nations resolution to use all necessary means to restore Kuwait's sovereignty. The task would require brute force, and Saddam's invasion had been mistimed on several counts. In the last half of the 1980s, American aerial bombing technology had achieved astonishing advances. The U.S. had the most sophisticated aerial arsenal in history. At the forefront were the F-117 Nighthawk stealth fighters, accompanied by B-52 bombers carrying air-launched cruise missiles, along with advanced F-15 and F-16 fighters. Beyond the glamour of the jet fighters, the Americans had key assets such as the Airborne Warning and Control System, or AWACS, whose radars could see every aircraft flying for hundreds of miles. They also supplied countless air tankers, critical to allowing deep strikes into Iraqi territory, and an armada of helicopters. As the ally of choice, British officers in Saudi, like Nige Rizdale over in Bahrain, had already been allowed into a highly secretive group based at the coalition headquarters in Riyadh that was preparing the Master Air Attack Plan. Rigorous and detailed organization was required to send wave after wave of aircraft into enemy airspace. The Tornadoes and their ultra-low-level tactics were put at the forefront of Operation Desert Storm, the plan to remove Saddam from Kuwait. Even the American fast-talking, high-fiving fighter jocks felt admiration for the Brits when it dawned on them what they really did. Very fast, very low, at night, and right over the enemy's heads. That took balls. For Wing Commander John Broadbent, the Tornado Detachment Commander at Muharraq, there was no doubt about their tactics. I had 20 years' experience on the RAF's front line, and as far as I was concerned, nobody was seriously considering going to war in a tornado at medium level until we had established air superiority. If established, that dominance of the skies would negate the much-feared threat from the Iraqis' own fighters. Until that condition had been fulfilled, it would have been wrong, even foolhardy, to contemplate such an option. We were up against the Iraqi Air Force, powerful and battle-hardened by several years of war with Iran. We fully expected them to be ready and willing to fight, and we had to judge them on their capability, not guess at their intentions. And the Americans were not the only ones to pass comment on the dangers. Before leaving home, Gordon Buckley's wife Dawn had laid down the law. "Whatever you do, do not take any risks when you are out there," she ordered. Gordon had to take note. Dawn had previously stopped him from applying to the Red Arrow's aerobatic display team because she didn't want him to take more risks than he already needed to, flying fast jets. But Gordon also knew the time was approaching when he would have to defy Dawn's instructions. In those early days of January 1991, Bob Ankerson and Simon Burgess soon got down to work, trying to catch up with those who had been training for months. Nerves were certainly required, and sometimes it was best not to draw too heavily on one's well of courage by seeing how much was really needed. During one night sortie, flying over the Saudi desert on autopilot, at a steady 200 feet in complete darkness, Bob and Simon decided to pop one of their high-heat anti-missile flares. The area around us lit up so brightly, and we could see the ground rushing past at indecently close range. We decided not to repeat the exercise, but to continue along in darkness and blissful ignorance. Not that they had much chance for practice. As the 15th of January deadline approached for Iraqi forces to leave Kuwait, they managed to squeeze in only 5 training sorties. The brief was that we were cleared to 100 feet, but to remember that we could be going to war any day, and so to make the most of the opportunity. We flew over the desert at 40 feet, almost level with the top of the palm trees, flashing over herds of camels out in the bleakness. It was a truly memorable experience. They practiced more anti-missile drills, using chaff and flares, then spent hours on the ground reading the intelligence reports on Iraqi SAM systems. It was a bonding experience for Simon and Bob, thrown together just days before deploying. We were flying together, working together, building up that level of trust and relationship. We both needed to know that we could rely on each other, regardless of what was thrown at us. It didn't matter what flying we were doing, practice bombing, intense low-level TFR at night, tanking. The important thing was that we were flying together, getting to know each other, how we worked, finding out how the other person thought, building confidence before we headed into the unknown beyond Saudi's border. On the 8th of January, exactly a week before the deadline expired, they were told the British Prime Minister, John Major, would be visiting Dhahran Air Base to meet the troops. The question many asked was, would the PM go to the effort of visiting if they weren't going to war? Bob Ankerson and Simon Burgess could ask him personally. They were his designated hosts on the Tornado. It was late afternoon as the pair took him through the aircraft's functions. Major asked a few questions about the Tornado's capabilities, then climbed down from the cockpit and stood on a box as the troops gathered round him in a large horseshoe. John Major was not a military man and was troubled by war. As a non-soldier, I was uneasy at sending others to war, even though I had no doubt it was right to do so. His own son, James, was just about to turn 16. Many of the men before him were only a year or two older. Major knew that he would be sending some of them into a battle from which they would not return. War was all but inevitable, and he did his best to steel the soldiers and airmen. They were going to be at the sharp end of whatever may happen in due course. One senior officer present had an inkling of what was afoot. Something in the way he said it made me think he knew something I didn't. There were some in the crowd and many families back home who hoped a last-ditch meeting between U.S. Secretary of State James Baker and Iraqi Foreign Minister Tariq Aziz might head off the possibility of conflict. That meeting, Major told them, was not about negotiation or compromise. It was to make it absolutely certain, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that the Iraqis understood that the Allied forces are serious, that if they do not withdraw from Kuwait and go back to Iraq, at some stage we will use the force. That evening, Bob featured prominently on the television news, and his wife Chris was overjoyed. I actually saw Bob on TV, as he and Simon showed the Prime Minister around a Tornado. It was lovely to see him and to have that small glimpse of my husband, a tiny connection, however distant. As John Major left the troops he was about to send to war, he was reminded again of their age. There is nothing impersonal about war. It is about sending young people out to fight, and perhaps to die, for a cause older men decide is worthwhile. The odds were clearly shortening. There was quiet chatter among the troops as the gathering broke up. Beyond a miracle, fighting was now close to certain. On the 9th of January 1991, the world's attention focused on Geneva's Intercontinental Hotel. President Bush had insisted on going the extra mile for peace, offering the chance for Saddam to leave Kuwait without a fight. America was also facing its biggest military challenge since the humiliation and soul-searching of the Vietnam War. The U.S. president wanted to demonstrate he was doing his best to avoid war and to reassure the public, especially those watching the graphic and bloody deaths depicted in the Civil War TV series. The talks failed, and at 8:55 p.m., Tariq Aziz, Iraq's smooth-talking foreign minister, took to the podium to address the world's media. He spoke for 30 minutes, conveying Saddam's final threat. If America and its allies attacked, Iraq would retaliate by attacking Israel. Clearly, the dictator had not lost the cunning that had allowed him to dominate Iraq since 1968. Drawing the Jewish state into the conflict would make America's Arab coalition allies extremely uncomfortable. As is his final warning shot that Iraq was preparing for war, left little doubt about what was coming next. The RAF aircrews in Bahrain had decided to turn in early, rather than stay up till past midnight to hear news. Shortly after dawn the next day, Gordon Buckley woke up to the sound of the local newspaper being shoved under the door of his hotel room. The glum faces of Aziz and U.S. Secretary of State James Baker, staring from the front page, told their own story. No compromise, no peace. "I think we are going in, Paddy," he said, dropping the paper onto his navigator, Paddy Tichel's bed. The atmosphere across the region was nervously expectant. Military hardware was everywhere. A constant reminder of Saddam's unpredictable nature were the respirators, or gas masks, carried by every serviceman, and their proximity to their NBC, or nuclear biological chemical suits. The NBC kit was there to protect against any deadly chemical or biological agents Saddam might deploy via one of his Scud missiles or Air Force bombers. In 1988, he had dropped a lethal cocktail of mustard gas, VX, and sarin onto Iraqi Kurdistan. More than 5,000 Kurds died from a ghastly cyanide-type poisoning. Saddam had stockpiled up to 4,000 tons of deadly chemicals, and intelligence spoke of 800 Scud-B missiles with a range of 500 miles able to deliver them. The press reported that chemical warfare was not only likely, it was inevitable. John Broadbent was in no doubt about what might happen. "We were charged with planning an air campaign to ensure that as far as possible, Iraq's air power could not be brought to bear either on the thousands of friendly troops massing in the desert or on packed Saudi airfields and infrastructure. There was a real fear that Iraqi aircraft carrying chemical or biological weapons would attack our airfields or vulnerable ground forces." In fact, Saddam had been warned in private that any use of chemicals, on either civilians or military, would be met with the most robust defense. During his long meeting with Aziz, James Baker had told him, "If conflict ensues and you use chemical or biological weapons against U.S. forces, the American people will demand vengeance, and we have the means to exact it. This is not a threat. It is a promise." It was widely known that the armories of U.S. aircraft carriers in the region held nuclear weapons. The preparations intensified in the remaining days before the deadline. On the 13th of January, a last training sortie of 3 Tornadoes flew out of Dhahran Military Air Base for a simulated low-level attack. There they were to test their flares against heat-seeking missiles while flying at ultra-low level, followed by one last exhilarating run through the valleys in northern Oman. Soon after the flares were deployed, a radio call went out for the No. 4 aircraft, flown by pilot Kieran Duffy and navigator Norman Dent, to check in. There was no response. Again the call went out. Flyers began frantically scanning the skies around them. After several attempts with no reply, and still with no sign of No. 4, we spotted a large plume of black smoke several miles behind us, the formation leader recalled. We immediately turned around and headed for the smoke. To our horror, we found a very obvious scrape across the desert floor, several kilometers long, the smoke rapidly dispersing, and numerous unrecognizable items of debris scattered along the line. There had been no mayday call, no parachutes, no distress beacons activated, and no word on the emergency frequency. Even without enemy fire, ultra-low level, well below 100 feet, flying came with extreme danger. Exactly 2 months earlier, Jaguar pilot Keith Collister, 26, had been killed when his aircraft hit the crest of a sand dune in Saudi Arabia. The later investigation showed that during a hard left-hand turn at ultra-low level, travelling at almost 600 miles per hour, the wingtip of Kieran and Norman's Tornado brushed the sand, and the aircraft cartwheeled into the desert. Pilot and navigator were killed instantly. Their squadron commander was deeply saddened by the loss. It was such a waste. That was what gave me more personal grief than anything else. They were two young lads with lots of spirit, but they were gentlemen, great friends of everyone, the leading lights in the squadron junta, the young men who are the squadron personalities. The crash was a devastating blow to morale in Dhahran, particularly for close friends of the pair. It really knocked people who were just about to go to war themselves, particularly the ground crew, who'll never forget that they started the aircraft up and waved goodbye as it went off. The news of Dent and Duffy's passing had been broken to the rest of the Dhahran contingent by the Tornado Detachment Commander, Jerry Witts. "We have sadly lost 2 colleagues and 2 friends. But we have to concentrate on the job in hand, as the war may well be starting very soon. We will mourn their passing later." There was little more to be said. Dave Waddington heard the terrible news after his own last training sortie with Robbie Stewart in Bahrain. If you lose a friend or colleague in training, like Kieran Duffy and Norman Dent, you just have to put it out of your mind. There is nothing you can do about it. There is a sorrow that someone has died, but you have to go on. You get into a tornado full of excitement. You never think, crikey, I might die on this sortie. Of course, the possibility is always there, but if you thought that way, you would never go flying. Logic tells you there is a risk, but emotionally, you put that aside. News of yet another fatal training accident arrived back at the crew's home base of RAF Bruggen, where 4 tornado squadrons were located. Chris Ankerson saw how the deaths affected the whole station. But she also felt something else, something possibly every other wife experienced. There was a terrible sense of loss and sadness, especially as they were so young. But other than expressing sympathy, there was little you could say to their friends. There was also a quite selfish notion at the back of your mind. Thank God it's not my husband. You feel terrible about that, but it's the way things were if your husband flew fast jets. The 2 deaths brought the total in the tornado force since August to 7. They were unlikely to be the last. No one doubted the extraordinary demands about to be asked of them. The deaths so close to the 15th of January deadline made the prospect of war and its consequences a sobering reality for the young military men. Tensions rose, too. Now 6 weeks into the shared hotel room with John Peters, John Nichol found himself angry at his pilot's constant interruptions while he was trying to listen to the recording of messages from home his young nieces had sent along with his Christmas presents. I just snapped, then threw on my shorts and went for a long run along the seafront. I sat alone on a rock for an hour or so, staring out to sea. It had suddenly dawned on me, in its full and horrible reality, that I was going to war. There was no turning back. It had not really hit me before then, but the message from my nieces back home had pulled the emotional trigger. After my sojourn on the rock, I felt better about it. I had come to terms with it. Peters had gone for a long run, too. They had lunch together, and no mention was made of the flare-up. each understood. The time was approaching when they would be among the few in the heart of enemy territory. The same day Duffy and Dent were killed, Mark Paisley, who would be flying alongside Peters and Nichol, sat in the Muharraq operations room penning his regular letter to his mother back in the UK. The light-hearted details of his formation's social life were no longer relevant. He had already told her where his last letter, only to be opened if he was killed, was located. And he now turned to the stark analysis of what might soon happen. Dear Mum, the time is 04:30, and I find myself drinking black coffee and contemplating the days ahead. All of the peace initiatives have failed, and by the time you read this, I expect we will be at war. It seems almost incomprehensible that in 1991 such an undertaking is necessary. Everyone held out the hope that the fighting would never really happen. Many seem surprised it now will, and no one is prepared for the sacrifices which lie ahead. We are now on a shift system, and I work from 1 a.m. to 1 p.m. Today it has rained since midnight, and everywhere is flooding, which seems really strange. With all the sandbags and puddles, I am reminded of the First World War trenches. Despite the immediate prospects, morale is high. Much emphasis has been placed on our training and equipment, but that is all an echo of times past. Undoubtedly, we are prepared, but even the best-laid plans have the habit of running amok. Let's hope the war is decisive and short, though I can't see it myself. Since this is probably my last letter until war breaks out, I just want to tell you that the last couple of weeks have been very happy for me. I will write whenever I can, but circumstances might overtake me. Be brave yourself. I love you very much, and I'm proud to be your son. Hopefully nothing will happen to me, or I will be very angry. As aircrew across the region assembled for the final briefings, they were given an overview of what General Schwarzkopf wanted to achieve. The air attack plan had originally been given 4 phases. A doubling of aircraft strength from November meant the massive air armada could now achieve all 4 at once. The main objectives were to gain air superiority, destroy Saddam's Scud missile sites and chemical warfare locations, and disrupt command and control. At the same time, and this was where Tornado came in, they were to suppress the Iraqi Air Force's capability, which meant smashing their airfields. Everyone would then focus on going after the tanks and troops dug in around Kuwait, paving the way for the ground invasion. In Bahrain, the Tornado crews were given an eve-of-battle pep talk by a senior officer who had flown in specially for the task. It proved less than inspiring. 1-5 Squadron Flight Commander Gordon Buckley, seated at the front of the briefing room, remembered that the gist of it went along the lines of how lucky you all are to be going to fight the Iraqis, and how I wish I could be coming with you. But the VIP spoke so quietly that most of the audience couldn't hear him. None of those present thought of themselves as lucky. Not when going up against the world's 6th largest air force, and defences bristling with multiple SAM systems. It was, thought Buckley, a massive prospect, and I certainly did not feel lucky at all. The officer, who had kept his service cap on throughout the briefing, promptly left. Few at the back of the room had actually been able to hear the not-so-rousing, motivational speech. "Why was he talking so quietly?" one asked. "Because what he was saying was secret," came the tart reply. Buckley left the meeting convinced that never had a call to arms speech done more to discourage people to fight. As the hours ticked past, Gordon and the rest of the aircrew were now left to contemplate their immediate future. I began to think, what the hell are we going up against here? Chapter 4. The Wolf Pack. 16th to the 17th of January, 1991. The senior officer arrived at Tabuk Air Base direct from Air Headquarters in Riyadh, carrying a briefcase handcuffed to his wrist. He was waved through security and moments later entered the briefing room with the 1-6 and 2-0 squadron formation leaders. Senior Navigator Dave Bellamy watched him remove, with a flourish, a folder marked Top Secret from his briefcase. He somewhat bigged himself up as he briefed us on the plan for the first 24 hours of the war, but there was no real detail on our targets or what the hell we would actually be doing. Retaining his solemn demeanor, the officer placed the secret papers back in the case, handcuffed himself to it, and left. "Dave, it's best you reserve some planning space for your formation," one of the flight commanders quietly told him afterwards. "Aha, roger that," Bellamy replied. It was the morning of the 16th of January, the day after the UN deadline for Saddam to leave Kuwait had expired. Something was definitely on the cards for Bellamy's squadron equipped with the Alarm anti-radar missile. The message of peace and goodwill from the Christmas service he had organized a few weeks previously was a distant memory. After breakfast, the aircrew assembled in the operations room, where maps of Iraq and Saudi lined the wall. Bellamy sensed growing excitement as the rumors of imminent operations took hold. Everyone was chit-chatting and laughing like little schoolboys. Some were smiling excitedly, treating it as a school outing, while still trying to acknowledge the seriousness of their situation. The detachment commander walked in and set it all out in simple words. Training was over. The jets were being loaded for war. It was happening. As lead planner for 2-0 Squadron, it was Bellamy's job to organize the details for the Alarm attack against their target, a major Iraqi airbase. 1-6 Squadron would follow in their wake with the JP-233 runway-busting weapon. Al-Assad lay 100 miles west of Baghdad, and a few miles from the meandering waters of the Euphrates. It was built on top of an oasis known locally as Abraham's Well, which was now covered with tons of asphalt, forming two 13,000-foot runways. It was a key installation housing the Iraqi Air Force fighters that protected Baghdad from a Western attack. It was strongly defended. Batteries of SA-6 surface-to-air missiles, which had proven their worth against both modern Israeli jets and U.S. fighters in Vietnam, defended the area. Each unit consisted of 3 missiles mounted on a tracked vehicle, making it mobile as well as deadly. The SA-6 missile had a range of 15 miles, could reach 46,000 feet, and travel at more than 2,000 miles per hour. The half-dozen launchers per battery were controlled by a single radar vehicle that could track aircraft almost 50 miles away. The system's strength was also its weakness. To track aircraft, the radar vehicle had to emit a strong radiation signal. British defence scientists had recognized the guided SAM threat and invented something clever to counter it. The Alarm, or Air-Launched Anti-Radiation Missile, could detect an enemy radar system from a range of more than 50 miles and home in on the signal. Just before impact, a laser fuse would set off the high-explosive warhead to demolish the equipment and any exposed personnel. While enemy SAM operators could theoretically turn off their radar to break the lock of other incoming anti-radiation missiles, such as the American HARM, Alarm had a clever ploy to counter the tactic. If the targeting information was lost, it would use a rocket to zoom climb to over 50,000 feet and deploy a parachute, taking up to 10 minutes to descend as it waited for the ground radar site to switch on again. Immediately it did so, the alarm would update its target's position, jettison the parachute, and dive down onto the target. Alarm had been rushed into the Gulf, and few had witnessed its effectiveness. Dave Bellamy knew more than most, as he had trained everyone on the system since October. As a standoff, fire-and-forget missile, Alarm offered the Tornado a radical new capability. It could be launched at considerable ranges and hit any of a number of radars. 2 Tornadoes, each carrying 3 alarms, were to fly the 500 miles from Tabuk to Al-Assad and take out the SA-6 radars guarding the airbase. If they failed, then the 4 Tornadoes from 1-6 Squadron, following a few miles behind, were going to have a rough ride delivering their JP-233s onto its long runways. Navigator Mal Craghill, 22, would be one of those bombers following Bellamy's formation and hoping it had severely degraded Al-Assad's defences. One of the youngest aircrew in theatre, Craghill had presumed Saddam would not be so stupid as to risk any sort of confrontation with the incredible forces ranged against him across the region. I thought he would back down at the last minute, and we would not be required. I now knew I had been wrong. But he was now ready for the fight. I don't remember any real nerves at all. We were well trained and had prepared as much as possible. There was certainly a sense of trepidation, but it was more about how I might perform, not wanting to let anyone down. Craghill and all of the Tabuk crews were about to discover just how prepared they actually were. Some 900 miles to the west of Tabuk, 16 aircrew from the lead formations of 1-5 Squadron in Bahrain were gathering in the War Operations Room for a similar briefing. The previous day, Nige Risdale's detailed attack plan had been presented, so the crews were familiar with the task ahead. But a tight lid was kept on the precise date and timing of the attack. Early that 16th of January, Gordon Buckley, leading the second half of the formation of the initial 8 ship, had detected that Wing Commander John Broadbent, the Tornado Detachment Commander and Risdale's navigator, was acting a bit twitchy. Gordon was direct. "Are we going in tonight, boss?" Broadbent's reply was less so. "I've heard nothing to say we aren't." Risdale was only part way through his update when the boss was called out of the room. A top-secret communication had just been received. 16th of January, 1991, from HQ British Forces, Middle East, to RAF Detachment Tabuk, RAF Detachment Dhahran, RAF Detachment Muharrak. Top secret exclusive. For Detachment Commander, from Air Commander. Subject, Wolfpack, Execute Order. This is the Execute Order. H-hour is declared as 0000Z, 17th of January, 91. Acknowledged by flash signal to Air Commander and personally by secure speech. War was authorized, and the attack start time, H-hour, was set for midnight, Zulu or Greenwich Mean Time, that evening. 0300 local time in Baghdad. For Buckley and his companions, the impact was electric. It was an incredible feeling just to look around the room and see the guy's eyes really widen. We were actually going to do it. 8 tornadoes would be going into Talil, each carrying 2 JP-233s to rain down a fearsome load of runway-cratering munitions and anti-personnel mines. John Broadbent, too, was struck by the enormity of the journey they were all about to embark on. As I gave the brief that first night, the thing that worried me most was how I would react under fire. How would any of us feel when we saw the flak for the first time and realized that someone was actually trying to kill us? Would the training kick in and allow us to just shrug it off as of little consequence? Or would our guts turn to liquid and the urge to turn and run be irresistible? Would the fact that this was far from being the war that we'd all signed up for to defend the White Cliffs of Dover make a difference to our resolve and preparedness to make the ultimate sacrifice? I, for one, couldn't be sure of the answer. But we were all going to find out soon enough. Later, the Ground Liaison Officer, or GLO, an Army Major, gave the final intelligence brief. This particularly popular GLO had invented a 1-5 squadron tradition during Cold War exercises in Germany, in which comic lyrics he had written to the tune of "It's a Long Way to Tipperary" were sung as any practice war entered its final catastrophic nuclear phase. As their first ever real war mission briefing drew to a close, the GLO turned to Broadbent with a slight raising of his eyebrows. "Squadron song, boss?" There was a moment's silence. Given the circumstances, it appeared an audacious question. "Why not?" Broadbent replied. The raucous singing was heard by navigator John Nichol as he approached the intelligence room for the regular evening update. He had spent the day lounging around the Sheraton's pool and marbled foyer, waiting to hear news of any attack before driving to Muharraq in the late afternoon with the rest of his formation. He instantly understood what it meant. A tight feeling of apprehension grabbed me. I felt almost sick with anticipation. The first attack wave had their mission. I presumed we, on the second wave, would soon follow. It was a truly momentous realization. Unable to restrain his curiosity, Nichol knocked on the door and entered. I saw all my mates in full war kit, trying very hard to deafen one another with the infamous squadron war song. As the singing stopped, the GLO said, "Give us 20 minutes, John. We're still briefing." I knew then for sure, from the tone of his voice, that I had just been looking at the aircrew on the first RAF attack wave of the Gulf War. Nichol closed the door as his pilot John Peters appeared in the corridor. "Shit, we're really going to do this," he said. "It's really happening. We're going in." Inside the room, Buckley had noticed one of the female intelligence officers wipe tears from her eye as the song came to an end. It was a strange sensation, standing there singing a ridiculous song as we were about to embark on the type of mission we had flown endlessly on Cold War exercises, but were now doing for real. Were we all going to get back okay? Was I going to be able to carry out the attack successfully? Buckley and the rest of the Tornado Force would soon find out. Similar scenes were playing out across the RAF's Gulf bases. At Dhahran, with its recent influx of GR-1A recce jets, now the largest force in the region, Wing Commander Jerry Witz, the Tornado Detachment commander, was off duty in the house he shared with other senior officers. We were watching CNN and chatting. I thought that now Saddam had faced off past the deadline, he'd start to pull out. Then my phone rang. It was his operations officer. "Can you come into work, boss? Straight away?" I just grabbed my kit and drove in. I was absolutely terrified. I remember my knees were trembling. My foot was shaking on the accelerator. I was thinking, I can't believe this. I can't believe this. I was looking at other motorists and thinking, I wonder if they know where I'm going. One of the Victor tanker pilots who would shepherd the Tornadoes into battle also received a phone call. We had particular coded messages. If the caller said, "The mail is out," it meant you were not needed. If the caller said, "The mail is in," it meant you needed to bring your crew in. The tanker captain's coded message was abundantly clear. We all came in, and it suddenly dawned on everyone that we were about to do something unstoppable. Over at Tarbuk, Dave Bellamy and his pilot, Trevor Roach, had completed the planning for their first war mission, so returned to their room to try to relax while awaiting the phone call that would send them airborne. We discussed what to do if we were shot down, how we would try to get together, where we were going to keep our guns, and the circumstances where we might use them. We cut off our identity badges from our flying suits as a final act before going to war. I pondered whether to write to my girlfriend Anna, but decided not. We were both apprehensive, but not scared enough to be gibbering wrecks. Trevor suggested they listen to some music. They put on Dire Straits' Brothers in Arms, and for a moment were transported by the title song, written about the 1982 Falklands War, describing a soldier's need for solidarity in battle. With combat now imminent, its resonance was stark. From the haunting guitar opening to its fields of destruction and baptism of fire lyrics, to the sad soldier's adieu, let me bid you farewell, it took on a very vivid poignancy. Both men were quiet as they contemplated what lay ahead. They turned on the BBC World Service and heard Douglas Hurd, the British Foreign Secretary, suggest that there was still a chance of peace, which produced a chuckle. Trevor shook his head. If there's a positive chance for peace, my cock's a kipper. A moment later, their squadron boss entered the room. It's game on. You guys will lead the first attack tonight. Get some rest. The waiting was over. The show is finally on the road, Bellamy wrote in his diary. Godspeed. Waiting was all that American General Norman Schwarzkopf, in overall command of all troops in the region, could now do. Every part of the giant military chessboard he had constructed was in place, the various pieces waiting to be moved. In a few hours, he was about to launch the biggest air attack ever attempted. He was ordering men into battle. He knew only too well what that meant, and nothing he could do now would change the outcome. He went to his office in the headquarters bunker in Riyadh. I sat down and did what soldiers going to war do. I wrote to my family, saying how much I loved them. My dearest wife and children, the war clouds have gathered on the horizon, and I have already issued the terrible orders that will let the monster loose. We will soon be at war. After the final verse of 1-5 Squadron's rousing song had been belted out, the briefing room momentarily fell silent. A few glances were shared between men preparing themselves for combat. They opened the door to see the faces of the 8 aircrew readying themselves for the next mission, among them the 2 Johns, navigator Mike Toft, and their mustachioed leader Pablo Mason. "Good luck," was the chorus, as they all shook hands. "Give it to them." Buckley led his formation into the clothing section, where the safety equipment specialists kept their flying kit in pristine order. He had already taken off his wedding ring and put it in a plastic bag, remembering his wife Dawn's request for him not to take risks. He then removed all other personal effects that might compromise him if taken prisoner. It was all part of the sanitizing process. All the pilots and navigators now carried for personal identity was a card with their name, rank, and service number, and their indestructible dog tags with basic information to identify their bodies. On the way out to the aircraft, one of the airmen took Buckley aside and passed him a hip flask. "Here you are, sir. One for the road." "Thanks," Buckley smiled, "but I'd better not." Gordon checked his Volta PP in its leather shoulder holster, then the 1,000 pounds in gold sovereigns to negotiate safe passage with local tribes if they were shot down inside Iraq. He had the ghoulie chit, appropriately enough, in his pocket. As they left, the message, "Cruise walking," went out. Just before 0100 on the 17th of January, 1991, kitted up in G-suits, helmets in hand, the flyers walked purposefully to the 8 waiting tornadoes. This was it. They were going to war. Nick Hurd, 1-5 Squadron's qualified flying instructor, was in the lead foreship of the formation with Ridsdale and Broadbent. Calm, likeable, and an experienced and trusted flyer, the 31-year-old was a well-respected figure on the squadron. He had sat quietly during the briefings, keeping his thoughts of the approaching danger to himself. The intelligence had been stark. Iraq had amassed an astonishing defense network. The country was defended by 154 SAM sites and 16,000 missiles, alongside almost 10,000 anti-aircraft guns. My stomach dropped at what we were about to do. I thought, bloody hell! Outwardly, Nick had maintained a brave face. But inside, I had a fatalistic view. There was a very real chance I would not come back. I never mentioned it to anyone. It just sat at the back of my mind. Regardless of how good the tornado was, the Iraqi air defense system was also very good, and we would be very vulnerable. Now he was in the cockpit of an overladen bomber, looking across to Ridsdale's tornado that was about to lead them off to war. Finally, in total radio silence, they taxied out, ready for takeoff at 0200. I watched Nigel's reheat ignite, and he rolled down the runway. 10 seconds later, we followed. The tornado was heavy with 8 tons of fuel, but we got airborne safely, and I started easing in on the leader's navigation lights to take up my position on his wing. Nighttime close formation had become yet another newly acquired skill in the previous few months. Gordon Buckley and his navigator, Paddy Nichol, had completed their own pre-flight checks and also started up without a hitch. As leader of the second half of the formation, they would attack Talil 1 minute after Nigel Ridsdale's assault. Gordon watched the first 4 tornadoes roll forward in full reheat, then power up into the darkness over the Arabian Gulf. Buckley rumbled down to the now vacant takeoff point. To his right, under the airfield lights, he saw an unforgettable tableau. There were people everywhere, waving, standing on the walls, on cars, anything they could climb on to see us off. It was incredibly uplifting, seeing all the troops wishing us well, in the same way the ground crews had done back in the Second World War as the bombers set off on a mission. The sense of pride was immense. He was fully focused on getting his heavy aircraft into the air. It began to shudder and shake as he increased the power. It really felt as though we were doing the right thing. We were about to take off in one of the most sophisticated jets in the world to help liberate an occupied country. This is what my career in the RAF had been about. It had all led to this point. He waited for his number 2 pilot to give him the thumbs up, signaling that the rest of the formation was lined up. The digit emerged, and Gordon immediately pushed the throttles through the gate into minimum reheat, all the while holding the aircraft stationary. When I was happy, I released the brakes and rammed the throttles open to full reheat. The aircraft roared down the runway, quickly reaching the speed that would let it take to the sky. Just as Nige Risdale had planned, the 8 ship formed up ready to refuel before heading into Iraq via the back door out to the west and entering the fray. The thunder of aircraft taking off into the night echoed across every coalition airbase. In the giant field hospital in Bahrain, the British medics readied themselves for the inevitable casualties. We were sitting outside, and the noise was spectacular, one recalled. I went away from everybody else and just sat and listened. It was a horrible feeling, really eerie. We all knew then that something was going to happen. Some people had a few tears. The hospital commander had equally ominous thoughts. Everyone was apprehensive, and you could feel it. Later, there was a briefing with the detachment commander who said, in 5 minutes' time, the first aircraft will hit Baghdad. You can tell your troops. The biggest fear was, would we be able to do the job if a lot of horrible casualties came in? All those not involved in getting jets airborne got into their NBC suits in expectation of a retaliatory Iraqi Scud attack, potentially with deadly chemicals. Some of the nurses asked the Padre to say a prayer with them. As he did so, many were in tears. Elsewhere, thousands of other flyers were readying themselves for combat. Giant B-52 bombers had already taken off from the USA on a 35-hour round trip, the longest bombing raid in history. F-18 Hornets and A-6 Intruders launched from aircraft carriers in the Gulf and Red Sea. F-117 stealth fighters were inbound to Baghdad on a 1,000-mile flight from their southern Saudi base. It would be the first real test of their famed radar invisibility. From bases all over Saudi Arabia, Oman and Bahrain, aircraft from tankers to fighters and bombers were powering into the night sky, joining a 2,000-strong armada that would descend on Iraq that first day. Part of that armada was the Tornado Force that had been given the most dangerous job, hitting Iraqi airfields from low level. As well as the squadrons from Muharraq and Tabuk, more tornadoes from Dhahran were flying fast towards Mudaisis, 150 miles southwest of Baghdad. They were led into combat for the first time by their universally popular Tornado Detachment commander, 41-year-old Wing Commander Jerry Witz. We were apprehensive, but there was no time to brood about it, no time to worry. We just got on with the job. I began to get quite excited. I thought it was fantastic. There were hundreds and hundreds of planes up there. We were going to stuff this bloke, and he deserved it. The wolf pack had been unleashed. Back in London, British Prime Minister John Major had gone to bed with mixed emotions. He knew that all the options had narrowed to this single course of action, but he was still anxious about sending young men to war. I wondered what would be in the minds of the young aircraft crews, as for the first time they launched themselves into action. I found it hard to imagine, but my visit to them had convinced me that they were ready for the fight, and would do their duty with distinction. Mind firmly fixed on what lay ahead, Nick Hurd climbed to 12,000 feet for the first refueling rendezvous. The fully loaded aircraft was being tested to the full, but Nick found it responding with good grace as he moved towards the right-hand hose of the VC-10 tanker, unseen in the darkness ahead. I stabilized around 10 feet behind the basket. With a bit of power, I moved in and plugged in first time, a satisfying result. Fuel flowed and we were quickly full, so we unplugged and moved to the left wing to watch the other tornadoes take theirs. As they proceeded up the tanker trail paralleling the border with Iraq, they were able to relax a little. Nick's navigator, Rob Woods, tuned one of the aircraft's radios into the BBC World Service. The BBC was just hours away from clearing its service to become a rolling news and comment channel during the war. But for the moment, no one, bar those in the air, was aware that war was minutes away. It was totally surreal. We were listening to something totally innocuous like Gardner's Question Time, waiting for the final moment when we would head over the border and start a war. At least we still had the element of surprise. Then the broadcast was interrupted to announce that there were explosions in Baghdad. We turned the radio off. Nick then monitored all the other aircraft, checking in with AWACS, the great eyes and ears in the sky. I knew there was a huge armada of aircraft gathering, part of the massive initial attack, and it was incredible to be part of it. The converted Boeing 707 airborne warning and control system, topped by its distinctive saucer-like radar dome, gave the coalition forces hundreds of miles of sight over the aerial battlefield. The massive fleet now approaching Iraq required 4 AWACS constantly in the air, spotting both enemy and friendly aircraft many miles away. If an Iraqi jet homed in on a coalition aircraft, it was up to AWACS to warn the flyers and provide them with protection. If the AWACS controller broadcast the message, "Picture clear," it meant there were no immediate threats at hand. It was a phrase that tornado crews, particularly vulnerable at low level in the flat desert, were always pleased to hear. The opening shots of the war were to be fired by Apache attack helicopters hovering over the southern Iraq desert. Their task was to destroy 2 early warning radars, creating a corridor down which the hundreds of aircraft could travel en route to strike air bases, power plants, communications centers, and Baghdad itself. The attack was timed for 0240 local. At 0239:30, the U.S. Army pilots waited, stationary in the hover, peering into the darkness. There was no movement. 10 seconds to go. There was a sudden flurry of heat signatures as Iraqi personnel scurried around the buildings. The clock ticked down to 0240. The crosshairs of Apache weapons systems settled on their targets, and a volley of Hellfire missiles speared away. The attack helicopters edged closer, loosing off rockets, then moved in closer still, engaging anything still standing with their 30mm cannon. Fire rose from buildings. Trucks burst into flames, with bodies slumped around them. During 4 minutes of unfettered destruction, the Apaches unleashed 27 Hellfires, 100 rockets, and 4,000 cannon rounds. The Iraqi radars and many of the personnel were obliterated. The back door had been kicked open. A few hundred miles from Baghdad, 35 cruise missiles had been launched from the squadron of B-52 bombers that had flown from their base in Louisiana. Scores more cruise missiles, launched from warships in the Gulf and Red Sea, were zeroing in on the Iraqi capital. They were the opening notes in a symphony of destruction that was about to thunder through Saddam Hussein's night. The tornadoes topped up with a final load of fuel before casting off and descending into enemy territory. Nick Hurd was at the front of the formation. I felt confident as we prepared for combat. I set the weapon armament switches to live, arming the 2 27mm Mauser cannon and the 2 AIM-9L air-to-air missiles, then turned off the external lights. Rob Woods, my navigator, set up the radar homing and warning receiver, sky shadow electronic jamming and Boz chaff and flare dispenser pods, and checked that the JP-233s were correctly set up. As they descended to 1,500 feet, Nick turned the TFR onto autopilot to check the system was working, then reset the minimum height in stages all the way down to 200 feet. The tornado settled beautifully at 420 knots, or 480 miles per hour, over the invisible Saudi desert. On my moving map display in the cockpit, I noticed the border approaching. On one side it said Saudi Arabia, and on the other, Iraq. This was for real. I was just about to enter the airspace of a hostile foreign country at high speed, low level, and fully armed. I was about to start a war. At any point, the Iraqis were now entitled to defend themselves by shooting us down. I was suddenly struck by the enormity of it all. A few seconds later, they crossed the Iraq border. All was quiet in the desert below. They were on track and at the right speed to be over Talil within the strict time-on-target arrival of plus or minus 5 seconds. Despite being on autopilot, Nick concentrated hard on what lay ahead. I had my hands off the controls as the tornado flew itself at around 500 miles per hour towards the target. The jet was solid as a rock. I suddenly thought, this is amazing. The tornado was taking Rob and me into the heart of the Iraqi defenses in total darkness, and I wasn't even flying it. Nick listened intently to the AWACS frequency and the reassuring calls of "picture clear" from the American air controller. With 10 minutes to go, there were no Iraqi fighters incoming. Far out to the west, the Tabuk formations, including Dave Bellamy and Mal Craghill, were also in the air. But problems had already started to surface. In their JP-233 armed tornado, Craghill and his 25-year-old friend and pilot, Mike Warren, were struggling. Back on the ground, we'd had a failure in the weapons system, which meant we shouldn't have taken off. But we decided to launch anyway. These things did happen, but often cleared up once airborne. More importantly, we didn't want to be seen to be chickening out on the first ever mission. And we had no idea how quickly Saddam Hussein might capitulate. This could be our only chance to fly a war sortie. Desperately trying to reset the system, they continued towards the border. But things got worse. The radar then packed up, so we now had 2 major faults, making us a liability to the other formation members. We were useless. There was no way we could continue, so we left the formation and reduced weight before returning to Tabuk. I was devastated. David Bellamy was leading his formation of 2 tornadoes, each carrying 3 alarm anti-radar missiles to protect the 3 remaining bombers. After air-to-air tanking, they plunged down from 10,000 feet to 200 feet and crossed into Iraq. Unfortunately, there was no picture clear in their skies. The Iraqi Air Force had come out to defend their homeland. An AWACS air controller urgently vectored F-15s onto an Iraqi Mirage that was among the 120 enemy fighters launched to counter the initial Allied attack. Within a few minutes, Dave saw what seemed like a very bright flare slowly descending from the darkness above him, which turned out to be an Iraqi fighter shot down at 30,000 feet by a Sparrow air-to-air missile fired from an American F-15. Battle had been joined. Bellamy's formation powered through the night, allowing the TFR to do the work as they hurtled towards Al-Assad. With no night vision equipment to show the way, the only relief from the cloak of darkness they enjoyed was illuminated ground features. Once we were over Iraq, it was all so unreal. It was mostly pitch black, but if lights were on, you could make out streets and petrol stations. Passing close to a brightly lit military airfield halfway to Al-Assad, the crews could see Iraqi Mirage jets being hurriedly towed into hardened shelters. Sensing a potential opportunity, his pilot, Trevor Roach, asked, "Shall we strafe them?" "No, it's probably someone else's target," Bellamy quickly replied. But he couldn't quite believe that the enemy appeared totally unaware that the war had started. As they dashed past the base, he knew that would soon change. Leaving the bright lights behind them, Bellamy calculated that they would be firing live weapons onto the enemy in just 10 minutes. As they got closer, the sky to their right lit up as huge shockwaves expanded outwards. The F-117 stealth fighters were going to town over Baghdad, unseen by the 60 SAM sites and 3,000 AAA cannons protecting the capital. The stealth technology had worked. The Iraqis had no clue what had hit them as 2,000-pound paveway bombs, precisely guided by the F-117's infrared and laser targeting system, plummeted from the night sky. The key objective of the first night's attack on Baghdad was to knock out the Iraqi air defense and military command and control systems, so that their response to the aerial assault would be, hopefully, significantly less successful. But for Norman Schwarzkopf and his staff back at the headquarters in Riyadh, there was no way of knowing if the stealth attacks had worked, because strict radio silence had to be observed. There was, however, another way of finding out. The main target was Baghdad's International Communications Center, which accounted for half the airwave traffic out of the capital. It was also the key transmission point for CNN's live TV stream. Soon after 0300, the CNN pictures from Baghdad went off air. The BBC World Service managed some on-the-spot reports of flak over Baghdad and bombs falling from nowhere before their lines also went dead. Within 10 minutes, all TV and radio broadcasts had ceased. There was cheering in Riyadh. The stealth had worked, as had the countless Tomahawk cruise missiles detonating across the city. By 0400, Baghdad was plunged into near darkness after its main power plants were struck. Dave Bellamy's attention was drawn away from the inferno around Baghdad as they closed on their target. He could feel the sweat run through his cropped hair, down onto his nose and cheeks. Briefly wiping it away with a gloved hand, they made their final checks. "TFR out!" Trevor called on the final approach, switching from terrain-following mode and taking manual control in readiness for missile launch. Bellamy completed the attack routine, ready for the first-ever combat firing of the British-made anti-radiation missiles. Their targets, the SA-6 radars defending Al-Assad. His formation was in exactly the right place to ensure the coverage and protection for the 3 Tornado bombers armed with JP-233 following close behind. "All switches confirmed live." The missiles were ready to go. "Stand by." There was one last warning Bellamy had to give before launching. "Don't look at the flash." The seconds ticked down to the precise moment for launch. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, commit! The 3 missiles blasted off the Tornado's belly. A triple whoosh was followed by a huge blaze. Bellamy neglected to turn away. I was momentarily blinded by the rocket motors igniting. When his vision cleared, he realized the attack had gone horribly wrong. I looked down to see 2 alarm missiles flying out in front of the aircraft. They started to accelerate away, but then immediately flew nose down and hit the desert in a flash of sparks. To say it was disappointing would be an understatement. 2 failures on the first ever mission. The third missile took off into the night, heading towards its target. But the failures raised questions which would undoubtedly need investigating. The tornadoes in Nick Hurd's formation again heard the comforting AWACS picture clear. In their part of Iraq, there were no fighters airborne and ready to fire air-to-air missiles. Their overburdened aircraft would struggle to evade. In the darkness to his left, flying unseen in parallel track 4 miles away, was Nige Risdale and his navigator John Broadbent, the boss. A few miles behind them, as if on tramlines, also unseen, were the 2 other tornadoes. Then, a minute behind them, were Gordon Buckley and Paddy Tickle, leading their 4-ship in a similar box formation. Without night vision goggles to check any positioning by sight, each crew simply presumed and trusted that the 7 others were in the right place at the right time and at the right speed. As the 8 aircraft flew themselves automatically on TFR, Buckley's thoughts were filled with the looming reality. None of us felt comfortable due to the war environment we were going into, but I didn't have any fear or nerves. We just didn't know what to expect. No one had ever done this before. We were the first crews ever to fly the Tornado in anger. Low level, TFR, and night war ops. It was incredible. "Let me know when we're sausage side," he said to Paddy Tickle, repeating the well-worn Blackadder phrase, which would become the norm. Like Nick Hurd a few miles in front, the HUD told Gordon that he was flying at 500 miles per hour, around 200 feet above the vast Iraqi desert, black as velvet. There was no sight of the ground. It was like driving on a busy motorway in thick fog, at a fraction over 7 times the speed limit, trusting your car's computer systems to safely navigate any obstacles ahead. At the very front of the formation, Nige Risdale peered into the impenetrable blackness, content that his plans had finally evolved into a real attack. I looked around, occasionally glancing in to check the cockpit indications that everything was running smoothly. The aircraft was flying itself. We were on track, on time. Everything was going as planned. I wasn't nervous by that point. There was so much to be done. As the lead aircraft of 8 tornadoes, we were checking timings, positioning, defensive aids, speed, height, and weapons selection. He also had to ensure the aircraft was serviceable, checking the fuel gauges and engine indications. Then he noticed some bright lights on the horizon up ahead, framed against the dark. "Someone's getting plastered in our 10 o'clock. Very impressive AAA barrage," he told John Broadbent in the rear seat. "Yes, mate," the squadron boss dryly replied. "That's where we're going." A second later, the jet turned itself left onto the final attack track, its nose pointing directly at Talil Airfield and the AAA barrage, now in full flow. The Tornado's time-on-target bracket started at 0408, following on from an attack by an American package of A-6 Intruders and F-18 Hornet strike aircraft. Paddy Tickle's instinct during the planning with Nige Risdale weeks earlier that the Americans would bomb the crap out of the airfield before we arrived had proven correct. The U.S. crews were targeting the Scud missile storage facilities and did not hold back. The problem, Nige quickly realized, was that their attacks had stirred up a furious response, with the anti-aircraft cannons firing wildly into the sky. Small dots and dashes going up in spirals from small arms fire were followed by the larger and deadlier lines of AAA explosive shells from multi-barreled cannons. The tornadoes were 30 miles out, and in a few minutes they would hit the sphere of AAA glowering over Talil. It was obvious that it wasn't actually aimed at us, John Broadbent remembered. Talil's defenses were not even aware of our presence yet. The guns were all firing at the Americans, thousands of feet above us. But you tried telling your sphincter that. At least I was able to focus on the attack systems, so could legitimately keep my eyes in the cockpit as the white balls of fire rose up. Nick Hurd allowed himself a brief smile. The tornado really was superb. Here they were, directly over enemy territory, eating up a mile every 7 seconds, and just a few hundred feet above the ground. Then his brow furrowed briefly as he too caught sight of the staggering amount of AAA going in his 1030 position, just out to his left. Glad we're not going there. The thought had barely formed when the aircraft, still on autopilot, turned left on its next pre-programmed track. Suddenly, they were heading directly towards the yellow inverted funnel of fire hovering over the desert. It was then that the horrible truth dawned on me. That cauldron of fire was Talil. I stared at the interlocking mesh of AAA, and my mouth went completely dry. A stab of fear hit me. Nick wondered if it might be his last few minutes of flying and living. There appeared no way through that gunfire. The barrage was incredible, and any hit from those shells would blow us to bits. It sprayed upwards in snaking lines, a ferocious mix of coloured fire. I could see no way of getting through it unscathed. We were quite invisible in the darkness, but I could not see how they could miss us with that intense barrage. His navigator, Rob Woods, was not seeing quite as much of the danger ahead as he concentrated on the attack run-in. He found and marked the target's pre-planned offset positions on his ground mapping radar, which updated the weapon aiming computer with the exact range and bearing onto the target. Racing towards the airfield, Nick found himself suddenly enveloped by the gunfire. I was astounded to see that we were still over a minute away from weapons release. It was going to be a long minute. Somewhere to their left, flying just a few miles apart, Nige Risdale was similarly preoccupied. I thought the barrage would diminish as time went on, but it just stayed the same. An intense firework display of white and red interweaving lines, forming an impenetrable wall. It seemed like a solid mass. In the rear seat, John Broadbent glanced up from his radar display. It was like driving through snow flurries in your car. The flakes come rushing towards you, and if you focus on one, at the last second it sweeps past the windscreen. But these exploding balls of bright light were not snowflakes. Gordon Buckley, one of the most experienced pilots in the entire tornado force, felt a creeping realization that extreme danger lay ahead. A truly unbelievable eruption of green and red lit up the night sky, a huge barrage. His reactions were swift. We're not going through that lot. He flicked off the autopilot to try to fly around it. No matter where I steered the aircraft, the target pointer simply stayed on the barrage. The AAA was our target. Oh, shit. We're going to have to go straight through it. Resigning himself to fate, he went back to autopilot. We were in a bloody great steam train of jets that wasn't stopping or turning around. We were going to fly into the heart of that barrage and complete the mission. No other thought entered my head. What had started as a small dome of light in the distance loomed ominously ahead as Nige Risdale closed on the target, ready to drop the first ever tornado munitions in combat. For 6 weeks he had planned this attack, visualizing what it would be like skimming over Talil, but he had never imagined it would be like this. At 3 miles out, Nige increased engine power, throttling up to around 600 miles per hour. But he had to keep the aircraft at maximum drive power, giving the fastest speed possible without engaging reheat, and its long telltale tongue of flame that really would draw ground fire. "18 seconds, Broadbent called. Nick Hurd's intense concentration was momentarily broken by cannon fire, blasting just past the cockpit from below and to their right, no further than 100 yards away. The gunfire went blindly straight up. In daylight I would have looked into the gunner's eyes. He was that close. It was an astonishing sensation. We were still a few miles from the target, and the AAA was right underneath us. But there was nothing to be done. We had to fly through the middle of it. Nothing was said in the cockpit. There wasn't the slightest thought in our minds of breaking off the attack. Despite the intensity of the barrage, they could hear no external noise of gunfire. I was in a warm, quiet Tornado cockpit, yet we were surrounded by bullets. The noise around the airfield must have been astonishing, but it was all quiet in our jet. 10 seconds to release. This is it. Nige Risdale flicked off the TFR autopilot and took manual control of the Tornado. The TFR could, if it detected an obstruction ahead, such as an airfield's metal boundary fence, force the jet into a sudden pull-up, not something to be desired while dropping weapons over the target in the midst of heavy AAA. Checking his RAD-ALT, or radar altimeter readings, Nige carefully nosed the Tornado down to 180 feet to deliver the JP-233. Gunfire was flicking past the cockpit, but he barely noticed it as they closed in on the runways. 5 seconds. "Committing," pilot and navigator said together, both pressing the weapons release button to give the computerized aiming system the authority to launch the munitions at the precise moment. 4, 3, 2, 1. The two JP-233s started spraying the airfield below. For 5 seconds, Nige listened as the weapon rumbled while 60 runway cratering munitions and 430 anti-personnel bomblets fell away. It was like driving over endless speed bumps. I could feel the whole thing rattle off right under my backside. He was not prepared for what came next, as the two huge, now empty canisters automatically fell away. The jet ballooned upwards. Carrying the canisters was like flying with two huge wardrobes under the jet, and the change in flying characteristics when they jettisoned was significant. I had to push quite hard to prevent ballooning too much and get back down to low level. Nige recovered the aircraft, then quickly re-engaged the TFR to allow the jet to fly itself as they streaked away from the furnace of Talil. Nick Hurd had been coming in alongside, just out to his right. I noticed their JP-233 munitions detonating exactly on time, slightly ahead and to our left. It was the first indication that he was there at all. Their own Tornado flew across the runway almost parallel with Risdale's, scattering destruction onto every surface and exposed personnel, before also leaping forward as the giant canisters jettisoned. I quickly re-engaged autopilot so I would not inadvertently fly into the ground in the excitement. I trusted the Tornado autopilot more than myself at that moment. Seconds later, they emerged from the cauldron of ground fire to the north of Talil. Paddy Nichol was one of the few aircrew who had previously experienced the pressure of a wartime sortie. 8 years earlier, he had been a navigator on the Victor tankers that flew far over the South Atlantic, refueling the Vulcan bombers deployed to strike the Falkland Islands' main airstrip at Port Stanley. But this was very different. People were now shooting at him, wanting him dead. As they ran towards Talil, he calmly identified the offset marks on the radar and updated the weapons system in the main computer. They were on time and on target. In the front seat, Gordon Buckley tripped out the TFR in case it reacted to any structure over the airbase and took manual control. It was time to go ultra-low. We were flying right into a huge barrage of AAA with blue and red lines tearing past the cockpit. I had been taught right from the start of my frontline career on the Jaguar that if you encounter AAA, go as low and as fast as you can. Buckley did just that, descending the aircraft in darkness until the rad-alt stopped reading out his height. He knew that it would trip off at 100 feet, so he was now confident he was flying the Tornado himself, in total darkness, around 100 feet above the ground. It was a very dangerous thing to do, but I had confidence in the aircraft, and our approach to the target was flat. Even at that great weight, the Tornado was rock solid, because this was what it was designed to do. He glanced at the time to target on the HUD. They were seconds away. He climbed back up to 200 feet. Right over the runway they released the JP-233, which deployed with the sound of a machine gun firing. Then, like Hurd and Risdale, he felt the jet shoot forward as the giant canisters fell away. Gordon did not want to hang about, and poured on the power, going to maximum speed and banking hard to the right to get back down to ultra-low level and away from danger. The noise and response of the aircraft to the sudden release of the 5-ton weapon load was completely unexpected. Coupled with my desire to return to ultra-low level, it felt like we were going over the edge of a large roller coaster ride. The jet leapt forward, and it really shocked me. I had to really push to get it back down to 100 feet and stay at low level. It was an amazing sensation. But on reflection, manually flying back down to 100 feet in darkness after an attack was not the most sensible thing to do. I didn't do it again. Nick Hurd took a moment to look back at Talil to see how the other crews were doing in a sky filled with gunfire and explosions. Talil was erupting under the multiple blasts of JP-233 strikes from 8 tornadoes in a scene of chaos, confusion, and high-tech destruction. Their 480, 57-pound SG-357 runway cratering devices had floated down on large parachutes. Each detonated just above the ground, firing a shaped charge that went through the tarmac, buried itself, then exploded, heaving the concrete upwards and forming a large crater. On smaller parachutes, the formation's 3,440 small anti-personnel mines landed without exploding, instead deploying tiny metal legs to set themselves upright, forming a giant minefield, ready to detonate and dissuade anyone from trying to repair the craters. It had been as scary as hell, remembered John Broadbent. Getting through the flak felt like trying to run through a shower without getting wet. Those few seconds it took to overfly the target were the longest of my life. Taking a deep breath, he called for a radio check on the entire formation. 2, Nick Hurd instantly responded, listening anxiously to hear if others would follow. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8, the final aircraft acknowledged. All the tornadoes made it through in one piece. Nick was delighted, if not incredulous. The relief, not just for our own success and safety, but for that of colleagues, was massive. It was incredible that we had all got through it unscathed. Danger still lurked from above and below as they dashed across enemy terrain to the safety of Saudi Arabia. Eventually, Nick's tight grip on the stick relaxed at the beautiful sight of the VC-10 refueling tanker on the other side of the border, faithfully waiting for us for a short top-up for the trip back to Bahrain. A huge grin spread across his face as the sun came up over the Gulf. It had been a remarkable night. I was now a combat pilot. I'd done something very few pilots serving in the RAF at that time had ever done. Nick Hurd and the other Tornado crews were among the 2,775 coalition sorties flown against Iraqi targets in the first 24 hours of the war. 19 coalition aircraft were damaged or lost. The Iraqi Air Force flew just 120 sorties and lost 8 of its aircraft. Countless more were destroyed in the plethora of bombing raids. The Wolf Pack had been successful. As the Tornado bombers from Jerry Witt's Dhahran formation flew back to the safety of the border from their attack southwest of Baghdad, it seemed like an age before the brown line marking the international border on their moving map display approached. I suppressed the irrational desire to laugh as the aircraft symbol tracked over the printed notice on the map. Warning: flight in Iraq outside controlled airspace is strictly prohibited. Just as suddenly, we were over the line. We're alive. We're safe. My God, we've done it. Witz performed a few celebratory barrel rolls and began dreaming of the perfect English breakfast. I had never felt so high in my life. Not everyone was feeling so joyful. Mal Craghill and his pilot Mike Warren had had to return to Tabuk with their weapons unused after suffering multiple technical failures. Like most complex fast jets tested to the limit on a daily basis, the Tornado did suffer from equipment and aircraft failures. It was frustrating for both the air crews who had to deal with them and the engineers who had to fix them. But this was no comfort to Mal and Mike. They were both devastated at not being part of that historic first raid. It was definitely the biggest feeling of disappointment I have ever had, Warren later recalled. Once you are there, there's nothing worse than coming back and saying, "Yes, I was on the first night, but had to turn back because of problems." His young navigator, Mal Craghill, was unequivocal. I really felt a sense of letting my mates down. It had been our big chance to show what we could do, and because of equipment failure, we'd been unsuccessful. At the back of my mind, I also wondered if people might think I'd perhaps used the technical issues to avoid the challenge we faced. I was one of the most junior guys out there. What would people say about my actions? How would they judge me? Would anyone think I had bottled out? Like Jerry Witz, Gordon Buckley was also absolutely buzzing as he headed homewards. If I had been taken out of the cockpit there and then and strapped to a heart monitor, the results would have been extraordinary. As the miles grew between his Tornado and the devastation they had left behind, he turned his armament switches to the safe position and began to reflect on what had happened. We had done an incredible job as part of the RAF's first war sorties since the Falklands War. Everything had run on rails. I thought, yeah, we can really do this. Landing back at Muharraq, Buckley and Paddy Nichol headed to the debriefing room, experiencing a massive wave of relief and satisfaction. We were exhilarated, and our ground crews were ecstatic too, Nichol said. The engineers' shifts had changed, but our team refused to go home until they counted all 8 of their jets back in. There was hugging and handshakes all round, a tremendous welcome. Later that morning, the elated crews headed back to the hotel through the largely empty streets of Bahrain. The adrenaline surge from intense combat showed no sign of abating. Everything had changed from the world they had known 24 hours earlier, and no one was ready for bed. Gordon and Paddy invited everyone back to their room for breakfast drinks. The cold beers slipped down their throats with ease as they fed off each other's high-octane experiences. The banter was gushing. We were all on a high, Gordon recalled. For Nick Hurd, the reason was obvious. We had just taken part in the largest air operation for decades. and become combat-proven crews. The change in attitude and confidence was clear. They also knew that the Iraqi Air Force had taken a real pounding, and Nick wondered if it could sustain that level of punishment for long. All 3 tornado missions on the first night, from Muharraq, Daran, and Tabuk, had succeeded without any losses. Nige Ridsdale was simply content that his and Paddy's long nights of planning had come to successful fruition. But he knew, too, that alongside their hard-earned skills, a bucketful of luck had been involved. Waiting for his friends to return to Tabuk, Mal Craghill was still worrying about his own unsuccessful sortie. We felt deflated, and despite there being no other decision we could have taken, Mike and I felt like we had abandoned the rest of our formation. We sat quietly in the operations room, waiting, talking very little, reading the technical manuals to see if there was anything we could have done differently. There wasn't. Playing chess to occupy the time, and wondering how our formation mates were getting on. Eventually the radio burst into life, and familiar voices checked in to report a successful mission and notify the ground crew that they would be back on the ground in 15 minutes. A feeling of enormous relief washed over us both. They had all survived. Our next thought was more selfish. When would we get a chance to prove ourselves in battle? David Bellamy landed back at Tabuk Air Base after 3 hours and 15 minutes of intense and grueling excitement. It was a combination of high-velocity adrenaline and nerves, but we survived. The excitement finally caught up with him as they opened the cockpit canopy to the dawn sky, stretching into the desert around Tabuk. Climbing down the steps, he stumbled, his legs weak from the adrenaline overload. One of the ground crew helped him up, then gave him a glorious-tasting carton of pineapple juice. Inside their quarters, the excitement among the air crew overflowed. We were chirping away like little birds. It was a joyous melee of excited school kids, telling 3 different versions of that same night. Bellamy also noticed something else from those untested aircrew who had not flown on the first missions. The other guys wanted to get stuck in, to get that first sortie under their belt, to prove they could do it too. John Nichol and John Peters, heading out to their tornado for their first sortie, on the second wave of attacks, had seen that same confidence of success shining in Gordon Buckley as he had walked back into the operations room after his first combat mission that dawn morning. He was showing a curious combination of excitement and slight shock. He was hyped up from the mission, but at the same time he had seen something that had really affected him, Peters remembered. Seeing the 2 Johns staring at him, Buckley at first tried to pass it off with a quip. "I am stirred but not shaken," he said dryly. His navigator Paddy Tickle then loomed behind him. "You should have seen the fucking airfield." A cigarette shook slightly in his hands as he spoke. "Lit up like a bloody Christmas tree, flak everywhere, tubes of bloody molten metal." Paddy suddenly realized that Peters and Nichol were about to face the same thing themselves. "Oh, but don't worry, you'll be okay." Buckley caught Nichol's eye. "You'll be fine." He hesitated. "It's a piece of cake." "Yeah, thanks, sir." John Nichol had a feeling his flight commander was probably not telling the whole truth. Chapter 5. Gin-Clear Skies. The 17th of January, morning. As Paddy Tickle's formation had headed back to the Sheraton Hotel and some post-mission beers at dawn, His wife Sonia and most of the 1-5 Squadron spouses were glued to the television news back at their RAF Laarbruch base in Germany. Sonia had been woken at 1:40 a.m. by an uncle calling breathlessly from Wales, "Do you know the war has broken out?" She immediately phoned a number of the other wives at Laarbruch, including Helen Peters, whose tornado pilot husband John was preparing for his first mission. They gathered in Sonia and Paddy's married quarters for the first of endless mugs of tea and watched the hostilities unfolding on TV. Film of AAA arcing over Baghdad abruptly switched to footage of tornadoes returning to 1-5 Squadron's Muharraq base. The wives leaned in closer to the screen as each jet landed. The camera zoomed in as the crews clambered out of their cockpits and down onto the tarmac. Off came their helmets to reveal the sweat-plastered faces of her husband's formation. But Paddy and his pilot Gordon Buckley were missing. Sonia's hand went to her mouth. The others looked at her with growing trepidation. Then the phone rang. Sonia snatched the receiver from its cradle. "Thank God, it's Paddy." He'd arrived earlier than the rest of the crews and avoided the press. I was very relieved and said I hoped he would show his face on camera next time. Readying himself for his first war mission later that night, Dave Waddington, one of the youngest pilots in the region, sought out a friend from 1-5 Squadron, now tucking into breakfast in the Sheraton's 5-star restaurant after returning from the attack on Talil. What it had been like. The navigator, normally laid back to the point of supine, was excitable. As he described the immense wall of AAA they had faced, I could see it had been a hell of an experience for them, and realized that I, too, would soon be flying into a similar barrage. They were joined by Dave's crewmate, Robbie Stewart, who had spent most of the previous evening writing last letters. It hadn't been easy. How do you distill into a few paragraphs how you feel about your children and your wife? I had said our memories and love would always last, but it was really emotional to put those words on paper. Even the thought that they might be opened. There was a sense of everything closing in on us. After sealing the envelopes, Robbie had asked fellow navigator Max Collier to join them for a drink, but he hadn't been in the mood. Before going to sleep, Robbie had sipped a glass of Southern Comfort and looked at pictures of Tange, Kirsty, and Scott, doing his best to dismiss thoughts of what the following day might bring. Now he was finding it awkward sitting at breakfast with men who had just been in combat. He had switched on CNN first thing that morning to see the breathless reports set against the backdrop of explosions over Baghdad. I didn't particularly want to go to war, but it was my job. I was an RAF officer, a professional. It was my duty and what was required of me. He decided to go back to his room and write another letter to his wife, one she could read immediately. Thursday, the 17th of January. My dearest darling. Well, it has all started, as you know. I heard the tornadoes go out this morning and was greatly relieved to hear that they all got back safely. I spoke to some of them this morning, and they said it was like a firework display. A lot of flak over the target, but it was not directed. The TV is currently showing the results, and they seem very impressive. We are waiting to go in shortly and complete our mission. I hope things will go as well for us as they have for the others. I am not sure when you will get this. Not too long, I hope. Look after yourself, darling. I need and love you very much. All my love, Rob. He signed off the letter with 10 kisses. Nick Hurd was also tucking into a full English downstairs after a quick shower and change into civvies. His sights were firmly fixed on the temazepam sleeping tablet he would soon take to help push away the memories of a night sky torn apart by AAA. It was a surreal moment. Just a few hours earlier, my life had been on the line. Now I was enjoying bacon and eggs in the Sheraton. He really wanted to call his wife, Jane, to connect with someone outside the military bubble. But she was skiing with friends in the French Alps, a long way from a phone. He smiled ruefully, then swallowed the pill and headed for bed. The powerful medication had been issued by the squadron doctor to allow aircrew to sleep soundly during the day in preparation for overnight sorties. They worked their magic in a matter of moments, so it took Nick some time to register the shrill, unrelenting ring at his bedside. With aching muscles, dry mouth and groggy head, he reached for the receiver. Jane had been in the queue for the first ski lift of the day, determined to make the most of the virgin snow, when she heard people around her talking excitedly about la guerre. She had rushed to the nearest call box and, with trembling fingers, pumped a fistful of francs into the slot. She was clearly overjoyed to hear his voice, and as Nick cleared his head, they discussed what he had done in the first few hours of the war. Then we chatted about how the snow was on the ski slopes, and what they were all doing out in France. But the phone started bleeping and the line went dead. Her money had run out. For a moment he had been spirited away from the desert battlefield and onto the freshly pisted slopes of Val d'Isère. He blotted out the memory of the burning cone of deadly anti-aircraft fire above Tallil and slumped back into an uninterrupted sleep. Gordon Buckley also wanted to hear his wife's voice. I was desperate to talk to Dawn, to let her know that all was okay. I went into our bathroom where there was a telephone and rang her in Germany, even though it was very early morning, her time. "What's the matter?" Dawn asked sleepily. Not everyone had been glued to their TV sets in the early hours. A world away from the Gulf, life was going on as normal. "We went in last night," I told her. We had just faced the real possibility of death and almost certainly caused death. But no one knew what we had been doing. I began to realize the enormity of it all. Prior to that, it was all military guys doing the job we had trained to do. Now, I had made the person I loved most come into the picture. He put down the handset and went back into the room he shared with Paddy, glad of its anonymity. I didn't want any pictures to remind me of home and normality. I just wouldn't have been able to handle the incredible contrast between what we were doing, war and death, then seeing pictures of my family smiling back home. He also began to understand that it was going to be a hellish time for the wives. Unlike those fighting, they had little information about what was going on, except via highly colourful television accounts. He was too hyped to sleep. Even though their squadron boss, John Broadbent, had told them to stay in the hotel, Gordon had to get out. I was about to explode every time I thought of what I had done the night before. He walked to a souk near the hotel, seeking some kind of normality. But the usual hustle and bustle was gone. He asked a shopkeeper leaning against a wall why it was so quiet. "They went in last night to bomb Iraq," he said. "Didn't you know?" Back in the operations room at Muharraq, navigators Mike Toft and John Nichol were finalizing the plans for their own attack. It was still dark, but the 0730 takeoff time was approaching. Their target was Ar Rumaila airfield in the middle of the desert, about 50 miles west of Basra. As a dispersed operating base, a fraction north of the Kuwait border, its main function was to provide close air support to troops on the ground. Taking it out would mean the Iraqi Air Force had one less base from which to launch attacks against tanks and infantry when the coalition eventually invaded Kuwait. Mike Toft shared a look with his pilot, Mark Paisley. This is it. We're going to war. The pair had got to know each other well since another member of the squadron was withdrawn from the deployment in November, and Mark had stepped in as a late replacement. Those moments before takeoff are still imprinted on Paisley's mind. As we began the brief for the mission, the group captain walked in to see us. To this day, I can still hear the noise the metal legs of those orange plastic chairs made as they scraped along the floor when we all stood up. He talked to us about what was to come, and ended by saying, "Extraordinary times require extraordinary men. You are all in the Royal Air Force, and today you are the Royal Air Force." His words really struck home. Mike Toft was also moved. Our time had come. The banter had ceased. My thoughts were with my 8 months pregnant wife and 2-year-old daughter back home. She would soon discover that war had broken out, and her worrying would intensify. He could not help wondering if he'd ever see his unborn child. As a single man, John Nichol did not have to worry about dependence, but he was still more than a mite concerned. We were going on a low-level daylight raid, the first ever by a tornado. The bomber had been designed primarily to fly in darkness, through heavy cloud and through valleys and hills, not in bright sunshine across a desert as flat as a billiard table. The earlier version of hardened characters like Gordon Buckley and Paddy Tickle, rocked by their experience, was alarmingly fresh in his mind. Nichol could not shake off the gut-wrenching feeling that something momentous was about to happen. That feeling showed no sign of abating, as the intelligence briefer detailed the defenses they would face in a few hours. He did not hold back. SA-3 and SA-6 missile sites covered our Rumaila Air Base, interspersed with numerous AAA defenses, including Iraqi troops armed with the latest Soviet-made, handheld surface-to-air, heat-seeking missiles. In daylight, these would pose a serious threat, so it had been decided that flying straight over the runway for 5 long seconds, dispensing the JP-233 at 180 feet, was far too dangerous. Instead, each tornado in the 4-ship formation would use 8 1,000-pound bombs to be thrown in the loft maneuver from the safer distance of 3 miles out. The 32,000 pounds of explosives were to be aimed at 2 sets of Iraqi hardened aircraft shelters, or HASs, at each end of the 1.5-mile runway. The 4 aircraft would attack in a box-shaped formation, with the lead pair flying around a mile laterally apart and the next some 15 seconds behind. They would be flying manually and visually for the entire sortie, testing their low-flying skills to the limit. Like the mission that had just finished, the 4-ship would head westwards from Muharraq, with a refueling rendezvous in Saudi, then drop to low level before entering Iraq. Once Sausage Side, the route zigzagged across the desert in order to keep the enemy guessing as to their target. The small tornado force would attack each HAS site shortly after 9:30 a.m., a few minutes after 24 U.S. Marine Corps F-18 Hornets had pummeled the SA-6 missile sites to the east of our Rumaila. Hopefully this would take the edge off coming in from a flat desert framed against blue skies. And doing the loft maneuver in daylight did at least mean you could see your proximity to the ground more clearly in the recovery phase. Their Army Ground Liaison Officer, or GLO, issued the mission briefing, emphasizing the emerging AAA threat. Then, with the same lyric sheet used 10 hours earlier, They launched into the squadron song to the tune of It's a Long Way to Tipperary. John Nichol suddenly clammed up with emotion. There was a huge lump in my throat. Singing on exercise had been one thing, but now, on the point of flying into heavily defended enemy territory, with the very real prospect of not coming back, it was entirely different. I might never see some of the men singing in that room again. Ever. The waves of emotion surfaced for his pilot, John Peters, when he began sanitizing, removing all personal items that might give the enemy useful details of their families or personal lives if they were captured. Everything was taken from the air crew, from Lucky Charms to photographs and credit cards. Removing the signet ring he had received from his parents on his 18th birthday, and then his wedding ring proved hardest of all. Thinking of Helen and the kids made me pause for a moment. Here was my life going into this little plastic bag, to be kept in case I was shot down. This was no longer make-believe. This was beginning to feel really serious. But it was the moment Nichol had been training for ever since he joined the RAF. I wanted to prove that I could do it. It was the most important day of my life. At the same time, I was only human, and the challenges seemed immense, almost insurmountable. The need to succeed was heightened by the knowledge that people around the world were watching events unfold, scrutinizing their every action. The expectations were massive, but the dominant pressure is the one you put on yourself. I will not screw up. I will not let anyone down. I will be a success. Crew walking, the announcement the ground crews had been waiting for. Dawn was fast approaching as the 8 airmen crossed the tarmac to their Tornadoes and carried out their final safety checks. As Mike Toft boarded to set up the navigation systems, Mark Paisley went through his fastidious scrutiny of the aircraft, checking all around the airframe for anything out of the ordinary, levering the flaps and slats on the wings, then inspecting each 1,000-pound bomb under the Tornado's belly, ensuring that all safety pins had been removed. He counted the red-flagged pins, double-checking with the ground crew. Everything was in order. He counted the red-flagged pins, double-checking with the ground crew. Everything was in order, and Paisley climbed into the cockpit. The airfield was a hive of activity as the Desert Pink Tornadoes were prepared for action. Formation leader Pablo Mason chatted with his ground crew as they made their own final checks. They were the backbone of every squadron, and they cared for their aircraft like personal family heirlooms. Without the skill and dedication of the engineers, nothing would fly. Our ground crews were clearly nervous as we walked out to them in the half-light. Everything seemed tuned to perfection. I had walked around my aircraft and trusted her and the men who took such loving care of her. Beyond them, the slightly scorched jets that had just returned from war were already being prepared for Dave Waddington and Robbie Stewart's upcoming nighttime operation. First light over Baghdad revealed the consequences of Saddam Hussein's actions to the Iraqi population. Hundreds of dogs howling at the moonless sky had been the earliest hint of the potent force heading towards them, their ears pricking up at the high-pitched shriek that presaged falling bombs. Moments later, the air raid sirens had sent thousands scurrying to the shelters as the relentless barrage rained down on the capital. Emerging at dawn, the Iraqis had seen plumes of smoke by the dozen across the center of Baghdad. The stench of burned buildings, electrical and oil fires hung in the air. The civilians crept back into their homes, fear and uncertainty fueled by the knowledge that they were at war with the greatest military power ever known. And this was just the start. The bombing would go on until the question of Kuwait had been settled. But they kept any doubts to themselves. Such was the pernicious nature of Saddam's regime and his secret police, the Mukhabarat. Few had the courage to argue against their leader's strident words. "The great duel, the mother of all battles, has begun," Saddam declared on the early morning broadcasts. "The dawn of victory nears as this great showdown begins." But dawn did not bring respite from the nighttime rage. Formations of American, French, and Saudi aircraft, better suited to daytime fighting, had been refueling, ready to streak into Iraq at sunrise. Alongside RAF Jaguars and Tornadoes, the second wave was about to strike. Amid light-scattered cloud, the 3 Tornadoes of the 2 Johns formation joined up with the 2 Victor tankers, which would shepherd them towards the Iraqi border. One Tornado had been left behind on the ground when its Sky Shadow electronic countermeasures pod malfunctioned, its crew bereft at missing their first op. The jets dropped from the tankers down into gin-clear skies and tore towards the Iraq border at around 100 feet. Setting their armament switches to live, they streaked through the radar gap created by the Apache gunships that morning, turned east, and picking up speeds of 550 miles per hour, headed towards Rumaila. Pablo now led the 3-ship in a rough arrowhead formation. Nichol and Peters followed, flying around a mile apart from Mike Toft and his pilot Mark Paisley. There was no use of autopilot or TFR. The pilots employed their ultra-low-level flying skills, tracking visually just above the desert, all in sight of each other. "That's it, then. No turning back now," Nichol said from the back seat. "After all the preparations and planning, we were left to go to our own devices. From now on, the Iraqis would do everything they could to stop us. I did not really consider them the enemy. I knew they were normal people with normal lives, with wives, children, lovers, and friends. We were attacking their land, and they were defending it." In the broad expanse of the western desert, the 3 pilots instinctively took their aircraft down from 100 feet to 50 feet, even 30 feet at times, speeding across the landscape at 9 miles a minute. Mark Paisley, his right hand making the most minuscule of inputs on the control column, concentrated solely on the sand flashing past. Mike Toft could occasionally make out Pablo's jet tearing ahead, and looking left, Nichol and Peters roughly parallel with them. He couldn't help thinking how vulnerable they all were, canopies glinting and wings flashing in the bright sunshine. Their Tornado began bouncing hard as it was hit by the low-altitude turbulence caused by the sun beating down on the hardened desert floor. The formations of F-15 fighters, unseen high above them, provided some reassurance, ready as they were to be guided by the all-seeing eye of the AWACS onto any Iraqi aircraft attempting to repel the invaders. But still the crew could not help feeling exposed, with every Iraqi eye reporting their approach. Toft contemplated with some unease what might lie ahead. Heartbeats became closer together, the adrenaline pumped, and the fear of the unknown was soon to become the fear of the known. We felt exposed and very vulnerable, even at 50 feet, but we simply pressed on. "What the hell is that on the nose, Tofty?" Paisley asked abruptly. Toft squinted into the haze. A large black patch that looked like an oil slick lay dead ahead. "No idea, but it's not military." It mattered not. They were traveling so fast they were virtually on top of it. The slick revealed itself to be a huge herd of goats shepherded by Bedouin tribesmen. As the jets tore along a few feet above their heads, The startled beasts stampeded in every direction. Pablo Mason was relishing the rush of ultra-low-level flying, pushing the jet to 600 miles per hour, around 30 feet above the desert. I had never flown that low in my whole life. There was not much between the bottom of my jet and the ground. I could feel the rush of air through the space in between. Nichol and Peters could almost reach out and touch the faces of the Bedouin as the tornadoes roared over their tented communities. It was a strange moment for Peters. Here we were, going to bomb the shit out of their country, and these people were looking up at us, close enough to spit. A few minutes later, less friendly faces glared up at the 3 bomb-laden jets as they crossed the major north-south highway from Baghdad, only feet above a vast military convoy trundling southwards to take up defensive positions. Seeing the enemy so close suddenly made it all seem very real. The men below were there to kill them, and the reverse was also true. "Okay, quiet, boys," Pablo said over the secure radio. "Let's get to work." Adrenaline coursed through the airmen as the tornadoes sped towards Arumela airfield. The continued picture-clear calls from the American AWACS encouraged them to prepare for the daylight loft maneuver, which would catapult their jets out of the relative safety of low level. Even though it was from 3 miles out, they would still be within range of SAMs and AAA around the perimeter. Hopefully, the Americans were taking care of the SA-6 threat, with the 24 F-18 Hornets pummeling them hard. Hopefully. Nichol and Peters' tornado reached the initial point, or IP, a pre-selected ground feature marking the start of the target run. Peters knew that at 600 miles per hour, they were just under a minute from the pull-up point, where the attack system would direct him into a steep climb. The main computer constantly fed his HUD with the aircraft's speed, height, and time to the target. We were now flat out at 50 feet, the desert looking close enough to touch, fizzing past like a speeded-up film. He increased speed, maneuvering the jet further left and widening the space between them and Pablo Mason, still slightly forward, and now a couple of miles away to their right, with Paisley and Toft close behind him. They would now be attacking within a matter of seconds of each other. Nichol checked the switches, preparing the aircraft for the moment the computer would direct the pull-up and calculate the exact release point to launch the bombs on their brief flight to the target. Peters made his stick-top live, exposing the weapon commit button, and rechecked the arming and safety systems were all correctly set. Looking through the HUD, he could see all the information he required projected on the glass screen floating in front of him. Their position and time on target were all good. The green, hair-thin vertical bomb fall line and target bars showed precisely where their explosives would strike. The time-to-pull clock was unwinding anti-clockwise. They were 8 miles out and 48 seconds to pull up. Everything was in order. Nichol was wrapped in his own routine, setting the computer into the attack profile. Then head in the radar, looking for the first offset, the topographical feature that updated the computer's navigation and aiming calculations. The 3 offsets were key to fixing the target exactly in space and time, relative to the aircraft, eliminating any navigational errors. Once each was successfully marked, it would mean the lofted bombs should land within a few meters of the target. Nichol easily found the first offset, a large metal radio mast on the radar, and marked it, clicking his hand controller to update the systems. "Looking at offset 2, Nichol called, fixing a building halfway down the target run. "Cancel your offset." "My offset is cancelled," Peters calmly replied, thumbing the button. They had 5 miles to the pull-up point. Another 30 seconds. The third offset was a corner of the huge metal fence the Iraqis had helpfully built around the airfield. The hard edge shone out from the radar display. Nichol marked it, giving the computer a final, precise update. It was now accurate to within a matter of feet. Peter's HUD display jumped slightly, bringing the target bars left to sit directly on where the hasses and taxiways lay unseen in the distance. He nudged the aircraft gently a few meters left to correct their track onto the updated position. They were on time and on target. Nichol could now see the objective clearly on radar and placed his marker in the center of the taxiways. He then double-checked the settings for the 8 1,000-pound bombs to be spread over the area in a devastating concussion of explosive power. There were no threats showing on the RHWR, and the sky shadow was functioning. A brief search of the burning blue skies outside the cockpit showed no enemy fighters ready to pounce. All was set. They were perfectly aligned for the final pull-up prior to bomb release. 10 seconds to go. Flying about 2 miles abeam and a few seconds ahead, Pablo began his loft maneuver against the hardened air shelters at the southern end of the runway. We were bang on target as I pressed the weapons release button, letting go of 8,000 pounds of bombs. Dropping them had meant leaving the sanctuary of ultra-low level, and now life started to get very interesting indeed. The Iraqi AAA was onto them. It was daylight, and the bombers presented ample targets. All hell broke loose. The sky suddenly changed, as though someone was pulling a dark curtain across my eyes. All around them, the sky filled with exploding AAA shells, as Pablo threw the gunners off their aim by banking the tornado hard to the right and south, and continuing the high G-turn until they were heading west, directly away from the target, and back in the direction from which they had approached. The blue horizon ahead of Peters and Nichol was abruptly torn by streaks of gunfire blazing upwards. Shells exploded around the cockpit in bursts of black and white smoke, sending shards of shrapnel spearing through the sky. Despite the maelstrom around them, there was no noise inside the cockpit. John Peters had an unenviable grandstand view of the incoming threats. The buggers were shooting at us. Explosions were peppering up in continuous streams, right across the span of sky over the target. For every glowing tracer ball I could see, there were 9 accompanying live gobbets of explosive-tipped lead that I couldn't. They looked terminally close. It was the first time we had been under fire, and it was horrifying. In the back seat, Nichol focused on the screens, the defensive aids, and the switches he needed to press prior to attack, constantly firing out the metallic chaff fibers in case an enemy radar tried to lock onto them. He briefly glanced out the cockpit and spotted decoy flares spewing off Pablo's aircraft as their jet recovered from the attack. "Happy with the target," Nichol said, his voice calm. "You're clear to commit?" "Stick top live," Peters responded. 3, 2, 1, pull. He hauled the control column into his stomach. Flying a few seconds behind Pablo Mason, Mike Toft knew they needed to increase speed to power upwards while lugging 4 tons of bombs. We would need to use reheat, which was a worry as it would provide an ideal target for any infrared missiles out there. We made a wild guess when it would be most appropriate. The reheat kicked in, and we were soon up around 630 miles per hour, ready for the pull-up. I took a quick squint at the radar and identified the aiming point. They were seconds away. As they went through all the arming and firing sequences, Mike made sure all the switches were double and triple checked on the approach. This was definitely not the time to screw up, as we exposed ourselves to the airfield defenses. Mark Paisley sent their tornado soaring from 30 feet into the storm. Out to my left, I could see the decoy flares pumping out of John Nichol's jet. Then black puffs of smoke appeared in my peripheral vision as I concentrated on the instruments in front of me. Perhaps it was best to pretend to be in the simulator. Climbing through 1,300 feet, the cigar-shaped green bombs were released, catapulting forwards by the jet's sharp upward trajectory. The 1,000-pounders reached the top of their gentle ballistic arc, then fell to earth with increasing kinetic energy, quickly gathering speed to reach a terminal velocity that allowed them to drill several feet through concrete and tarmac. A split second later they detonated, sending an explosive ripple upwards that buckled tarmac and crippled concrete. Peters had also pulled the stick back, and the tornado's nose tipped towards the heavens. He jammed his thumb hard on the red weapons switch and kept holding it down to launch the bombs onto the northern end of the airfield. Nichol had already begun to fire out decoy flares to confuse any incoming heat-seeking missiles. "Committed!" There was a pause, then another. Shit! 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 Nothing was happening. The bombs were still glued to the tornado's belly. "I haven't got a package!" Peters yelled. "I haven't got a package!" His pilot's rising anxiety was impossible for Nichol to ignore. But why the hell is he talking about a package? The package was the way the 1,000-pounders had been selected on the weapons system. He checked the panel indications, wondering what the hell was going on. 8 1,000-pound bombs at 80 meters spacing? Peters realized the mistake he had made in the turmoil of combat. "I haven't got a pull-up!" The words came out strangled, and Nichol well understood why. This was horrendous. The bombs weren't coming off. They had messed up horribly. A number of weapon selection switches set up the attack sequence, and you're meant to make a final selection on the system just before you enter the loft maneuver. I probably hadn't hit the final button, so the computer hadn't gone into full attack mode. It was stuck in approach, not final weapons release profile. One small button which had failed to press. Perhaps something else had gone wrong. But despite years of intense training, I knew, in my heart, that I'd made a straightforward, terrible mistake. The cockpit was filled with cursing and swearing. Although only a couple of seconds had actually passed since the pull-up point, chaos was taking hold. As Peters had waited for the bombs to come off, the tornado soared above 1,500 feet, then higher. They were now perilously exposed. Peters banked hard to the left, almost inverting them, in his attempt to get back to low level. He prayed the sudden drop in height would make them harder to hit. Burdened with nearly 4 tons of bombs on its belly, the tornado made heavy weather of leveling out, and was heading fast towards the desert floor. "Recover! Recover! Recover!" Nichol yelled from the back seat. "I'm trying to!" Peters shouted, now heading away from the target. Dismay, failure, and fear were taking root inside the cockpit. "Fucking hell, what a cock-up!" "We can't fail! Let's re-attack!" Nichol was desperate not to fail on their first ever operation. Too desperate. I was compounding my initial error with another. You never, ever go around for a second attack. It's a cardinal rule. Every gunslinger on the ground would be ready for us, fingers on triggers, hammering the sky. But this was the worst feeling in our lives. We were going to be the only tornado crew who had failed. Everyone in the aid ship on Talil had been successful. Everyone on our formation had released. Except us. It was a major, major issue. But I also knew it would be madness to re-attack. We were in a very unhealthy situation, and it was descending into chaos, confusion, and panic. "Bugger it," Nichol said. "We've got to dump the bombs." It had just gone 9:30 on the first morning of the war. There would be other opportunities. He hit the bomb jettison button, and the tornado, instantly freed of its dead weight, lurched forwards and upwards, while morale plummeted in the cockpit. Our efforts had failure written all over them. We were already beating ourselves up hard over what other people would say. Our greatest concern was not for our lives, but for our reputations. "Check in! Check in!" Pablo's voice broke through to the fretting aircrew. After so much time over the airfield, they were now lagging far behind their formation leader and Toft and Paisley. "We've had a problem." Nichol tried to hide the disappointment in his voice. "Don't worry about it, just get home." Mike Toft detected the sweat and fear in Nichol's response as Paisley pushed their now substantially lighter aircraft to maximum power. Peters also poured on more power to get away, descending again to 30 feet, as the smoke from their colleagues' 16,000-pound payload rose over our Rumela. A scan around the cockpit instruments indicated everything was in order, as they made good their egress from the target area. A few miles on, he spotted a group of Iraqi soldiers next to what looked like a communication site. He banked hard, pulling the jet in a tight 4G turn, standing it on one wing to fly wide of the threat. Suddenly there was an almighty whump, and my teeth rattled. The tornado jumped across the sky like a scalded cat. The stick went dead. Warning sirens blared in their ears. They'd been hit. The right engine was on fire. Nichol felt their jet being shoved violently sideways, like a car shunted by an express train at a level crossing. It almost flipped us over. One moment I was looking up at blue sky, then bang! The aircraft was tumbling like a sycamore leaf, and I was looking up at brown sand. I was in a state-of-the-art 20 million pound jet, and a guy on the ground with a glorified pea-shooter had just nailed us. The huge, juddering force of the blast knocked the wind out of Peters. Gasping for air and hanging off the seat straps, he yelled, "What the hell was that?" They'd been struck by a handheld, heat-seeking missile, which had homed in on their fuel-burning engines. There had been no warning on the RHWR. The missile, travelling at nearly twice the speed of the tornado, had detonated inside the RB-199, blasting shrapnel in every direction. But this supreme example of Rolls-Royce engineering was encased inside a titanium shell, which, despite the 1.15 kilograms of high explosive that had torn it apart, might still contain the blaze until it could be extinguished. And they had another fully functioning engine. On full thrust, it was easily enough power to keep them flying safely. But their aircraft was severely wounded. With the computerized fly-by-wire system destroyed, Peters was essentially left with his controlled column connected to the tailplanes by metal rods, little different from those used to pilot a Second World War Lancaster bomber. The fly-by-wire loss sent us tumbling, the stick falling dead in my hands, a terrifying feeling for a pilot. I was pushing the controls frantically, the tornado falling out of the sky, the ground ballooning up sickeningly in my windshield. Nichol looked on helplessly as they wobbled towards the deck, thankful for Peter's superlative flying skills. We nearly hit the ground and would have been killed instantly, but John managed to recover the aircraft and get hold of it, even though it was flying like a metal bed frame. Peters was struggling to keep them in controlled flight. The stick was giving him nothing. "Prepare to eject! Prepare to eject!" he shouted. "I can't hold it!" "Don't you bloody well eject!" Nichol rasped. "Just get hold of it!" He wasn't ready to give up. The Saudi border was less than 100 miles away. Every meter they made south was another meter closer to the U.S. Special Forces search and rescue teams in their Black Hawk helicopters. If they could make it to a reserve airfield just over the Saudi border, or at least eject over friendly territory, they still might get home. The tornado staggered drunkenly, then slowly steadied. Peters nursed the stick to gain some precious altitude. If he could get a grip of the stricken jet, they might be able to limp over the border, then back to the Sheraton, some cold beers, and stories that would need little embellishment. His attention was abruptly diverted to the bank of red lights glowing brightly on the central warning panel at his right knee. Their tornado was telling them something was very badly wrong. AAA fire hammered up towards them and struck the right-hand Sidewinder air-to-air missile, igniting its propellant as it sat on its launcher beneath the wing. Nichol watched a ray of intense flame cutting up through the metal with the intensity of a welding torch. Our computer-controlled environment started falling apart. We were on fire. The fly-by-wire technology was down. The live ammunition we were carrying was in danger of igniting. The Iraqis were laying into us with a vengeance, and the Sidewinder was hard at work severing the wing, an item truly crucial for flight. He then looked behind the cockpit and uttered a garbled expletive. The back of the aircraft was ablaze, and the tail fin had almost disappeared. The flames were about 3 feet away and marching steadily towards where I was sitting. The engine was still burning. We had catastrophic airframe failure, and we were sitting in an aircraft full of fuel and ammunition. The tornado was nanoseconds away from blowing itself and us to smithereens. This was it. We had to get out. I shouted, "We're on fire!" to JP in the front seat. "I know we're on fire," Peters said, still focused on keeping the jet airborne. He hadn't had time to turn his head. "No!" Nichol yelled. "We've got to get out of here! Look outside!" Now Peters could see the giant orange fireball that was rampaging down the aircraft's spine towards them. Nichol made one last call to his formation. "We're on fire! We have to get out!" He then selected the emergency frequency monitored by all aircraft and broadcast their call sign and position. Peters pulled back on the stick to climb the jet and give them the best chance of a safe ejection. Peters pulled back on the stick to climb the jet and give them the best chance of a safe ejection. As the inferno engulfed the wing and fuselage, he shouted, "Prepare to eject! Prepare to eject! 3, 2, 1, eject! Eject!" They pulled the ejection seat handles between their legs simultaneously. There was a faint mechanical click, but nothing seemed to happen. Then, just 1/100th of a second later, everything moved very quickly indeed. The straps and harness tightened around Nichol's torso and limbs, pulling him firmly against the seat. Rockets fired. The Perspex cockpit canopy above their heads was jettisoned, and a giant hand seemed to reach down and yank him out of the cockpit at 30 times the force of gravity, accelerating him upwards from 0 to around 200 miles per hour in a second. The cacophony of blasting rockets was drowned by the slipstream thudding into him at 400 miles per hour and ripping through his flying suit. He tumbled over and over before the seat initiated the launch of a small stabilizing parachute, which stopped the spinning. There was a loud crack as the main parachute then deployed, leaving Nichol suspended beneath its large and comforting canopy. The whole process, from pulling the handle, had taken 1.5 seconds. I'd been catapulted from an air-conditioned, computer-controlled environment through flames and explosions, fear and confusion. A whiplash as the parachute opens, then silence, and I was floating down. As he hung onto his harness straps, Nichol scanned the vast expanse of enemy desert he was descending towards. In the distance, The billowing fireball of their tornado plunged into the desert floor, throwing up a ball of flame, followed by a column of smoke which reached for the sky. I knew there was something I should remember about landing. I tried to collect my thoughts, still reeling from the intensity of the attack, being hit, the fire, and bailing out. I had to be quick. The ground was fast approaching. He unlatched the 20-pound survival pack attached to his harness to give him a lighter landing, and just had time to bring his feet and knees together before hitting the ground. I landed with a bang on my backside, and the impact drove the air from my diaphragm. The column of smoke marking the tornado's position seemed perilously close. Nichol stood and surveyed the featureless brown terrain. If ejecting makes you feel out of control, it's a picnic compared to the feeling of being behind the lines, deep in enemy territory. "Check in," Pablo repeated the call. He hadn't heard Nichol's final transmission. "Check in, number 2. No reply, just the white hiss of a silent radio. Mike Toft listened in as their formation leader, then reported the loss to the AWACS crew overhead. If they had ejected and AWACS picked up their position, there was a chance they could be picked up. But we all knew this was unlikely. It was early morning, daylight, and like us, the combat search and rescue boys also preferred to operate in the relative safety of darkness. Every minute took them another 10 miles away from their friends, and increased their sense of devastation as the 2 surviving tornadoes flew back to the safety of the tankers waiting across the border. Reluctantly returning his armament switches to the safe setting, the thought of abandoning his men in enemy territory was unbearable for Pablo Mason. We wanted to turn back to help, to do whatever we could to get our 2 boys home. But it was hopeless. There was nothing we could do to save them. After refueling, they sadly set course for home. Apart from the routine system checks, Mark and I hardly spoke, Mike Toft remembered. Our thoughts were with the buddies that we had left behind in Iraq. Had they managed to eject, or had they gone down with the aircraft? There was no way of knowing. After a 4-hour mission, they landed at Muharraq, relieved to make it back alive. News of Nichol and Peter's failure to return had already reached the ground crew. They were really distraught and were clearly asking themselves the question, was it something to do with us? We could only tell them it wouldn't have been a problem with the tornado. Mark Paisley, too, felt their devastation. The overriding image I still have is the ground crew simply staring at an empty parking spot where the 2 Johns tornado should be, refusing to leave, hoping they might eventually limp home. Our ground crew were an integral part of the overall operation. We were a family, and they took the loss personally. The air crew walked slowly back to the hut to sign the jets in. The squadron warrant officer recognized their dejection. "Corporal," he called to one of his engineers, "chairs and tea for the officers." The war had struck the squadron to the core. The first RAF combat losses of the war, and they were 2 of their own. A number of men were in tears. "We were in pieces," remembered Mike Toft. They were both colourful characters and at the heart of squadron life. It was only bloody day 1, and we'd already lost friends. Were they dead? How the hell was this all going to pan out? Back in London, the Prime Minister had already received the news of the night's events and the morning loss of a tornado. He sat at his desk in number 10 Downing Street and wrote a parliamentary address. A few hours later, he stood up before a packed House of Commons and was granted the Speaker's permission to make a statement. In the small hours of this morning, aircraft of the multinational force began attacks on military targets in Iraq. The action is continuing. Attacks have been directed at Iraq's military capability, in particular airfields, aircraft, missile sites, nuclear and chemical facilities. The attacks had been successful and Allied losses low. He paused. I regret to inform the House that one RAF Tornado from later raids is reported missing. For those with husbands, fathers and sons flying Tornadoes into battle, the final part of John Major's speech was lost in a fog of fear and worry. The rest of the nation heard him say that Britain had only gone to war after all peaceful means had failed, and in response to Saddam's intransigence. We have no quarrel with the people of Iraq, the Prime Minister continued. We hope very much for a speedy end to hostilities. His final words resonated with those viewers and listeners who had a serious stake in events. Most of all, our thoughts go to the men and women of our forces and their families who wait anxiously at home. They have our wholehearted support and our prayers for a safe return home. Tange Stewart was one of those waiting anxiously at home, as her navigator husband Robbie was preparing for his first mission. She was on her own at the family cottage in Lincolnshire, as their children Kirsty and Scott were at boarding school. She had woken to the news that hostilities had begun, and knew that the Tornadoes and her husband would be at the forefront of the action. Now she felt the first tremors of anxiety. Then came the Prime Minister's announcement. Suddenly, it was all horrifyingly real. An RAF crew was missing. They had all discussed what might happen, but here was the reality writ large, and it was horrendous. RAF Tornadoes were going down in action. Television commentators had suggested that the aircrew might have ejected, and had gone on to discuss the possibility of them becoming prisoners of war. That scared Tange. We'd heard terms like that from the previous wartime generation, but it wasn't something any of us had given any real thought to. It was a terrifying prospect. Kirsty Stewart had been woken at 7 that morning in her dormitory at Stamford High School in Lincolnshire. Everyone had been hugely sympathetic to her since the beginning of the term. There were a lot of military children there, and they all knew her father was going to be close to the action. There were lots of questions about how she was feeling. It was a weird experience which only served to increase my sense of apprehension. Up to then, it had been a family experience, but now everyone knew what we might be facing. Shortly after the wake-up bell, the matron came in, as usual, to turn on the lights. Then she walked directly over to Kirsty's bunk bed, bent down and whispered into her ear, "Kirsty, the war started last night." It was all very surreal. I just went into classes as normal, chemistry, maths, and English. Later that day, she heard about the missing Tornado. I knew then that things might get bad. The worst had happened. We had lost a tornado. It was real. We were losing people, and it looked as though things were going to be as awful as we thought. As his daughter did her best to focus on her maths lesson, Robbie Stewart and his pilot, Dave Waddington, were hard at work in the Muharraq operations room, going over their own final calculations for their first attack. The 2-7 squadron crews had arrived late morning and worked hard on the details for the raid later that night. Sheba was an airfield southwest of Basra. It needed to be knocked out. A minute before they planned to do so, an American package of F-18 Hornets and other jets would take out an oil refinery about 4 miles away, creating enough confusion, it was hoped, for the 4 tornadoes to unleash their JP-233s undisturbed. As they pored over the maps, news came in that a tornado had gone in, with the loss of Peters and Nichol. Robbie was shocked. Perhaps I was naive, but I really thought that the tornado, at low level, especially TFR at night, was a pretty fabulous piece of kit. Those first ops were so well supported by defense suppression aircraft, attacking missile and radar sites. I thought we might be relatively safe. It appeared my confidence might have been misplaced. Dave Waddington felt his heartbeat quicken at the loss. Nichol and Peters had not made it home, so now we understood the nature of the task. There was a realistic threat that we might not come back. He took a moment, then continued preparing for his first combat sortie. The last of the 1-5 Squadron wives had left Sonia Tichel's married quarters in RAF Laarbruch at 11 a.m. after their 10-hour TV news-watching marathon. Still elated after Paddy telling her that he'd got through his first combat sortie unscathed, she went to bed, hoping to catch an hour's rest. But sleep eluded her, so she turned on the TV, only to be confronted by the news that a tornado had gone missing. Her heart began thumping as she got up and pulled the curtains aside. She saw the station commander's car pulling up outside Helen Peters' house across the road. That could only mean one thing. The station commander calls in full uniform for one reason only. I knew then who was missing. The station commander was accompanied by the 1-5 Squadron boss's wife, Maggie Broadbent. They knocked at Helen Peters' door. She knew what was coming. It was very bad news. Seeing them there, I immediately thought the boys were dead, because that was what the arrival of the station commander usually meant. Helen froze as she was told that her husband was missing in action. Seeing her shock, Maggie Broadbent placed a hand on her shoulder. John's aircraft has failed to return. That's all we know, Helen. Sonia Tichel left it a few moments before crossing the street to comfort her friend. They were all fighting this war together. The television and kettle went back on. More cups of tea were called for. She also knew it would only be a matter of time before her and Paddy's young daughter Kimberly heard the news. She sat her down and delivered it herself. You know Mr. Peters and John Nichol? The little girl nodded. The two Johns were at the heart of the squadron's social activities. Their tornado has crashed. Are they dead? Kimberly asked. I don't know. They probably managed to get out. We just have to wait and see. But what about my daddy? Could something like that happen to him? Of course it could, Sonia replied. But we must hope it won't. Chapter 6. My God, we've lost another one. The 17th of January, afternoon, to the 18th of January, morning. The only landmarks in the empty desert were the black smoke rising from the downed tornado a mile away, and the billowing white and orange parachutes. John Nichol took off his helmet, rubbed his eyes, and got to his feet, grateful that, bar a stiff back and throbbing knee, he'd suffered minimal injuries after being rocketed out of a fighter-bomber travelling at 400 miles per hour, a few hundred feet above the ground. He walked towards his friend, John Peters, sprawled 100 yards away. "You look bloody messy," he said helpfully. His pilot's film star looks had taken a beating. Blood poured from a cut above his left eye. "What are we going to do now?" Peters replied groggily. "I don't want to worry you," Nichol said, "but we're in Iraq. Can you believe it?" For a moment, Peters just looked at him, absorbing the curious nature of their situation. A few hours earlier, they had been among friends in the bustle of Muharraq Air Base. Just a few minutes ago, they had been in a multi-million-pound tornado, ready to tick off their first combat mission. The idea of parachuting into enemy territory that morning had been a remote one. Now they were right in the middle of it, in daylight, many miles from friendly lines, each armed solely with a small pistol and 18 rounds of ammunition. Nichol chuckled. Then they both started laughing, hysterically. Suddenly, it all seemed desperately funny. We were struck by the absurdity of it all, and once we had started laughing, it was difficult to stop. "Let's get out of here," Nichol suggested, as the feeling of merriment subsided. Their downed aircrew combat survival drills kicked in. Nichol made a brief transmission on his personal locator beacon to say they were both down but alive, and to give their bearing and distance from a pre-briefed search and rescue point. If rescue teams were in the area, there was the faintest chance they might come running. They needed key items from the bright yellow fiberglass survival box attached to their life jackets, but getting to their water, food, and extra clothing was far from straightforward. The way everything was packed meant we had to inflate the dinghies to get the haversacks out. We watched helplessly as the bright orange inflatables careered out of the packs. We could hardly have been more conspicuous if we'd had a Royal Marine band playing. After stabbing the emergency dinghies with Peter's Swiss Army penknife, they set off south, leaving behind the glaring evidence of their arrival scattered across the sand. There was nowhere to conceal them, and no time to bury the equipment. They needed to run, to get away from the immediate area. Any onlooker would already have seen the jet go in. The good news was Peter's status as a regular half-marathon runner. The bad was that he had torn his knee ligaments on ejection and was hobbling painfully. With haversacks on their backs and Volta pistols loaded with 9-round clips, the two hurried away from the landing site as quickly as they could. Even tramping through hot, treacle-like sand didn't completely drain Nichol of hope. Perhaps if we moved fast enough, away from the billowing pyre, we might get lucky. It was worth a try. We certainly couldn't simply give in and wait for circumstances to overtake us. After a few steps, he stopped. Although they had both been sanitized for sensitive and personal items before takeoff, it dawned on him to double-check. He still had his route map in a pocket with the combat, search and rescue reference points clearly marked. If the enemy found those, it could put any rescue teams in real danger. Nichol tore up the map and, as downed airmen had done in many preceding wars, stuffed it into his mouth and began chewing. The sight of his navigator eating a map was clearly a source of amusement for Peters, who snorted with laughter again. They set off once more across the barren landscape. It was approaching midday, and they had been walking for more than an hour, when Nichol abruptly halted again. I suddenly got a bad feeling. We both had this sensation down the backs of our necks that we were being watched. I could feel my scalp prickling. Instinctively, they crouched as they walked, quickening their pace. A few minutes later, the unmistakable sound of an engine cut through the desert silence. They dropped to their bellies, leopard crawling to a dip in the sand. Peeking through a parched bush, Nichol saw movement. It was definitely people coming our way. We took out our pistols. I checked that we both had a round up the spout. A vehicle moved closer, clanking through the desert. Then the real horror. A group of figures shimmered on the horizon, advancing towards us. A red pickup truck drove past them, less than half a mile away. Then a volley of shots rang out. What are they shooting at? Us? Rounds zipped overhead. It was as if the searchers were trying to flush them out like game birds. Nichol's heart rate quickened. I remained perfectly still, my chest hammering, praying the line would turn and move away. Then there was a loud yell. We'd been spotted. It was the first time Nichol and Peters had experienced hostile fire outside the cockpit. The tornado was sealed off from the outside world. Even in the heaviest of AAA, only their eyes registered the threat. It was very different on the ground. I'd never been shot at like this. It was very personal, and there is nothing more frightening. My guts were churning. They had automatic rifles, AK-47s, the guerrilla's friend. Being torn open by one of those was not the way I wanted to go. The noise was unbelievable. Endless whip cracks, a deafening crack, crack, crack. The clump of twigs we were lying behind was 18 inches high, but bullets were buzzing through it, swarming angrily over our heads, kicking up jets of sand around our position. Then AK-47 rounds began puckering the ground close to Nichol's head. In my fear, I began digging a shallow grave with my elbows, knees, and face, driving my whole body down into the sand, the grains in my mouth and nose. Anything to get down below the bullets, to avoid that final, shattering impact. A few weeks before deploying, relaxing over a beer at John and Helen Peters' comfortable home at RAF Laarbruch, the two friends had discussed, more seriously than they were prepared to admit, committing suicide rather than being captured and tortured to death. It all came flashing back to me, Nichol said. We had joked about capture, about suicide. Saddam had promised to tear any downed air crew limb from limb, and we all knew the brutal way they had treated their own people. But did we really want to kill ourselves? Wouldn't that, too, amount to failure, albeit of a rather different kind? I looked at John. Now it came right down to it. Could I shoot him before shooting myself? I didn't much fancy killing him. It seemed absurd. We had known each other for a long time. The moment was here. Could I do it? Nichol turned to Peters. Look, he said, they are going to come and get us anyway. Shall we go out with a bang? I was suggesting we charge towards them, try to take a few of them with us, before being killed ourselves, making a fight of it. Why not? It looked certain we were about to be killed anyway. Still dazed, Peters looked at the pistol Nichol waved towards the enemy. No, he said, with surprising warmth in his voice. There's always hope. Nichol knew he was right. The odds were way too heavily stacked against us. There were at least 12 of them, and they had automatic rifles. There were 2 of us with pop guns, 1 injured. All we could have done was stand up and loose off a couple of rounds. In return, they would have split our bellies open with their AKs. They both stood, arms raised, then immediately dropped to their bellies as gunfire erupted around them again. They were charging towards us, screaming, shooting wildly less than 100 yards away. Hearts thumping, ears pounding, we tensed ourselves for the kill. This was it. Then the firing stopped. Very slowly, the airmen hauled themselves upright once more, hands in the air. Another fusillade tore up the desert floor around their feet. They had let loose again. It was stupid, but made me realize they were as scared of us as we were of them. everything went quiet, apart from an Iraqi officer firing his pistol into the air. He shouted repeatedly in English, "No, no, no, stop! Give yourself up. It's okay. Up, up, up!" Alongside him were 3 Bedouin trackers, including a boy aged about 12, and a section of Iraqi Air Force personnel. As they got to us, we expected the worst. I was rock-taut, waiting for another hail of bullets. We were both trembling. The older, bearded Bedouin shouted dementedly at Nichol, punching him in the face. The Iraqi officer intervened again. We were very lucky he was there. Without him, it was clear as day they would have killed us on the spot. He was shouting at them continuously in Arabic, at the top of his voice, still very worried they might kill us. The flyers were stripped of all their possessions, including, to the Bedouins' delight, the 1,000-pound tubes of gold sovereigns. The 2 prisoners then had their hands tied behind their backs and were prodded at gunpoint into the rear of the pickup truck. As they drove off, the young Bedouin boy brandished one of their aircrew pistols, grinned gleefully at Nichol, and drew his finger across his throat. In the safety of his Saudi airbase, John Nichol's flatmate and fellow Tornado navigator Dave Bellamy rolled out of bed, trying to shake off the haze of nearly 5 hours of temazepam-induced sleep. It was approaching lunchtime in Tabuk. He had not long returned from his own first combat sortie, and his emotions were about to be challenged again. The detachment commander called the aircrew into a meeting and announced that a tornado had gone down, with the crew missing in action. He solemnly read out the names: John Peters and John Nichol. There was no news about whether they had ejected or been killed, but everyone thought the worst. Bellamy was devastated. I said nothing and left the room to help plan another mission. One of his formation, knowing Nichol was a good friend of Bellamy, came to offer his sympathies. I told him, as a favour, not to mention John Nichol's apparent death in my presence. I didn't want to have to deal with the extra emotion while we were already in the midst of a maelstrom. But I, unlike some of the others, would not give up hope that John had got out of his tornado alive. Although Bellamy was not required that night, many of his friends would be. His colleagues, Squadron Leader Pete Batson and their cheerful squadron boss, Wing Commander Mike Heath, were preparing for their first outing. Dusk was approaching when Batson and Heath gathered the crews of their 8-ship for the briefing. The RAF was going in to strike Al-Assad Air Base again, following the same route as Dave Bellamy's formation a few hours earlier, targeting the home of dozens of Iraqi aircraft, including the French-made Mirage fighters. They already knew from Bellamy and the others about the heavy ground fire. The intelligence update only emphasized the growing and unexpected AAA threat, particularly to those flying low level. Batson had been a frontline pilot flying Vulcan nuclear bombers and Tornadoes since 1978. And although this was his first combat mission, he wasn't experiencing any nerves. I was going to do something that I had always trained for. Although it was to be in Iraq, and not Eastern Europe, the only real difference between this flight and the thousands of training sorties I'd completed was that this time someone would be shooting back with heavy AAA. Batson and his colleagues would be part of the ongoing and relentless pummeling of Iraqi forces before the land invasion required to liberate occupied Kuwait. The air campaign was not yet 24 hours old, yet raids had been continuous since the first airstrikes at 2 a.m., part of General Norman Schwarzkopf's air plan to knock out the Iraqi Air Force, so there would be no threat to his flyers and ground troops from above. As part of the unremitting second wave of attacks, Hundreds of aircraft were flying from dawn to dusk and beyond. They were conducting a similar campaign to that of the Germans in 1940, knocking out radar and communication sites while battering the air defences, airfields, and Air Force itself into total submission. During the Battle of Britain, the Luftwaffe had failed in its mission to dominate the skies. 50 years later, Norman Schwarzkopf was determined his air forces would prevail. And he was not holding back. Since dawn, that 17th of January, his F-14 Tomcats, equipped with TARPs, or Tactical Air Reconnaissance Pod system, had been surveying the targets hit during the night. They came back with hundreds of pictures of the extensive damage caused during the first wave. But it was just the opening phase of Schwarzkopf's plan. Batson and Heath at Tabuk in Saudi Arabia, and Robbie Stewart and his pilot David Waddington at Muharraq in Bahrain were part of that ongoing wave of destruction. Readying themselves for their first mission, Robbie and Dave went over the defensive measures they could use against ground fire threats. They had dozens of flares they could deploy as decoys for heat-seeking missiles, bundles of chaff to confuse radar guidance, plus the Sky Shadow radar jamming system, and the heavy punch of the U.S. jets going in before them. Dave had previously been convinced the American-provided SEED, or suppression of enemy air defenses, was sufficient, but now he had his doubts. It quickly became clear that we were in a very real fight. Before, I was not really concerned about our own attrition, but the loss of a tornado really brought home the dangers we faced. Personally, I compartmentalized it, put it out of my mind, and kept my focus on our own mission. There was nothing else to be done. You can't just walk away and say, "This is too dangerous, I'm not doing it anymore." There was also a naivety of youth. You feel invincible. And like our Second World War RAF forebears who flew the wartime bombers, you just think, it will never happen to me. Robbie had previously hoped that the tornado force might survive the war unscathed. But that had changed within a matter of hours. It was a real wake-up call to hear a tornado had gone down. It focused our minds on the reality as we prepared for our turn to continue the attack. He collected the navigation tapes with the routing and target information recorded for the tornado's computer and headed off to the dining room. Dusk was settling over Bahrain as he walked alongside Wing Commander Nigel Elsdon, who had taken over 2-7 Squadron after Bill Green's death in August during a practice nighttime loft maneuver. Elsdon had less tornado experience, but shared his predecessor's talent for calm leadership, as his immense RAF pedigree had promised. His grandfather had flown in the First World War, and his father had become a Spitfire ace at the height of the Battle of Britain. "I bet you didn't expect this a few months ago," Robbie mused as they walked into the dining tent. Elsdon smiled in acknowledgement, as his avuncular 42-year-old navigator joined them. Max Collier had smiling eyes, a fine quiff of dark hair, and 2 decades of flying experience. A degree of disquiet blunted Robbie's appetite, so he quickly finished his supper and left Nigel and Max talking quietly. Darkness had fallen as he and Waddington strode out to F for Foxtrot. They both felt a mixture of emotions. Walking out to the aircraft for that first sortie was incredible, Waddington recalled. No one wants to visit death and destruction on anyone. But this was what we had always trained for, and it was going to be my ultimate professional test as a tornado pilot. Robbie was ready too. As I strapped in, ready to go, all apprehensions were forced out of my mind. We were going to work as normal. You became part of the aircraft, part of the machinery of war. You turn off any fears and worries. As Waddington and Stewart readied their tornado for battle, John Nichol and John Peters' war in the air was already over. They were bundled into captivity at gunpoint, preparing for a test of their own inner strength and resolve. These people are not going to be happy to see us, Nichol knew. How would our ground crew treat an Iraqi pilot who had just dropped an awful lot of high explosive on them and killed their mates? The impressive array of Iraqi anti-aircraft equipment became even more hideously apparent as they were driven to a nearby airfield. There was AAA everywhere, quite literally hundreds of gun emplacements. It was staggering. There was a French-made Roland radar-guided SAM system, gun pits with quadruple-barreled cannons, and tanks with anti-aircraft guns mounted on their turrets, alongside infantry armed with handheld missiles. Nobody on the intelligence side had foreseen this amount of AAA, or any Roland missiles. Or if they had, we had certainly not been briefed about it. Its sheer weight of numbers meant that somebody was always going to get lucky at our expense. The prisoners were driven around the base to great fanfare. Our captors paraded us, tooting and waving, as if we were some sort of travelling sideshow. As they dragged us out of the vehicle, we saw a huge crowd standing around waiting for us. There was loathing in their eyes, a burning, intense glare of pure hatred. Nichol remembered stories of captured aircrew in Vietnam being tortured to death, and of RAF men bailing out over Germany being bludgeoned with spades. It was only when they were handed over to the officers in charge that things began to calm down. Many Iraqis had trained in Britain and spoke good English, and with traditional Arab courtesy, they treated the pair as if they were visiting fellow flyers. They were shocked at the injury to Peter's eye. "Who hurt you? Who hit you?" one pilot asked, assuming he had been beaten up. Maintaining their interrogation procedures, the two Johns did not respond. When the air raid siren sounded, the officers hurried them down to an underground bunker where they were introduced to the base commander, who proudly sported the ubiquitous Saddam moustache. "How are they treating you? Do you want anything? Coffee?" Again, the pair did not respond. "Don't worry, you are safe now. Would you like some water?" It was mid-afternoon. They had been shot down at 9:32 a.m. and were parched. Both nodded. The Iraqis brought in plates of dates, cake, and oranges along with the water. Despite their hunger, Nichol and Peters refused any food, fearing it might be drugged. Moments later, they heard bombs exploding in the distance. As soon as the raid ended, they were jostled into another vehicle, which headed along a highway signposted to Baghdad. An hour later they pulled into a site with a giant image of Saddam Hussein at its entrance. This is where the fun starts, Nichol thought, as their captors became more aggressive. They kept banging our heads with rifles to keep them down, presumably so that we wouldn't see any aircraft or the layout of the base. They were led down into another bunker and blindfolded. The atmosphere had suddenly become a lot less friendly. They kept poking us with the guns. The questioning was more menacing, even though the interrogators were still Iraqi Air Force. "Where did you fly? Where are you from? Which base?" The prisoners simply responded with their name, rank, and number. "You must answer our questions now, or we will have to send you to the nasty people." Both of them knew they were referring to Saddam's Mukhabarat security service thugs. The prospect was not a pleasant one, and the outcome certain. "We're all pilots together," the Iraqi airman persisted. "Although we are at war, we have the same job to do. Talk to us. It will be better for you." Still they remained silent. "If you do not tell us, we will send you to Baghdad. They will hit you in Baghdad. They will put you on television. You will not like it." That immediately struck an uncomfortable note for Nichol. Did that mean we were going to be paraded for propaganda purposes? Or would we be held as human shield hostages at a high-value target and displayed to reduce the probability of an air raid? Saddam had no boundaries when it came to human rights. Still, they remained silent. Now blindfolded and handcuffed, the pair were bundled into a station wagon and driven north for many hours, finally arriving in Baghdad. As the main gate of a third airfield swam up out of the inky desert blackness, there was a sudden flash of light, brilliant even through the crepe blindfold, followed by a tremendous explosion that shook the car, Nichol recalled. The earth erupted around our ears, debris spattering down on the roof. They were experiencing firsthand Schwarzkopf's plan to totally destroy Iraqi military capability. Nichol could make out images in the gap under his blindfold, and in a break between bombs, the station wagon sped through the gates and parked next to a concrete blast wall. He could already hear the next wave of aircraft coming in. The bombs rippled across the ground, creeping towards us, crump after terrifying crump. They were momentarily grateful to be hustled into a bunker. But seconds later, the noise curved across space to meet us, winding up to a furious, high-pitched whistle, louder and louder as it scythed in. Everybody in the room could tell it was going to be a direct hit. Everything went deathly quiet. Then the bomb hit with a shattering roar. Peters and Nichol dived to the floor as the roof fell in and furniture went flying amid great clouds of dust. They could both feel the atmosphere of hostility and aggression grow. The Iraqis had in their midst two of the very enemy who were currently bringing death and destruction to their land and people. They were hauled to their feet. The barked words, the shoving, the abrupt orders increased. Nichol heard Peters being dragged out, and he was alone with the guards. The room grew silent. No questions were asked. There was a horrible presence in the room, an aura of hatred. I could smell the sharp body odor of the surrounding guards, and I could feel their enmity. I sensed a gauntlet of hostility, silent, brooding, expectant savoring of my helplessness. It was time. There was a sudden rush, and they fell on me. If the two RAF prisoners were taking a pummeling in Baghdad, it was nothing compared to the hammering that was about to descend across Iraq for a second night. Nichol and Peters had experienced just one bombardment of the hundreds that were going in, with sorties eventually ramping up from 2,000 to 3,000 a day, a bombing raid every few minutes. The vast majority of us thought nothing would ever equal the air power of day one RAF navigator said. Well, it did, from day 2 through to day 40. If anything, it got more and more. You couldn't fly for 20 seconds without seeing at least another dozen airplanes flying past you. Some had hoped that the massive first day of airstrikes would make Saddam Hussein realize he had no hope of winning, and back down with some honor, and his military infrastructure intact. I thought we'd all go in on the first night, hit him for 6, and he'd realize he'd bitten off more than he could chew and stop the war, recalled Wing Commander Jerry Witz, the Tornado commander at Dhahran Air Base. The losses were already stacking up for Saddam on the first day, with 8 Iraqi fighters downed in air-to-air combat, mostly with the USAF's powerful F-15 Eagles. But Saddam remained defiant, which meant Dave Waddington and Robbie Stewart's attack on Shaibar Air Base would go ahead as planned. Time on target was early evening, 7:30 p.m. local time. The formation would strike after a brisk 60-minute run, heading north from Bahrain, up through the Gulf. Sheba was southwest of Basra, and a few hundred miles south of where Nichol and Peters were being held. After taking off, all 4 tornadoes rendezvoused with the tanker, then slipped down to low level above the warm, shallow waters of the Gulf. They headed up between the shores of Kuwait and Iran, the shortest way from Bahrain into Iraq. Moments later, the smooth ride through the darkness on TFR and autopilot was interrupted by a stream of light puncturing the sky ahead. "Got some AAA going out to the right," Waddington called to Stuart in the back seat. I was amazed at how calm I was, as I'd never seen anything like it. It was incredible. There was so much that I was picking a route through, slaloming the aircraft at 200 feet between the streaks of gunfire using the heading control dial on the autopilot. A bit like a video game. "Speed's good at 470, height good 200, fuel fine," Robbie said from the back seat. Few words were wasted. Unlike some other crews, they kept any cockpit chat to the bare minimum. Robbie looked up from his instruments. The AAA was snaking skywards, trying to hit the F-18s and A-6s, which were wreaking havoc on the missile sites. You could see the odd surface-to-air missile taking off in the distance and arcing into the sky. I glanced to the port side as we swept smoothly past a AAA site 50 yards away, and could make out a moving car with its headlights on. Dave continued to maneuver the aircraft around the massed AAA, which almost had a celebratory quality, sparkling like a firework display, but one which they both knew, given Nichol and Peters' presumed capture, could have a deadly outcome. "Left 320, Robbie called. Dave turned the aircraft slightly to port, registering their speed at 535 miles per hour. The silence in the cockpit was punctuated by the gentle background whine of electronics and the odd bip-bip made by the new Havquick secure radios. As they crossed from Kuwait into Iraq, Robbie could see that 200 feet below, life seemed to be going on as normal. It was truly surreal. We were at war, and I was looking down at people on the ground as we flashed by. I actually saw one guy standing half out of his car, resting on the open door, looking up at the noise of the aircraft above. They began the attack run 1 minute out. Right on cue, the night sky to their right erupted in bright orange flames, lighting up the moonless sky. The Americans had struck home on the oil refinery in devastating fashion. "AAA off to the right, just coming left now," Dave said. The tornado had turned onto its final approach and on a direct bearing towards the rising ground fire. "Height good. All switches confirmed live. 3 seconds from committing." As the Muharraq tornadoes began their attack on Sheba, Peter Batson made small talk with his boss, Mike Heath, before takeoff from Tabuk. It felt like one of our training sorties rather than the start of a war mission. The 8 tornadoes, 4 from 20 Squadron and 4 from 16 Squadron, flew to the tanker rendezvous just inside the border, then descended to low level, narrowly avoiding a flight of helicopters, fortunately a little lower, and with their lights still on, heading towards Iraq on their own mission. As they crossed Sausage Side, Batson saw what he presumed was a flaming aircraft wreckage, with Special Forces helicopters circling above it, firing at targets on the ground. Perhaps a dramatic search and rescue mission for downed aircrew. As they headed west towards Al-Assad airfield, something odd began to happen every time the formation crossed a highway. A spotlight positioned on the road would spark up, not at us, but straight into the sky. We just couldn't understand why these searchlights were pointing upwards in the middle of the desert as we flew over. In fact, the Iraqis had developed a simple but effective early warning system that did not rely on the radars or electronics which were attracting hostile fire. Soldiers had been stationed at regular points across the network of desert roads, and ordered to switch on the lights whenever an aircraft passed low overhead. It had an unnerving effect on those going into battle. They were well spaced, giving a beam to our left and right, forming a surreal corridor, columns of light marking our progress into Iraq. It was a very basic but very effective alert for the Iraqi gunners awaiting us. Dave and Robbie's Tornado, heading to Sheba, was treated to a different welcome. Streams of yellow and white tracer from multiple gun systems around the airfield shot up to greet them as their formation closed on the target. Waddington took the aircraft from TFR autopilot into manual control. The AAA formed a bright dome of fire. We were heading straight towards this incredible curtain of exploding lead, bracketed with darkness on either side. Rationally, we wanted to turn away from it. But the job was to deliver the weapons on target. I didn't say anything to Robbie, but I certainly thought, how the hell will we get through this? Robbie heard the JP-233 spew out its deadly contents as they crossed the runway. It fired like a Mauser cannon with a rapid staccato. You could hear the 57-pound cratering munitions eject from the canisters, then all the anti-personnel bomblets exploding out. The JP-233 sounded like a machine gun going off under my backside, Dave said, like driving at great speed over a cobbled road. With the weapons gone, they made a hard turn 90 degrees north out of the target area. Some of the intense pressure fell away. I said to Robbie, "Did you see that?" It was an amazing experience. We weren't scared because we were too busy, but I thought, my God, have we just done that? All 4 tornadoes made it through the maelstrom and began their race home. Moments later, out to Dave's left, a huge fireball erupted and spread across the desert like a detonating bomb. A shout came over the radio, "Aircraft down!" Before Dave could properly react, the telltale white streak of a missile leapt up towards them. "Sam!" he yelled, immediately throttling back while simultaneously pulling a hard left turn to break any missile lock. We were flying at just 200 feet in total darkness. No NVGs. It was an incredibly dangerous maneuver. It was about to get a lot more dangerous. Up ahead, the formation leader also spotted another missile hunting his own jet. He broke hard right. Both tornadoes were now curving in towards each other, just a few hundred feet above ground, traveling at a combined speed of almost 1,200 miles per hour in the void. Dave's aircraft suddenly bumped and bounced in heavy turbulence. It was the formation leader's tornado, hurtling unseen over their cockpit. We just crossed in the dark, totally blind, and had no idea how close we came to collision. It was quite disconcerting. As they headed to safety, the formation leader called on the radio to the No. 3 aircraft, call sign Charlie, crewed by the new squadron boss Nichol Elston and his navigator Max Collier. "Charlie, are you with us?" Silence. "Charlie, are you with us?" The calls went unanswered. As they crossed the border and climbed towards the waiting tankers, Robbie radioed the AWACS operator for clarification. "Can you see 3 or 4 aircraft?" After a brief pause to check his screens, the American answered, "There are only 3. The awful truth began to sink in. My God, we've just lost another one. Another tornado had gone down, but the raids pressed on. 400 miles to the northwest of where Elston and Collier had crashed, the 8 aircraft led by Pete Batson and Mike Heath were undertaking their own low-level nighttime attack on Al-Assad Air Base. Batson lined up for the bombing run. He was the first in the stream, hoping that they might be able to get in and out before the Iraqis knew they were there. Speed was of the essence. The closer we got to the target, the faster we went, progressing up to about 500 knots, or 575 miles per hour, and needing small bursts of reheat to overcome the drag effect of the JP-233. They were about 8 miles out when his attention was drawn to an astonishing sight on the horizon. He squinted to double-check what was coming out of the darkness ahead, and no, his mind wasn't playing tricks. Every single airfield light was on. It was like being back home at RAF Larbruch on a busy night of flying training. The runway lights, airfield approach lights, taxiway lights, everything. The whole place was lit up. "We can't be going there," Mike Heath said from the back seat. But they were. Batson did another double take. An aircraft was flying around the airbase at about 1,000 feet, doing practice approaches in what appeared to be nighttime training. It was something we had all done many times before, just not in the middle of a war. The aircraft had its red anti-collision lights flashing, and because we were so low, we were looking up at it. I really couldn't believe what I was seeing. They were 1 minute away from the target. Mike and I rapidly discussed the threat it could be to the rest of our formation. We didn't know what it was, as we couldn't identify the type, but it could pose a very real threat if armed with missiles. So I attempted to lock my own air-to-air missile onto it, but no reassuring growl came back. For some reason, his missiles had failed to lock on. But by selecting the air-to-air combat option when they were in ground attack mode, Batson had now cancelled the carefully crafted attack profile. That was a bit of a shocker. We were now about 30 seconds out with no weapon steering in the HUD. The Iraqi searchlight warning system must have worked. The tornado glittered in the bright white light of the enemy shells erupting around them. Red and orange darts speared upwards, seeking its soft belly. But the cockpit remained strangely remote from the incoming threat for these newcomers to war. It was totally surreal to see all the exploding, flashing light around us, but all in relative silence. Batson now had no choice but to carry out the attack run himself by hitting the pilot weapon aiming target of opportunity switch. I now had complete control of the weapons system. Aiming wasn't going to be a problem, as, with the airfield lights still on, I could see the runway quite clearly. I manually maneuvered the aircraft to ensure the JP-233 munitions would spread over it. Then another challenge presented itself. Out of the corner of my eye, I spotted the aircraft that had been in the circuit, rolling down to land on the runway we were targeting. Batson quickly brought it within the target markers in his HUD, and seconds later, the JP-233 delivered its cocktail of anti-personnel mines and cratering devices which detonated across both the runway and the Iraqi jet. Many years later, I would think back to my actions that night, but in that moment, all I was thinking was that it was an enemy aircraft, and at any point now or in the future, it could pose a threat to my own forces. In the center of the airfield, the AAA abruptly stopped. That moment of calm in the midst of the inferno is seared in my mind. But we still had to get out the other side. And 2 seconds later, we were back in the middle of it all. A missile launched dead ahead of them. With very little room for error so low to the ground, Batson hauled the tornado into a violent turn. At this point, I was flying manually at about 150 feet in a hard maneuver to the left. The missile disappeared, so I returned to track, and we exited the target area at high speed and raced for the border. It had been a chaotic few minutes for a first wartime operation. I plugged the TFR back in and let it take control for a moment as we headed to safety. At last, I could draw a breath. Our gaggle set track to leave Iraqi airspace. Crossing the border, I set the armament switches to safe, and our quietly ecstatic formation climbed to medium level. I checked them in on the radio. All aircraft responded. It was a very different atmosphere in Dave Waddington and Robbie Stewart's jet, as their 3 surviving aircraft landed back at Muharraq. Those waiting watched for the second time in 9 hours as another tornado failed to return from a mission. Dave taxied in, shut down the engines, opened the canopy, and felt the warm air from the Gulf wash over him. Robbie slowly made his way down the steps, where he was met by their ground crew. After handshakes and some chatter, he made his way over to the shelter where Elsdon and Collier's ground crew were waiting, their pale faces and white eyes amplified under the harsh lights. Robbie brought them into a huddle. "We lost the boss and Max," he told them. "I'm sorry." The young engineers looked on mutely, unable to believe that they had lost another jet and its crew. Their jet, their crew. The loss hit them hard, and they didn't want to leave the airfield, hoping against hope we were wrong. Robbie joined the survivors in the debriefing room inside the operations room. They glanced at each other, barely registering their surroundings, trying to understand what had just happened, and grappling with the complex challenges of loss and survival. Some were in tears. It was our first bombing mission, and we'd seen a crash and friends killed right in front of us. It was a very severe baptism of war. As news of the second loss spread, the shock waves were felt throughout the tornado force across the 3 Gulf air bases, especially for those who would continue the fight. "If you go to war, people are going to be killed," said one navigator. "It's one of those facts that you have to accept. So I had to get on with the job and try not to let it affect me." It was easier said than done, and everyone was quiet on the bus back to the Sheraton. Then they gathered in the cellar bar to drink to the memory of the fallen. Dave Waddington felt the alcohol release the tension and pain of loss. It was then that the reality of what we had been through and the growing realization of Max and Nichol's loss came to the fore, and the utter certainty that in the not-too-distant future we would have to do it all again. I had known Max for a long time, Robbie reflected. He was quiet, sincere, a good operator, a really nice bloke. He finished his beer and went to call his wife. Obviously, I couldn't mention anything about Max and the boss, as their next of kin may not yet have been informed, but I really needed to talk. Back home in Lincolnshire, Tange replaced the phone on its cradle and took a deep breath. After listening to Robbie's first experiences of war, she took out her pen. Thursday, the 17th of January. To my very dearest darling. Well, the waiting is over, and that is a relief. But a new sort of terror drains us all. It is 11:30 p.m., and for the first time, the telephone has stopped ringing, and I am on my own in the peace and quiet to be with you. It was lovely to hear your voice. Things must be indescribable for you all out there, and you are in everyone's thoughts and prayers. I spoke to the children's school boarding houses this morning, and they had both been told of the outbreak of hostilities. I will collect them tomorrow as planned. Scott is having a friend over for the day on Saturday. Kirsty and I are going to the pantomime. Aren't we lucky? But then, I'm lucky in so many ways. I've got 2 lovely kids, and I've got you, darling. Please come back to us safely. We will send photographs this weekend, and a flight magazine will be posted with this letter. Please don't worry about us. We are coping. I just couldn't cope with losing you. Our prayers are with you. All my love, Tange. Kiss, 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 kiss. Onlookers across the world were now glued to their television sets, astonished at the level of firepower being deployed over Iraq. But back at his home in Bolton, Dave Waddington's mother, Berenice, had decided to turn off the TV for good, to avoid hearing any more about the tornado lost on the first morning of war. The endless reports that Peters and Nichol had gone missing were too much to bear. An interview with the retired admiral had finally made her reach for the off switch. He had shared his thoughts on how Saddam could counter the tornado raids. I couldn't believe my ears. During the Second World War, we had all the posters about careless talk costs lives. Yet here was this man, now telling the Iraqis how best to attack our own boys. Berenice hated the thought of her son in danger. The grinning 9-year-old who had vowed to become a pilot. She gazed at his framed photograph, taken after King Hussein of Jordan had taken the salute at his graduation parade. We were so proud. He had achieved so much, our little boy presented with his pilot wings, especially a lad from Bolton. When he started flying tornadoes, my husband Jack and I never thought he might go to war. We were children of the Second World War, and the thought of a war in the 1990s never entered our heads. We spent a lot of time praying David would come home safely, as I imagined lots of mothers and fathers were doing. We didn't know what the future might hold, but we knew that our sons were in grave danger after the first tornado was lost. Helen Peters had already been told that her husband and his navigator, John Nichol, were missing in action. The following day, the 18th of January, the station commander arrived back at her front door, again in full uniform. She was enjoying more tea with a group of the other wives. They all looked at me in horror as he drew me gently into the kitchen. Gravely, he told me the boys had probably been captured. He said intelligence sources from inside Iraq, which he was unable to discuss, had reported sighting 2 captured British airmen. At that point, John and John were the only 2 airmen missing, so it had to be them. At first, this seemed like the worst thing that could have happened. I knew deep down that they were both more afraid of capture than of dying. I could understand that. They were prepared for death, for the quick death, when the missile hits and the world goes white, then black. We were all as prepared for that to happen as anyone could be. They were paid to take that risk. But capture was different. We all expected the Iraqis to use their prisoners horribly. In one way, though, I was relieved. At least they hadn't carried out that mad, half-formed suicide pact. It was probably just as well, as John was never much good at DIY. This was the only time I cried. At least when somebody you love dies, you know what has happened to them. You can mourn them. Now, I was facing the prospect of not knowing what had happened to John for weeks, months, perhaps for years. Perhaps never knowing. Chapter 7. The Bad Stuff. The 18th to the 19th of January. Helen Peters remains grateful that she didn't really know what had been happening to her husband in those early hours. Now a prisoner in Baghdad, John Peters had been isolated from his navigator, John Nichol, and was being led from the bunker shattered by the coalition attack a short while earlier. His next stop would be the place the friendly Iraqi Air Force officers who first questioned them had warned was where the bad stuff happened. The air was cool, but he was sweating as he was shepherded into yet another concrete chamber. He barely had time to draw breath before the violence began. They jumped at me, initially using just boots. They laughed and joked about it among themselves. The helplessness was a big part of it, humiliating, sordid, and degrading. Peters steeled himself mentally. I'm not the one degraded here. But it was hard, especially when a boot smashed into his knee ligaments, injured while ejecting. I had to depend on my integrity, believe in my own worth. What were my worst fears? Suppose they gang-raped me. Under the circumstances, it seemed only too likely. Through the pain, he made one promise to himself. I'm not going to let the bastards change me. If I come through this, I'm going to go home to Helen and my son Guy and daughter Tony. I am going to pick up my ordinary, happy life. The questions and violence continued. As Peters suffered, so did the Iraqi people. The aerial bombardment raged on. The doubling of coalition air strength since November allowed General Norman Schwarzkopf to pursue a broader range of targets. By the second day, he ordered the bombing of the Iraqi army on the ground, and further sites in Baghdad itself. B-52s and A-10 tank busters struck again and again at enemy troops and armor in the desert. Iraqi air bases, like the one in which Nichol and Peters were being held prisoner, became the focus for raids of increasing intensity. A significant number of Iraqi bombers were destroyed on the ground, and American fighters blasted 2 more of their jets out of the sky. F-111s opened a second line of attack from Turkey, and another 200 Tomahawk cruise missiles were launched from warships in the Gulf region. Perhaps inevitably, the stream of U.S. successes did not come without cost. Only 2 of the 6 aircrew manning the 3 American jets downed on the second day survived, and would now face the grueling challenges which currently confronted Peters and Nichol, whether to break under interrogation and tell all they knew, or to hold their tongue in the face of relentless torture. While John Peters had been dragged from the crumbling bunker, John Nichol had been left surrounded by guards. Their hostility was as acrid as their body odor, and it quickly turned physical. A bunched fist landed on his jaw, and was rapidly followed by repeated kicks and punches from every quarter. I was trying to hold my head down to protect my face, and my legs together to protect my balls. They crowded around me, kicking and punching, their blows driving in from all angles. Blood spurted from my nose, thick and grimy on my tongue and teeth. I couldn't protect myself, hard as I tried. They had total control. They could do anything they damn well liked to me, and they could take as long as they liked doing it. Only hours ago, I'd been a significant part of the biggest high-tech military offensive in history. Now, I was just a speck of dirt in a third-world desert, trampled underfoot, surrounded by an implacable enemy. Almost unbearable loneliness combined with immense pain as the savagery continued, until Nichol's aggressors finally tired and left him curled up in a corner. There was no sense of time. I was in an endless, pitch-black vacuum. He was not alone for long. Nichol soon found himself back alongside Peters. His blindfold was removed, and he was shocked by what he saw. J.P. looked wrecked. He did not seem aware of his surroundings or appear to be taking much in, as though he had had a very thorough going over, worse than my own. Both were behind a long table, under bright lights, and confronted by a new Iraqi interrogator. The man was flanked by two obese thugs. Stock villains straight out of central casting, complete with greasy hair, brown plastic shoes, and more curiously squeezed into RAF flying suits. The interrogator waited in silence for a minute. Then a tirade of questions began. What was their mission? What did they know of other missions? What aircraft were they flying? Sticking to the standard formula, the aviators replied with name, rank, and service number, and the only other approved phrase, "I cannot answer that question." The questions stopped. An order was given in Arabic. One of the thugs pulled Nichol to his feet and hustled him out of the room. I had a horrible feeling in the pit of my stomach that it was about to intensify. As I was dragged away, I glanced back at J.P., my chum of the last 4 years. Surrounded by the sadistic bastards, he was being re-blindfolded. I could tell they were getting ready to start on him in earnest, yet again. What would they do next? Were they going to do it to me when they'd finished with him? Would I be able to hear him scream? How much could or would he take? How much could I? The two friends were now entering the classic routine. Beating, followed by questioning, followed by more beating. It would go on through the night and into the next day. Countless hours, which would only stop when severe injury, death, or cooperation was achieved. Hands still cuffed behind his back, Peters was about to learn how relentless and uncompromising his captors could be. They grabbed me by the hair and threw my head against the wall for a few minutes. It felt terribly flat and cold. My features tried to mold themselves to whatever surface they encountered. All the time I was thinking how to protect myself, how not to give in, doubling over, twisting away from the direction of the blows. But his captors, with many years of experience, were experts at their trade. As the hours passed, and tiring of the exertion required, they graduated from fists and boots to sticks and lengths of hard plastic hosepipe. Violence followed by questions. Peter's eye, gashed during the ejection, became one of their favorite targets. It was extremely squelchy, like a wet sponge, where the face was expanding out. The more it swelled, the more they concentrated on hitting it, smashing down with some sort of pole or cane onto my eyes. Peters hoped the swelling might at least protect his vision. But his biggest fear was letting down his service, his comrades, his friends, and family, and losing his honor and integrity. The process stretched on, the conclusion inevitable. In the short breaks between sessions, he discovered that the key was to grunt as the blows landed, but never to scream. Once you have cried out, they've got you. But the interrogators hadn't taken long to recognize that his badly damaged knee was his point of greatest vulnerability. They went to work on it with karate chops, heel stamps, and toe caps. A massive arc of pain surged up through me in waves, stabbing into my armpit, jabbing up into my head, welling up through the whole side of my body. Then he did yelp. I don't know how long it went on, but the kicks became more frenzied, hammering down relentlessly onto my knee. Every time my leg gave way, they wrenched me back up onto it, forcing my body weight over it, ready for the next boot heel to come smashing down onto the same spot. Over time, a question penetrated the mist. The same one I had refused to answer for the past eternity. Are you a pilot or navigator? Pilot, Peters finally gasped. They dropped him to the floor. I had broken. He had given in, and the effect was devastating. A sense of utter failure took hold of me, an overwhelming sense of shame that I had failed. The questions came thick and fast now, as the interrogators pressed home their advantage. But astonishingly, they were encyclopedic rather than considered. They wanted to know how the tornado operated, its bomb load, and their target. Nothing of major strategic significance, nothing that had not already been reported in the newspapers. Peters realized they didn't seem to understand the value of the information he could reveal. I knew the sequence of signals that would call in a search and rescue mission. These codes were good for a week. If the Iraqis had found them out, they could have invented a rescue mission with a good English speaker pretending to be a pilot and simply ambushed it, shot it to pieces. Their failure, however, hardly consoled him. What mattered was having broken at all. It seemed too soon. When I was left on my own again, after answering the questions, the most unbearable feeling of desperation and self-loathing swept through me. As Peters and Nichol underwent further rounds of interrogation in Baghdad, Saddam Hussein ordered a salvo of Scuds into the night sky. The Iraqi version of the Soviet missile had been adapted to travel 375 miles, carrying 330 pounds of explosive, which, when used against Tehran in the 1980s, had caused a level of terror that was disproportionate to its size. Most worryingly for the coalition, some variants of the weapon had been adapted to carry chemical warheads. Saddam had always promised the mother of all battles, as well as to burn half of Israel, and the threat of nerve agents was ever present. At 3 a.m. on the 18th of January, surveillance systems had detected 7 surface-to-surface missiles heading for Tel Aviv. It was 9 p.m. in Washington, and prime-time television was being set alight by correspondents in gas masks, reporting Scud strikes in the target city. There was a collective intake of breath. Squadrons of Israeli jets prepared to take to the air for a massive strike on Iraq. It was a nightmare scenario. If the Jewish state joined the conflict, the Arab anti-Saddam coalition would quickly disintegrate. But the Israelis were not interested in coalition sensibilities and planned their own counterstrike. The plan would involve Israeli aircraft encroaching into Saudi airspace. General Schwarzkopf was horrified by the prospect and immediately called General Colin Powell, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. The Saudis will never buy this, and you can't sneak it by them. They have people up in our AWACS, and they're gonna know. An hour later, another Scud was fired from the western Iraqi desert and hurtled towards Dhahran in eastern Saudi, another major hub for the tornado force. 18 of the F-3 fighter variant operated from the base's 7 runways, alongside 6 GR-1A reconnaissance tornadoes and the squadron of GR-1 bombers. Countless other RAF aircraft, from Hercules transporters to Chinook helicopters, and 800 RAF personnel were also deployed at the base. The troops had trained exhaustively for the much-feared possibility of a warhead packed with chemicals landing in their midst. A Victor tanker pilot heading into Dhahran saw a massive flash on the ground below him. A few seconds later, this yellow flare was coming up skywards and getting stronger. I said quite loudly that it looked like a missile, and veered the plane away very, very quickly, though I'm not sure it would have done any good. It went right in front of us, rose to about 8,000 feet, then started to dip down. There was this massive ball of flame as it exploded. The fast-travelling flare was in fact a Patriot air defense missile, never before tested in battle. The interceptor had blasted into life and powered up to 3,000 miles per hour to meet the incoming Scud. A Tornado F-3 navigator, who had just returned from a 6-hour patrol, stumbled from his aircraft as the ground shuddered from the outgoing blast. I was looking up at my pilot when there was this bang and whoosh, the sudden realization that a Patriot had been fired. It zoomed through the clouds, and there was a huge flash of lightning as it hit the Scud right over our heads. The pilot was so shocked by the explosion that he let go of the steps and tumbled down onto his navigator, and both suddenly realized the threat of fallout from the Scud's chemical warhead, if it had one. We were rolling round on the floor, desperately trying to get our respirators on. Then we ran like hell to this pickup vehicle, which had rushed to us, then over to the air raid shelters, where we dived in absolutely scared out of our heads. The Al Hussein Scud might have had an explosive only a third of the size of a Tornado's 1,000-pounder, but it carried the threat of an even more horrendous death. Below the missile's ballistic arc, all service personnel were struggling into their full NBC, or nuclear biological chemical, kit, complete with gas masks, gloves, and protective suits. 3 years earlier, Iraqi jets had saturated the Kurdish town of Halabja with mustard gas and nerve agents, massacring 5,000 adults and children. Stark images of the dead lying in the streets were flashed around the world and came to symbolize Saddam's brutality. Those who survived would never forget his latest attempt at genocide. I saw people lying on the ground, vomiting a green-colored liquid, while others became hysterical, falling motionless onto the ground. Later, I smelled an aroma that reminded me of apples, and I lost consciousness. When I awoke, there were hundreds of bodies scattered around me. Your loved ones, your friends. You see them walking and then falling like leaves to the ground. It is a situation that cannot be described. The deployment of nerve agents, even anthrax and plague, had been taken very seriously by the Allies. Hundreds of thousands of troops had been given vaccinations against a range of biological weapons. During the months of NBC drills, they had plenty of opportunity to dwell on the horrific possibilities of an attack. It may sound stupid, but I decided that if I got a whiff of it, I was going to shoot myself with the weapon I had, one serviceman said. There was no way I was going to flip about on the floor like a kipper for 40 minutes. The fear was contagious. A corporal sharing a room with 5 other medics had woken to the scream of the air raid sirens. We felt the fear and horror that war was upon us. That was the time I was thankful we'd done our ground defense training. However, what with the confusion of 6 bodies all jumping out of bed at once in their boxer shorts and scrabbling around, it must have taken me about 30 seconds to get my respirator, and another 5 minutes to get my NBC suit on. With no shelter in which to take refuge, the medics put their mattresses against the window in the vain hope it might partially seal them off from the deadly fumes. They then sat around telling jokes and hoping for the best. NBC Black would be the tannoy's coded warning for the detection of chemical agents in any warhead. The loudspeakers remained silent in Dhahran. In Tel Aviv, initial reports that the missiles had chemical warheads were quickly discredited. Following the private warning he had been given before war broke out, Saddam had grasped the fact that the Americans were not bluffing about nuclear retaliation. But the Scuds pushed the Israelis to the point where their jets were in the air, poised to attack. Israel has the strongest military forces of any Middle Eastern country, and has said that any attack by Iraq would bring massive punishment, the BBC reported. Their jets were only cajoled back down by the private pleas of General Colin Powell and a public appeal from President Bush. The Israelis remained bent on retribution. The Scud threat would have to be contained. General Schwarzkopf now came under pressure from Washington to allow Israeli officers into his Saudi headquarters to identify the best targets. His response was blunt. "How can anybody think the Israelis have better target information than our Air Force? We've been studying that part of Iraq with the most sophisticated intelligence-gathering technology ever invented. And inviting Israelis into the home of Islam was a dumb idea." But the fear of chemical attack was striking terror into both civilian and military hearts, and Schwarzkopf was under direct orders to do something about it. Iraq's H-3 air base lay a few miles east of Jordan and 60 miles north of the Saudi border. U.S. intelligence had discovered that Saddam's chemical weapons were stored in a bunker on the old RAF airfield, ready for immediate deployment. It was a priority target for the coalition, and boasted sophisticated defensive systems. F-117 stealth fighters had attacked it in the opening hours of war, and at 11 p.m. on the 17th of January, a squadron of American A-6 intruders also launched a bombing raid on the base from a carrier in the Red Sea. As they came in low and fast, a volley of Roland missiles rose to meet them. One struck home, forcing the pilot and weapons systems officer, the U.S. equivalent of the navigator, to eject seconds before their jet blew apart. They would soon join Peters and Nichol under interrogation in Baghdad. Less than 24 hours later, the tornadoes from nearby Tabuk were tasked with shutting down its runway with JP-233s. Having been forced to turn back on the first night of the war with technical failures, 22-year-old navigator Mal Craghill remained determined to notch up a combat mission, but his initial excitement was now being tempered by a more profound understanding of the consequences. On the morning of the 18th, he had been relaxing in their shared accommodation at Tabuk with fellow aircrew, unwinding after the initial sorties, when one of their number collapsed. As Craghill rose to help him, the airman began to have a fit. He suddenly went stiff as a board and started having convulsions. His feet shot out, taking the leg off the coffee table. Then he went absolutely pale and lay there. I thought he was dead. My concern was that he'd swallowed his tongue. I tried to open his mouth, at which point he started lashing out at us. The medics arrived within minutes, as he was in the process of coming round. He had no recollection whatsoever of what had just happened. They thought it might be due to lack of food and sleep, and the stress of exposure to enemy fire. Without a clearer diagnosis, he would not be able to fly on operations again. It was a disturbing insight into the mental strains they were all experiencing. It would not be the last incident of this kind. Craghill helped clear up the shattered coffee table, then sat back down on the sofa to contemplate the mission which lay ahead that night. Try as hard as he might, he couldn't help wondering what his friend had seen that sent him over the edge. He and his pilot, Mike Warren, knew that H-3 had rapidly garnered a tough reputation, heavily defended by an aggressive mixture of surface-to-air missiles and anti-aircraft artillery. And he had to fight to dismiss the image of his fellow flyer convulsing on the floor. The words of the squadron boss before war broke out still rang in his head. His personal opinion was that it wouldn't be difficult convincing guys to go on the first night. It would be the second trip, and thereafter, that would be difficult, because then we'd all know what it was like to be fired at. Craghill's boss's pre-war assessment of the effects of combat were already showing. Dean Wood was a young engineer based at Tarbuk, and part of his role was as the see-off crew for the Tornadoes, helping the aircrew ready their aircraft for battle. After the first few missions, he began to notice a change in their demeanor. My crew were very quiet. The pilot stayed on his own, while the navigator came for a smoke and a chat with us. He talked about how they'd been lucky to get back from the previous trip, how the AAA looked like a firework display, where you knew that each sparkle might kill you. It's hard to explain the feeling you get when you're talking to someone, knowing you may be one of the last to see them alive. What really sticks in my memory was the amount of time they now took getting into the aircraft. Previously, crews had just jumped in and were away. Now, they checked everything, stood on their seats, looked around, stretching, delaying the moment that they had to go. I had never seen aircrew do this kind of thing before. It was as if they knew it might be the last time they had the chance to take in their surroundings. You don't say anything, but I was simply thinking, God, I hope they make it back. I hope their luck stays with them. When all the aircraft eventually taxied, everyone just stood in silence and watched them all take off. Nobody said a word. Craghill's foreship took off into the night without incident, but one Tornado was forced to return to base almost immediately with a technical fault. The rest of his formation joined the precisely choreographed refueling operation. We could see dozens of aircraft tanking with their lights on to minimize the risk of mid-air collisions. We felt like we were part of a much bigger operation. One by one, the lights flicked out as the jets dropped down towards the border. Where once we had seen many, we now saw none. It felt lonely, but we knew we were far from alone, and we streaked over the border at 200 feet. H3 was only a 15-minute dash away, and for navigator and pilot it wasn't hard to find. Already we could see sporadic bursts of tracer fire. There was very little chat in the cockpit, but we weren't particularly nervous. We were in a familiar environment and had trained hard for what was coming up. Despite the threat of anti-radiation missiles, the operators at H3 did not hesitate to employ their radars in the search for targets. The airfield defenses went active. SAM warnings began to show on our RHWR as short spikes pointing in the direction of the signal's origin. Then the AAA became more intense, forming an odd-looking light show as tracer rounds arced into the air from numerous different sites. A dome of AAA formed over the area of H3, leaving us in no doubt where our target lay. Mike and Mal went through the pre-attack checks, readying the JP-233s, then turned east, using the Baghdad to Jordan highway to orientate them. H3 was now alight with dense tracer fire, up to 4,000 feet. SAM radars were searching us out. Their RHWR was giving them warnings of the Roland and other SAMs. Mal began dispensing chaff from the BOS-pod to confuse the enemy systems. They were now heading to a target, with SAM radars already tracking them, and the sky above it reverberating with gunfire. It was becoming an increasingly daunting prospect. 8 miles ahead of them, Craghill's Tornado Squadron boss was seconds away from his final run into H3. The defensive barrage protecting the base, a dense cloud of missile, cannon, and machine gun fire, was now truly formidable. Even at a distance, the AAA looked impenetrable. "Abort attack," the formation leader ordered. "We won't make it through that. Find a dump target." Despite his relative youth, Craghill was well aware of the significance of what he was hearing. The boss could see no way of prosecuting a successful attack due to the incredible concentration of AAA. He clearly thought we would all be shot down. He'd seen it the night before, and was able, with that very limited experience, to say that it was now very much worse. It was the best decision he could have made, and took incredible courage. Their boss was risking his own reputation by turning his formation away to ensure his men would live to fight another day. But he wasn't waving a magic wand. No plan had been put in place for abandoning the target run in total darkness. You were always expected to make it to the target, and no abort route was ever considered. So the big sky theory now came into effect, an assumption that with just 3 aircraft scattering at low level, we were, hopefully, unlikely to hit each other. As they turned away in the inky blackness, only fractionally above the desert floor, Craghill's radar warning alarm sounded again. SA-8 target tracker was emblazoned on his screen. Another siren screeched. He ensured the Sky Shadow pod was jamming, dispensed chaff, and called for Mike to roll out, heading north. Almost immediately they were spiked again by the SA-8 radar. His pilot rapidly tightened the turn through another 90 degrees. In a sharp turn like this, the radar altimeter can't be relied on, so Mike climbed slightly to ensure separation from the desert floor, a few hundred feet below, while I used the radar to confirm the path ahead of us was clear. With the warning sirens and radar clear, they turned south and descended once again to 200 feet. They now had no idea of the location of the other 2 tornadoes. One of H3's secondary airstrips was now 10 miles on their nose and offered Mal and Mike an opportunity to make their first operational attack. We made a snap decision between us, and I quickly found it on the radar. Mike lined us up, and we prepared for weapons release using a target of opportunity profile. It was certainly something we had not briefed, especially with a weapon like JP-233. Undaunted, they scattered their munitions over the sole runway. Carrying the JP-233s back to Saudi would create a real problem with fuel consumption. Mal could see light sparkling to his right as another set of JP-233s was released on an unsuspecting target. Back at base, Craghill entered the Tarbuk debrief room to hear their commander's summation. He was in no doubt that we would not have made it safely across the target. For a squadron boss to have terminated an attack sent a powerful message to all of our crews that the war was likely to be protracted, and we could only fight it if we didn't unnecessarily risk our aircraft and people. In many ways, the boss's decision was one of the best pieces of leadership I have ever seen. The crews who had been on the very first raids were in agreement. The ground fire over H3 was catastrophically worse. A frank discussion followed about their level of personal risk. We were all in no doubt that we would be called upon to face intense danger, possibly to make the ultimate sacrifice, depending on the circumstances. But the war looked set to be one of attrition, and there was no point in losing a lot of jets in the first few nights. Their squadron commander was right to be concerned about losses. The war was barely 2 days old, and 3 tornadoes, including an Italian version, had already gone down. They accounted for 1/3 of the coalition combat aircraft losses, which included some of the very latest and most sophisticated multi-role types, the F-15E Strike Eagle and FA-18 Hornet. Although it was yet to be officially confirmed, 7 aircrew had already been killed and 9 taken prisoner. Jerry Witz, the wise tornado commander at Dhahran, endorsed the increasingly widely held view that the White Cliffs of Dover syndrome, flyers committed to defend the gateway to their homeland with their lives, simply did not apply. The brief that I had been given was that we were to use our assets as efficiently as possible, without losing aircraft or lives. I think our outlook was slightly different to how it would have been had we been defending British territory. We were there to do a job of work, and we were quite happy to do it, but none of us intended to die in the process. The perils for the tornado force were beginning to build. Several thousand sorties had already been flown by the coalition, and the RAF's GR-1, small formations flying close to the ground into devastating gunfire, was suffering the worst attrition rate. Those without a combat sortie were still eager to test their mettle, but others, like Witz, were beginning to realize that the losses they were taking during low-level attacks were unsustainable. We were certainly suffering a bit in the tornado world. We'd lost 3 planes, which, in percentage terms, did not look very good. Sitting in Baghdad, and already out of that aerial fight, John Nichol was in no doubt that several of the men nearby were eager to hurt him yet again. He braced himself on a steel and vinyl chair for the next beating. "It's okay, we don't want to know any information, don't worry." The voice was warm, almost gentle. The Iraqis had sent in Mr. Nice to extract information without the brutality enjoyed by Mr. Nasty. Now it was time for the wheedling appeals to logic and reason, more subtle and undermining. Nichol was offered food and drink. He declined. The questions began, simple ones about what aircraft he flew, where he came from. It was a more professional approach, and every question was answered with the same stock phrase, "I cannot answer that question." The interrogator changed tack. "You are dropping chemical weapons onto my country, aren't you?" Nichol was startled by the accusation, but blocked him again with the standard, "I cannot answer that question." "Okay, I know you cannot answer these questions, but you know that you will answer them eventually. I know you will talk to me. You know you will talk to me." Nichol could not disagree. It was just a question of how much longer he could hold out. "At some point, I'm going to tell him what he wants." The man now twisted the psychological knife. He did not need to ask the questions because he already knew the answers. "I can tell you that you are a navigator." Shit, how does he know that? Nichol thought. It could have been a guess. "I can tell you that you are from 15 Squadron." Nichol was now worried. He knew things about me. Where'd he got that from? I had a feeling that he'd got them from John. What had they done to him to get the info? The same or worse? Worse, surely. When will I get it? What would it be like? What did they do? "I know you are from Bahrain." He could still be guessing, or have read it in the British press. His squadron had featured heavily in pre-war coverage. "I know that your attack did not work. I know you did not get the bombs off and that you ditched your bombs in my desert." Oh, fuck. A cold feeling ran through Nichol. There was only one person this information could have come from. John. What the hell had happened to him? Where is he? How is he? I was worried about him, but even more worried about myself. Deep down, I was glad that whatever had led him to talk had not yet happened to me. The questioning progressed, zigzagging between the cajolery of Mr. Nice and the belligerence of Mr. Nasty. He was re-blindfolded and dragged off to another room. I knew something very unpleasant was going to happen, but it wasn't what he expected. Instead of a straightforward beating, he was left to contemplate the mental and physical pain of a stress position. My forehead was flat against the wall, my feet about 20 inches away from it. I was stretched right up onto my toes, arms handcuffed behind my back. My forehead was supporting my entire body weight against the cold surface. Every time he tried to shift position, a fist slammed into him. I tried to move my head. Somebody smacked it hard against the wall, a staggering blow. I tried to move my arms, manacled behind my back. The handcuffs were of the ratchet type, and because of the beatings were racked up tight to the last notch, biting into my wrists. A cold, insistent, metallic, cutting agony. Every muscle in his body now screamed with the impossible effort of maintaining the posture. It seemed to go on for hours. He could have been struck 30 times or 1,000. Disorientated and in torment, Nichol lost count. Nobody asked me anything after this. Nothing at all. Now, Dazed and stunned like a chicken before its throat is cut, I was worried. I had lost track of how they were going to interrogate me. This was not going by the book anymore. A few minutes later, a guard transferred Nichol to a room where he was blindfolded and handcuffed to an iron bedstead. He could hear other coalition prisoners being interrogated, and realized more coalition jets must have been shot down. Air raids raged overhead. The AAA on the roof hammered away. Bombs crumped and rattled nearby. The day stretched on as further interrogators loomed over him, a kick to the ribs to get his full attention. "Where did you come from?" "I cannot answer that question." "You will be sorry, you know that, don't you, Nichol?" "I cannot answer that question." "We will come back for you soon. You will be sorry." "I know I'm going to be sorry. I'm already bloody sorry." It didn't take long. As night drew in again, they came for him. He was blindfolded once more, handcuffed and taken outside, dragged around to disorientate him, then brought back into a room and pushed into the hard chair. One guard held his right arm, another gripped his left. Nichol's chest pounded. I knew in my heart of hearts that this was the time. It was going to get really tough now. "What squadron are you from?" "I cannot answer that." A fist thudded into his face. Blood poured onto his lap, warm against his thighs. He could feel the drips through his flying suit, chemical suit, and long johns. The punches went into his head, over and over. Then another question. "I cannot." My head rang to the blows like some kind of bell. There were brilliant lights flashing behind the blindfold. I really did see stars. I was in the middle of the Milky Way. Another demand, met by Nichol's stubborn response. Somebody wrenched off his boots. What on earth are they going to do to me now? The interrogators then pulled out what he would learn was a favoured device. A hard plastic pipe was whacked viciously across his shins. Again the interrogator spoke. Again he got the same reply. "I cannot answer that question." Someone grabbed the nape of his neck and stuffed tissue paper down the back of his T-shirt. A multitude of panic-stricken questions raced through his mind. This was terrifying now. I'm in a darkened room in the middle of enemy territory, and somebody had just stuffed tissue paper down the back of my neck. What the hell for? Shit! They're going to set me on fire! Now I really want him to ask me another question. I want to say something. I want to tell him something. Anything. But he didn't ask me a question. He just set fire to the paper. Nichol threw his head violently from side to side, desperate to escape the burning, to shake the tissue paper clear of his head. His aggressors continued to hammer his shins with the rubber hose as the paper burned. Mercifully, someone finally slapped out the flames. "What squadron are you from?" 15. Nichol had broken. Like Peters, he found the simplicity of the questions curious. These were trained interrogators who could have extracted a ream of useful information, but instead the demands were simplistic. What weapons did the tornado carry? What was the main weapon used against runways? How did they drop bombs? "What is the countermeasures pod called?" "Sky Shadow." The name seemed enough. The interrogator failed to ask what electronic countermeasures it contained, or which radars its complex electronics could defeat. After all the skill and enthusiasm they had demonstrated in the process of causing pain, it was bizarre that they were so hapless at asking questions that might yield real intelligence. They didn't know what they wanted to know. The captured aircrew were at their mercy, yet insipid queries were the best they could come up with. "Why have you come to our country?" Because we were ordered to? The answer, however true, provoked rage and another flurry of punches. It was just 2 days into the war, but Iraq, reported the Guardian newspaper in London, had already suffered the most sustained and devastating aerial and missile bombardment in history. It added that the White House insisted there would be no pause for diplomacy, and the pounding would go on until Saddam Hussein left Kuwait. The BBC reported that President Bush had told congressional leaders at the White House, "No one should assume the conflict will be short or easy." The front page of the Daily Express screamed, "Iraq blitz on Israel." Its back pages were filled with Tottenham Hotspur's footballing woes and unsubstantiated rumours of a sale of their star midfielder Paul Gascoigne to an Italian club. £8 million for Gaza, the headline said, and Napoli bid as Spurs' chief tackles debt. The gossip came to nothing, and away from the ferocity of battle and interrogation, life continued as normal. Those about to undertake the continuing tornado low-level missions would have probably welcomed the distraction of real-world news as they contemplated flying into the intense hail of AAA and missiles, knowing the odds against them surviving were shortening with each raid. No one could survive that scale of fire forever. It was late on the 18th of January when Robbie Stewart managed to call his wife. Tanj had had a fretful day at the school where she taught, as news of the losses filtered through. All I could imagine was an RAF officer arriving in uniform to tell me Robbie was missing, or worse. The joy of speaking to her husband diminished as he recounted their first night's attack, during which Nigel Elsdon and Max Collier had been killed. It was such a great shock to hear about Nigel and Max. We knew Max and his wife well, and I had spent some time chatting to him before the deployment. It was all so desperately sad. Robbie knew the pitfalls of telephone calls home. I wanted to say that I was safe, even though I realized the dangers of calling after each raid. I knew a call after a raid was also a call before the next one, a raid from which I might not return. But Tanj understood. She was now painfully aware of the very real dangers Robbie confronted, had seen the increasing losses announced in the media, but she was still delighted to hear from him. I think we were avoiding talking about the reality of what we all faced. The kids would write him letters, telling him normal things about school, and I wrote every day about what was going on in the village, the weather, our plans for the future. We were trying to convince each other everything would be fine. Robbie found the last moments of their phone call difficult. We didn't say it, but we both knew in our hearts it could be our last ever conversation. The next day, he and his pilot, Dave Waddington, would embark on what would become their final mission. Chapter 8. Please let him be dead. The 19th of January evening to the 20th of January. A few hours before taking off on the attack that would see him blasted from Iraq's night skies, Robbie Stewart had spent a quiet moment penning another letter to his wife and children. It began, "My dearest darlings, I thought I would drop you a line, though I do not know when you will get this. The initial euphoria of day one has been replaced by a more cautious mood." As he had during the previous night's call home, he went on to describe the crash that had claimed the lives of Nigel Elsdon and Max Collier. Then finished, "We were soon clear, and we both breathed easier. But our thoughts were with the boss and Max. My thoughts now are with you and the kids, darling. The nightmare continues, and I just look forward to seeing you all again. I know you are brave, and I am so lucky having someone with such great strength. I have told you about that sortie, as I thought you would prefer to know. I love you and will do always, Rob. He signed off with the usual 10 kisses, little knowing what fate had in store for him and his family. Chaffing! Robbie sprayed the sky with the metallic strands, determined to shake off the radar-guided Roland missile spearing towards them. The 5th major wave of RAF tornado attacks saw him and Dave Waddington targeting southern Iraq's massive Talil air base. Each member of their 4-ship carried 5 1,000-pound bombs to pound its defenses and pave the way for the runway-busting JP-233s. This time, the tornadoes were on their own, gambling that the lack of American suppressive support would not alert the Iraqi gunners, giving them the benefit of surprise. It hadn't, with F for Foxtrot only seconds from the target. Running through the darkness at high speed and 200 feet, a Roland surface-to-air missile had been launched from dead ahead. Now they were banking hard, G-suits tightening, as Dave tried to break the missile lock. More chaff burst out of the tornado's bozpod into the night sky, a cloud of metallic confusion, striving to give the incoming weapons radar guidance system a juicier target than the speeding tornado. Dave was pulling the stick hard into his stomach, doing everything possible to persuade the overladen jet to turn. It wasn't enough. Robbie watched the blinding orange flash envelop the cockpit. The exploding warhead shredded the jet, and the warble of the threat warning changed instantly to the shriek of the multiple system failures siren. There was no time to think, only to react. I pulled the ejection handle and felt a huge detonation and a whoosh as the seat's rockets fired under my backside. That was the last thing I remember. Am I dead? Dave Waddington lay on a hard surface, surrounded by blackness and silence. A breath of air glided across his cheek. The searing flash, the screaming sirens, the flashing warning lights, the crush of G-force were gone. Is this what death feels like? He tried to move his right arm, but felt a sharp jab of pain in his shoulder. He tried the same with his left. Another stab of agony shot from his elbow. I was concussed and completely confused. I had been in the tornado with an absolute certainty I was going to die. He blinked, his dark brown eyes catching a star overhead and a distant memory of the missile strike. Everything had happened in a fraction of a second. I was losing consciousness. I had tried to get my hands towards the ejection handle. They wouldn't move. Then an enormous wind and my last thought of, game over. I'm going to die. It now appeared I hadn't. Dave twisted painfully and glimpsed the white and orange parachute on the sand behind him. The breeze brushing his face then began to fill the canopy. Oh, God, Robbie must have ejected us. His navigator's lightning reactions had saved their lives as the tornado disintegrated. He turned his head to see where his friend was. There was no sign, except some nearby footprints in the sand. I just presumed Robbie was in far better shape than me and had already started his escape and evasion while I was unconscious on the ground. Dave tried to withdraw his personal locator beacon, or PLB, from its pouch in his life jacket, but couldn't move his right arm. The shoulder had dislocated, Again he tried to move his left. Pain speared up his arm. The elbow joint was sticking out at a distorted angle. The pair had ejected at around 600 miles per hour, blasted out of the cockpit to be hit by a force 4 times greater than the most destructive hurricane. They were lucky to be alive. Waddington rolled onto his right shoulder, and it popped partially back into place, enough to let him get up. I had a sense of being totally alone, wondering where Robbie was, then realizing that, despite my injuries, I needed to get going. Once on my feet, I didn't feel much pain, as long as I didn't move my arms. I was in total shock. He touched his cheeks, swollen and wet with blood. Although I didn't know it at the time, I had tiny bits of Roland missile warhead splattered in my face, along with pieces of my helmet's perspex visor and other debris from the jet. The parachute now ballooned behind him, a trembling day-glow signal in the surrounding darkness. Painfully, Dave released the harness. My arms were so weak I couldn't overcome the force of the canopy being inflated, so just had to let it blow away across the desert. More importantly, my injuries also meant I couldn't get to my pistol or use the PLB properly either. I was in serious trouble. With just a small amount of water, near useless arms, and still dazed from the missile explosion and high-speed ejection, Dave Waddington set off into the night. A few miles to the east, he watched the tracer still arcing into the sky over Talil. Back in Lincolnshire, the bullets had just stopped flying in Stakeout, the Richard Dreyfuss cop comedy, when Robbie's teenage children, Kirsty and Scott, heard whistling and a familiar sound on the front path. It was 11 p.m. Their mother was out with some neighbors. They were alone at their Colby home with 2 friends. Kirsty recognized the sound outside all too well. It was the metallic click, click, click of steel-tipped shoes. Her heart sank. Military shoes. Her father had often worn them on the parade ground. There was a knock at the door. A wing commander in full-dress uniform. We looked up at him. He looked at us. I think we were all somewhat shocked. He clearly wasn't expecting to be faced with 4 teenagers. The RAF officer recovered first. "Could you tell me where Mrs. Stewart is?" "She's having dinner with friends," Kirsty replied, giving him directions to the house along the village lane. We really felt it was important he got to Mum quickly, although we had no real idea why. The officer clicked his way back down the path, leaving young Kirsty to close the door. Wide-eyed, she leaned against the kitchen counter. It was surreal. We didn't really say anything, but Scott and I knew something must have happened. We just didn't want to put the words out there for fear of making them come true. Earlier that afternoon, Tange Stewart had been overwhelmed by the sense that her beloved husband Robbie was in terrible danger. Now, at dinner with her neighbors, she still couldn't shake off that feeling of dread. She did her best to hold a normal conversation with the 2 other couples around the table. The kids were at home, less than 150 yards away. She tried not to keep glancing out of the window. My stomach was really knotting up. I just knew something wasn't right. As the main course was cleared away, the doorbell rang. Her host left the table to answer it. A moment later she returned and leaned down to whisper in her ear. "There's an RAF officer in the lounge, Tange." She paused. "He needs to speak to you." You couldn't be the wife of a fast-jet aviator without knowing exactly what this meant. Every military spouse would. There was apprehension and dread. My earlier premonitions were coming true. I had been in turmoil since the afternoon panto in Newark, so in a strange way it was a relief to have an answer, no matter how bad it was. She made her way to where a man in RAF blues stood waiting. The rings on his sleeve showed his rank. Forgetting her manners, Tange didn't give him the chance to speak first. "Tell me he's not dead," she demanded. The wing commander looked her straight in the eye. "Mrs. Stewart, I'm sorry to tell you that your husband hasn't returned from his mission over Iraq tonight. There's nothing else that we know at the moment." Tange paced around the room, as she had done when Robbie had told her a month ago that he was going back to the war zone. Pacing was her default setting for stress and fear. The officer stood there awkwardly, unsure what to say next. It was all such a shock, but I had the tiniest glimmer of hope he hadn't actually been able to say they were dead. I held on to that. If no one could confirm Robbie was dead, surely there had to be some hope. Suddenly, she recalled Robbie's conversation with the children just before he deployed after Christmas. "If anything happens to me, someone in full uniform will arrive at the house with the news. I have to get home and tell Kirsty and Scott." She barely had time to register her friend's shock and concern as she ran to the door. "Sorry for missing dessert and ruining the evening." As she walked down the lane under the dim light of its single lamp, the crescent moon stopped her in her tracks. "Wherever you are, Robbie, my love, we are all under the same moon together." I didn't know it then, but that thought would repeat itself many, many times over the coming weeks. There was no easy way to tell her children. "Dad's missing. He didn't come back from his mission." Kirsty struggled to take in what was being said. "I really can't remember much about it all. It was almost like a dream, as though it was happening to someone else, and I was watching it unfold." People started arriving at the house as the news spread. Tange's dinner-party friends came over, along with the vicar and the officer who had given her the news. They crowded into the living room, where a brass etching of an RAF Vulcan hung on the wood-panelled wall near the stone fireplace. On went the kettle, and endless pots of tea were produced from the kitchen. Tange's mothering instincts now took over. She had to protect the children. But they knew so little about what had happened to Robbie. I was in uncharted waters, with no idea about what to do or how to react. How long would it go on for? How was I meant to cope? I quickly realized that in reality, and despite the turmoil, I would just have to. Kirsty's young mind was already racing. I loved reading Second World War and Cold War novels. I was fascinated by spy stories and people working behind enemy lines. But I'd also read a lot of interrogation and torture scenes. My brain started heading down a million roads. As other people in the living room discussed whether he was on the run or had been captured, all Kirsty could think about was her father stranded in enemy territory. She couldn't help herself, and her thoughts turned dark. Please, let him be dead. It seems terrible to think back on it now, but I wanted him to be dead. I was desperately worried, and just couldn't bear the thought of him being tortured and interrogated. Even amid her darkest fears, 13-year-old Kirsty could have had no concept of the horrors unfolding for her father and his pilot in Iraq.